그랜드 마이클은 앞장서 자유 진실 시장을 외쳤습니다. 자유 우파 정권이 힘들게 다시 들어선 이후에도 대한민국을 위협하는 세력과의 싸움은 여전히 계속되고 있습니다. 2025년도에도 그랜드 마이클은 흔들림 없이 달려갑니다. 자유민주주의 수호의 선봉이 되겠습니다. 2025년 그랜드 마이크와 함께해 주십시오.
최근 전 세계적으로 인간의 일을 줄여주기 위해 도입된 로봇이 인간을 공격하는 사건들이 잇따라 발생하면서 첨단 기술이 가져오는 위험성에 대한 우려가 커지고 있습니다. 지난 9일 중국 텐진에서 열린 춘절 갈라쇼에선 인간형 로봇이 관람석을 향해 돌진하는 장면이 포착됐습니다. 이 로봇은 갑작스럽게 관중을 향해 다가가더니 바리케이드 뒤 사람을 가격하는 모습을 보였습니다. 보안 요원들이 급히 달려와 로봇을 제지해서 큰 부상은 발생하지 않았습니다. 행사 주최 측은 이를 단순한 로봇 오작동이라며 해당 로봇은 안전 테스트를 통과한 제품이었다고 해명했습니다. 그러면서 이 사건을 계기로 추가적인 안전 조치를 도입하겠다고 약속하며 재발 방지에 나설 것임을 강조했습니다. 그러나 이 장면은 로봇 의존도가 높아질수록 인간이 직면할 수 있는 위험에 대한 경각심을 불러일으켰는데요. 이와 유사한 사건은 중국뿐 아니라 세계 여러 나라에서 수차례 발생한 바 있습니다. 2015년 2월 영국 뉴캐슬 어폰타인의 한 병원에선 심장 수술 중 수술용 로봇의 오작동으로 환자가 사망하는 사건이 일어났습니다. 당시 이 로봇은 수술 중 간호사를 가격하고 환자의 실밥을 터뜨리는 등의 사고를 일으켰습니다. 2021년 미국 텍사스주 오스틴 근처 테슬라 기가팩토리에선 로봇이 엔지니어를 공격했는데요. 알루미늄 자동차 부품을 다루던 이 로봇은 소프트웨어를 프로그래밍 중이던 직원을 붙잡아 공격했습니다. 공격을 당한 직원은 왼손에 심각한 상처를 입었습니다. 이 사건은 이후 트래비스 카운티와 연방 규제 당국에 보고됐으며 로봇의 안전성에 대한 논란을 불러일으켰습니다. 2022년 러시아 모스크바에선 체스 경기 중 로봇이 7세 소년의 손가락을 부러뜨리는 사고가 발생했죠. 소년이 자신의 차례를 기다리지 않고 말을 움직이자 로봇이 이를 인식하지 못하고 손가락을 잡아버리면서 사고가 발생했습니다. 더 비극적인 사례는 우리나라에서 발생했습니다. 2023년 11월 경상남도 농산물 유통센터에서 로봇의 센서를 점검하던 40대 직원 A씨가 기계에 의해 사망했습니다. A씨는 로봇 시운전을 앞두고 제대로 작동하는지 점검하던 중 사고를 당한 것으로 알려졌습니다. 경찰은 이 과정에서 센서 이상을 확인하던 A씨를 로봇이 박스로 인식해 작동하면서 사고가 난 것으로 추정했습니다. 사고가 난 로봇은 일본 엔사의 산업용 로봇인데요. 약 210kg의 가반 하중 성능을 가진 대형 설비로 로봇의 무게는 1톤이 넘습니다. 이 로봇은 파프리카 선별장에서 박스를 들어 팔레트로 옮기는 역할을 해왔습니다. 사고 현장에선 약 5년 전부터 이 로봇을 써온 것으로 전해집니다. 이러한 사건들은 로봇과 인공지능이 인간의 편의를 위해 우리 삶에 점점 가까이 다가오고 있지만 예상을 벗어나는 통제 불가능성과 잠재적 위험성을 여실히 보여주고 있습니다. 이상 여의도TV였습니다.
눈 아파. 아우, 씨.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 1. And Yahweh called unto Moshe, and spoke unto him out of the tabernacle of the assembly, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, If any man of you bring an offering unto Yahweh, ye shall bring your offering of the cattle, even of the herd and of the flock. If his offering be a burnt sacrifice of the herd, let him offer a male without blemish. He shall offer it of his own voluntary will, at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly before Yahweh. And he shall put his hand upon the head of the burnt offering, and it shall be accepted for him, to make an atonement for him. And he shall kill the bullock before Yahweh, and the priests, Aharon's sons, shall bring the blood, and sprinkle the blood round about upon the altar that is by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And he shall flay the burnt offering, and cut it into his pieces. And the sons of Aharon the priest shall put fire upon the altar, and lay the wood in order upon the fire. And the priests, Aharon's sons, shall lay the parts, the head, the fat, in order upon the wood that is on the fire, which is upon the altar. But his inwards and his legs shall he wash in water, and the priest shall burn all on the altar, to be a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of sweet savor unto Yahweh. And if his offering be of the flocks, namely of the sheep, or of the goats, for a burnt sacrifice, he shall bring it a male without blemish. And he shall kill it on the side of the altar northward, before Yahweh and the priests. Aharon's sons shall sprinkle his blood round about upon the altar. And he shall cut it into his pieces, with his head and his fat, and the priest shall lay them in order on the wood that is on the fire, which is upon the altar. But he shall wash the inwards of the legs with water, and the priest shall bring it all, and burn it upon the altar. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of sweet savor unto Yahweh. And if the burnt sacrifice for his offering to Yahweh be of fowls, then he shall bring his offering of turtle doves, or of young pigeons. And the priest shall bring it unto the altar, and wring off his head, and burn it on the altar, and the blood thereof shall be wrung out at the side of the altar. And he shall pluck away his crop with his feathers, and cast it beside the altar on the east part, by the place of the ashes. And he shall cleave it with the wings thereof, but shall not divide it asunder. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar, upon the wood that is upon the fire. It is a burnt sacrifice, an offering made by fire, of sweet savor unto Yahweh.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 2.
And when any will offer a meat offering unto Yahweh, his offering shall be of fine flour, and he shall pour oil upon it, and put frankincense thereon. And he shall bring it to Aharon's sons, the priests, and he shall take thereout his handful of the flour thereof, and of the oil thereof, with all the frankincense thereof. And the priest shall burn the memorial of it upon the altar, to be an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And the remnant of the meat offering shall be Aharon's and his sons. It is a thing most holy of the offerings of Yahweh, made by fire. And if you bring an oblation of meat offering, baconed in the oven, it shall be matzah cakes of fine flour, mingled with oil, or matzah wafers anointed with oil. And if your oblation be a meat offering, baconed in a pan, it shall be of fine flour, unleavened, mingled with oil. You shall part it in pieces, and pour oil thereon. It is a meat offering. And if your oblation be a meat offering, baconed in the frying pan, it shall be made of fine flour with oil. And you shall bring the meat offering that is made of these things unto Yahweh. And when it is presented unto the priest, he shall bring it unto the altar. And the priest shall take from the meat offering a memorial thereof, and shall burn it upon the altar. It is an offering made by fire, of sweet savor unto Yahweh. And that which is left of the meat offering shall be Aharon's and his sons. It is a thing most holy of the offerings of Yahweh made by fire. No meat offering which ye shall bring unto Yahweh shall be made with leaven, for ye shall burn no leaven, nor any honey, in any offering of Yahweh made by fire. As for the oblation of the firstfruits, ye shall offer them unto Yahweh, but they shall not be burnt on the altar for a sweet savor. And every oblation of your meat offering shall ye season with salt, neither shall ye suffer the salt of the covenant of your Elohim to be lacking from your meat offering. And all your offerings you shall offer salt. And if you offer a meat offering of your firstfruits unto Yahweh, you shall offer the meat offering of your firstfruits, green ears of grain dried by the fire, even grain beaten out of full ears. And you shall put oil upon it, and lay frankincense thereon. It is a meat offering. And the priest shall burn the memorial of it, part of the beaten grain thereof, and part of the oil thereof, with all the frankincense thereof. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahweh.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 3.
And if his oblation be a sacrifice of peace offering, if he offer it of the herd, whether it be a male or a female, he shall offer it without blemish before Yahweh. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of his offering, and kill it at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And Aharon's sons, the priests, shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. And he shall offer of the sacrifice of the peace offering an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, the fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver, with the kidneys, it shall he take away. And Aharon's sons shall burn it on the altar upon the burnt sacrifice, which is upon the wood that is on the fire. It is an offering made by fire, of sweet savor unto Yahweh. And if his offering for a sacrifice of peace offering unto Yahweh be of the flock, male or female, he shall offer it without blemish. If he offer a lamb for his offering, then shall he offer before Yahweh. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of his offering, and kill it before the tabernacle of the assembly. And Aharon's sons shall sprinkle the blood thereof round about upon the altar. And he shall offer of the sacrifice of the peace offering an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, the fat thereof, and the whole rump. It shall he take off hard by the backbone, and the fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver, and the kidneys, it shall he take away. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar. It is the food of the offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And if his offering be a goat, then he shall offer it before Yahweh. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of it, and kill it before the tabernacle of the assembly. And the sons of Aharon shall sprinkle the blood thereof upon the altar round about. And he shall offer thereof his offering, even an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, the fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver, with the kidneys, it shall he take away. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar. It is the food of the offering, made by fire for a sweet savor. All the fat is Yahweh's. It shall be a perpetual statute for your generations throughout all your dwellings, that ye eat neither fat nor blood.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 4. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, If a soul shall sin through ignorance against any of the commandments of Yahweh concerning things which ought not to be done, and shall do against any of them, if the priest that is anointed do sin according to the sin of the people, then let him bring for his sin, which he has sinned, a young bullock without blemish unto Yahweh for a sin offering. And he shall bring the bullock unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly before Yahweh, and shall lay his hands upon the bullock's head, and kill the bullock before Yahweh. And the priest that is anointed shall take of the bullock's blood, and bring it to the tabernacle of the assembly. And the priest shall dip his finger in the blood, and sprinkle of the blood 7 times before Yahweh, before the veil of the sanctuary. And the priest shall put some of the blood upon the horns of the altar of sweet incense before Yahweh, which is in the tabernacle of the assembly, and shall pour all the blood of the bullock at the bottom of the altar of the burnt offering, which is at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And he shall take off from it all the fat of the bullock for the sin offering, the fat that covers the inwards, and all the fat that is upon the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver, with the kidneys it shall he take away. As it was taken off from the bullock of the sacrifice of peace offerings, and the priest shall burn them upon the altar of the burnt offering. And the skin of the bullock, and all his flesh, with his head, and with his legs, and his inwards, and his dung, even the whole bullock shall he carry forth without the camp, unto a clean place, where the ashes are poured out, and burn him on the wood with fire. Where the ashes are poured out shall he be burnt. And if the whole assembly of Yasharel sin through ignorance, and the thing be hid from the eyes of the assembly, and they have done somewhat against any of the commandments of Yahweh, concerning things which should not be done, and are guilty, when the sin which they have sinned against it is known, then the assembly shall offer a young bullock for the sin, and bring him before the tabernacle of the assembly. And the elders of the assembly shall lay their hands upon the head of the bullock before Yahweh, and the bullock shall be killed before Yahweh. And the priest that is anointed shall bring of the bullock's blood to the tabernacle of the assembly. And the priest shall dip his finger in some of the blood, and sprinkle it 7 times before Yahweh, even before the veil. And he shall put some of the blood upon the horns of the altar, which is set before Yahweh, that is in the tabernacle of the assembly, and shall pour out all the blood at the bottom of the altar of the burnt offering, which is at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And he shall take all his fat from him, and burn it upon the altar. And he shall do with the bullock as he did with the bullock for a sin offering, so shall he do with this. And the priest shall make an atonement for them, and it shall be forgiven them. And he shall carry forth the bullock without the camp, and burn him as he burned the first bullock. It is a sin offering for the assembly. When a ruler has sinned, and done somewhat through ignorance against any of the commandments of Yahweh, Elohiah, concerning things which should not be done, and is guilty, or if his sin, wherein he has sinned, come to his knowledge, he shall bring his offering, a kid of the goats, a male without blemish, and he shall lay his hand upon the head of the goats, and kill it in the place where they killed the burnt offering before Yahweh. It is a sin offering. And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering with his finger, and put it upon the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out his blood at the bottom of the altar of burnt offering. And he shall burn all his fat upon the altar, as the fat of the sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, as concerning his sin, and it shall be forgiven him. And if any one of the common people sin through ignorance, which he does somewhat against any of the commandments of Yahweh, concerning things which ought not to be done, and be guilty, or if his sin, which he has sinned, come to his knowledge, then he shall bring his offering, a kid of the goats, a female without blemish, for his sin which he has sinned. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of the sin offering, and slay the sin offering in the place of the burnt offering. And the priest shall take of the blood thereof with his finger, and put it upon the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out all the blood thereof at the bottom of the altar. And he shall take away all the fat thereof, as the fat is taken away from off the sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall burn it upon the altar for a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. And if he bring a lamb for a sin offering, he shall bring it a female without blemish. And he shall lay his hand upon the head of the sin offering, and slay it for the sin offering in the place where they killed the burnt offering. And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering with his finger, and put it upon the horns of the altar of burnt offering, and shall pour out all the blood thereof at the bottom of the altar. And he shall take away all the fat thereof, as the fat of the lamb is taken away from the sacrifice of the peace offering. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar, according to the offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And the priest shall make an atonement for his sin that he has committed, and it shall be forgiven him.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 5.
And if a soul sin, and hear the voice of swearing, and is a witness, whether he has seen or known of it, if he do not utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity. Or if a soul touch any unclean thing, whether it be a carcass of an unclean beast, or a carcass of unclean cattle, or the carcass of unclean creeping things, and if it be hidden from him, he also shall be unclean and guilty. Or if he touch the uncleanness of man, whatsoever uncleanness it be, that a man shall be defiled withal, and it be hid from him, when he knows of it, then he shall be guilty. Or if a soul swear, pronouncing with his lips to do evil, or to do good, whatsoever it be that a man shall pronounce with an oath, and it be hid from him, when he knows of it, then he shall be guilty in one of these. And it shall be, when he shall be guilty in one of these things, that he shall confess that he has sinned in that thing. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto Yahweh, for his sin which he has sinned, a female from the flock, a lamb or a kid of the goats, for a sin offering, and the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his sin. And if he is not able to bring a lamb, then he shall bring for his trespass which he has committed 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons unto Yahweh, one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. And he shall bring them unto the priest, who shall offer that which is for the sin offering first, and wring off his head from his neck, but shall not divide it asunder. And he shall sprinkle of the blood of the sin offering upon the side of the altar, and the rest of the blood shall be wrung out at the bottom of the altar. It is a sin offering. And he shall offer the second for a burnt offering, according to the manner, and the priest shall make an atonement for him, for his sin which he has sinned, and it shall be forgiven him. But if he be not able to bring 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, then he that sinned shall bring for his offering the 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for a sin offering. He shall put no oil upon it, neither shall he put any frankincense thereon, for it is a sin offering. Then shall he bring it to the priest, and the priest shall take his handful of it, even a memorial thereof, and burn it on the altar, according to the offerings made by fire unto Yahweh. It is a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him, as touching his sin, that he has sinned in one of these, and it shall be forgiven him, and the remnant shall be the priest's, as a meat offering.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
If a soul commit a trespass, and sin through ignorance, in the holy things of Yahweh, then he shall bring for his trespass unto Yahweh a ram without blemish, out of the flocks, with your estimation by shekels of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary, for a trespass offering. And he shall make the amends for the harm that he has done in the holy thing, and shall add the 5th part thereto, and give it unto the priest. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering, and it shall be forgiven him. And if a soul sin, and commit any of these things which are forbidden to be done by the commandment of Yahweh, though he knew it not, yet is he guilty, and shall bear his iniquity. And he shall bring a ram without blemish out of the flock, with your estimation, for a trespass offering, unto the priest. And the priest shall make an atonement for him concerning his ignorance, wherein he erred, and knew it not, and it shall be forgiven him. It is a trespass offering. He has certainly trespassed against Yahweh.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 6. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
If a soul sin, and commit a transgression against Yahweh, and lie unto his neighbor, in that which was delivered him to keep, or in fellowship, or in a thing taken away by violence, or has deceived his neighbor, or have found that which was lost, and lies concerning it, and swears falsely, in any of these that a man does, sinning therein, then it shall be, because he has sinned and is guilty, that he shall restore that which he took violently away, or the thing which he has deceitfully gotten, or that which was delivered him to keep, or the lost thing which he found, or all that which he has sworn falsely, he shall even restore it in the principal, and shall add the 5th part more thereto, and give it unto him to whom it appertains. in the day of his trespass offering. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto Yahweh, a ram without blemish out of the flock, with your estimation for a trespass offering unto the priest. And the priest shall make an atonement for him before Yahweh, and it shall be forgiven him for anything of all that he has done in trespass therein.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Command Aaron and his sons, saying, This is the Torah of the burnt offering. It is the burnt offering because of the burning upon the altar all night unto the morning, and the fire of the altar shall be burning in it. And the priest shall put on his linen garment, and his linen breeches shall he put upon his flesh, and take up the ashes which the fire has consumed with the burnt offering on the altar, and he shall put them beside the altar. And he shall put off his garments, and put on other garments, and carry forth the ashes without the camp unto a clean place. And the fire upon the altar shall be burning in it. It shall not be put out. And the priest shall burn wood on it every morning, and lay the burnt offering in order upon it, and he shall burn thereon the fat of the peace offerings. The fire shall ever be burning upon the altar. It shall never go out. And this is the Torah of the meat offering. The sons of Aharon shall offer it before Yahweh, before the altar. And he shall take of it his handful of the flour of the meat offering, and of the oil thereof, and all the frankincense which is upon the meat offering, and shall burn it upon the altar for a sweet savor, even the memorial of it unto Yahweh. And the remainder thereof shall Aharon and his sons eat, with matzah, unleavened bread, shall it be eaten in the holy place, in the court of the tabernacle of the assembly they shall eat it. It shall not be baked with leaven. I have given it unto them for their portion of my offering made by fire. It is most holy, as is the sin offering, and as the trespass offering. All the males among the children of Aharon shall eat of it. It shall be a statute forever in your generations, concerning the offerings of Yahweh made by fire. Everyone that touches them shall be holy.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
This is the offering of Aharon and his sons, which they shall offer unto Yahweh in the day when he is anointed. The 10th part of an ephah of fine flour for a meat offering perpetual, half of it in the morning, and half thereof at night. In a pan it shall be made with oil, and when it is baken, you shall bring it in, and the baken pieces of the meat offering shall you offer for a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And the priest of his sons, that is anointed in his stead, shall offer it. It is a statute forever unto Yahweh. It shall be wholly burnt. For every meat offering for the priest shall be wholly burnt. It shall not be eaten.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto Aharon and to his sons, saying, This is the Torah of the sin offering. In the place where the burnt offering is killed, shall the sin offering be killed before Yahweh. It is most holy. The priest that offers it for sin shall eat it. In the holy place shall it be eaten, in the court of the tabernacle of the assembly. Whatsoever shall touch the flesh thereof shall be holy. And when there is sprinkled of the blood thereof upon any garment, you shall wash that whereon it was sprinkled in the holy place. But the earthen vessel wherein it was sodden shall be broken. And if it be sodden in a brazen pot, it shall be both scoured and rinsed in water. All the males among the priests shall eat thereof. It is most holy. And no sin offering, whereof any of the blood is brought into the tabernacle of the assembly, to reconcile withal in the holy place, shall be eaten. It shall be burnt in the fire.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 7.
Likewise, this is the Torah of the trespass offering. It is most holy. In the place where they kill the burnt offering shall they kill the trespass offering, and the blood thereof shall he sprinkle round about upon the altar. And he shall offer it of all the fat thereof, the rump, the fat that covers the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, which is by the flanks, and the caul that is above the liver. With the kidneys it shall he take away. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar for an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. It is a trespass offering. Every male among the priests shall eat thereof. It shall be eaten in the holy place. It is most holy. As the sin offering is, so is the trespass offering. There is one Torah for them. The priest that makes atonement therewith shall have it. And the priest that offers any man's burnt offering, even the priest shall have to himself the skin of the burnt offering which he has offered. And all the meat offering that is baken in the oven, and all that is dressed in the frying pan, and in the pan, shall be the priest's that offer it. And every meat offering mingled with oil, and dry, shall all the sons of Aharon have, one as much as another. And this is the Torah of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which he shall offer unto Yahweh. If he offer it for thanksgiving, then he shall offer with the sacrifice of thanksgiving matzah, unleavened cakes, mingled with oil, and matzah wafers, anointed with oil, and cakes mingled with oil, of fine flour, fried. Besides the cakes, he shall offer for his offering hametz, leavened bread, with the sacrifice of thanksgiving of his peace offerings. And of it he shall offer one out of the whole oblation, for a heave offering unto Yahweh, and it shall be the priest that sprinkles the blood of the peace offerings. And the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings for thanksgiving shall be eaten the same day that it is offered. He shall not leave any of it until the morning. But if the sacrifice of his offering be a vow, or a voluntary offering, it shall be eaten the same day that he offers his sacrifice. On the morrow also the remainder of it shall be eaten. But the remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice on the third day shall be burnt with fire. And if any of the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings be eaten at all on the third day, it shall not be accepted, neither shall it be imputed unto him that offers it. It shall be an abomination, and the soul that eats of it shall bear his iniquity. And the flesh that touches any unclean thing shall not be eaten. It shall be burnt with fire. And as for the flesh, all that be clean shall eat thereof. But the soul that eats of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings that pertain unto Yahweh, having his uncleanness upon him, even that soul shall be cut off from his people. Moreover, the soul that shall touch any unclean thing, as the uncleanness of man, or any unclean beast, or any abominable unclean thing, and eat of the flesh of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which pertain unto Yahweh, even that soul shall be cut off from his people.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, Ye shall eat no manner of fat, of ox, or of sheep, or of goat, and the fat of the beast that dies of itself, and the fat of that which is torn with beast, may be used in any other use, but ye shall in no wise eat of it. For whosoever eats the fat of the beast, of which men offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, even the soul that eats it shall be cut off from his people. Moreover, ye shall eat no manner of blood, whether it be of fowl or of beast, in any of your dwellings. Whatsoever soul it be that eats any manner of blood, even that soul shall be cut off from his people.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, He that offers the sacrifice of his peace offerings unto Yahweh shall bring his oblation unto Yahweh of the sacrifice of his peace offerings. His own hand shall bring the offerings of Yahweh made by fire. The fat with the breast it shall he bring, that the breast may be waved for a wave offering before Yahweh. And the priest shall burn the fat upon the altar, but the breast shall be Aharon's and his sons'. And the right shoulder shall ye give unto the priest for a heave offering of the sacrifices of your peace offerings. He among the sons of Aharon that offers the blood of the peace offerings and the fat shall have the right shoulder for his part. For the wave breast and the heave shoulder have I taken of the children of Yasharel from off the sacrifices of their peace offerings, and have given them unto Aharon the priest, and unto his sons by a statute forever, from among the children of Yasharel.
This is the portion of the anointing of Aharon, and of the anointing of his sons, out of the offerings of Yahweh made by fire, in the day when he presented them to minister unto Yahweh in the priest's office, which Yahweh commanded to be given them of the children of Yasharel, in the day that he anointed them, by a statute forever throughout their generations. This is the Torah of the burnt offering, of the meat offering, and of the sin offering, and of the trespass offering, and of the consecrations, and of the sacrifice of the peace offerings. which Yahweh commanded Moshe in Mount Sinai in the day that he commanded the children of Yasharel to offer their oblations unto Yahweh in the wilderness of Sinai. Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 8. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Take Aharon and his sons with him, and the garments, and the anointing oil, and a bullock for the sin offering, and 2 rams, and a basket of matzah, unleavened bread, and gather all the assembly together unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly.
And Moshe did as Yahweh commanded him. And the assembly was gathered together unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And Moshe said unto the assembly, This is the thing which Yahweh commanded to be done. And Moshe brought Aharon and his sons, and washed them with water. And he put upon him the coat, and girded him with the belt, and clothed him with the robe, and put the ephod upon him. And he girded him with the belt of the ephod, and bound it unto him therewith. And he put the breastplate upon him. Also he put in the breastplate the Urim and the Tumim. And he put the turban upon his head. Also upon the turban, even upon his forefront, did he put the golden plate, the holy crown, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And Moshe took the anointing oil, and anointed the tabernacle, and all that was therein, and sanctified them. And he sprinkled thereof upon the altar 7 times, and anointed the altar and all his vessels, both the laver and his foot, to sanctify them. And he poured of the anointing oil upon Aharon's head, and anointed him, to sanctify him. And Moshe brought Aharon's sons, and put coats upon them, and girded them with belts, and put bonnets upon them, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he brought the bullock for the sin offering, and Aharon and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the bullock for the sin offering, and he slew it. And Moshe took the blood, and put it upon the horns of the altar round about with his finger, and purified the altar, and poured the blood at the bottom of the altar, and sanctified it, to make reconciliation upon it. And he took all the fat that was upon the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and their fat, and Moshe burned it upon the altar. But the bullock, and his hide, and his flesh, and his dung, he burnt with fire without the camp, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he brought the ram for the burnt offering, and Aharon and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram, and he killed it. And Moshe sprinkled the blood upon the altar round about. And he cut the ram into pieces, and Moshe burnt the head, and the pieces, and the fat. And he washed the inwards and the legs in water, and Moshe burnt the whole ram upon the altar. It was a burnt sacrifice for a sweet savor, and an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he brought the other ram, the ram of consecration, and Aharon and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram, and he slew it. And Moshe took of the blood of it, and put it upon the tip of Aharon's right ear, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. And he brought Aharon's sons, and Moshe put of the blood upon the tip of their right ear, and upon the thumbs of their right hands, and upon the great toes of their right feet. And Moshe sprinkled the blood upon the altar round about. And he took the fat, and the rump, and the fat that was upon the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and their fat, and the right shoulder. And out of the basket of matzah that was before Yahweh, he took 1 matzah cake, and a cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer, and put them on the fat, and upon the right shoulder. And he put all upon Aharon's hands, and upon his sons' hands, and waved them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And Moshe took them from off their hands, and burnt them on the altar upon the burnt offering. They were consecrations for a sweet savor. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And Moshe took the breast, and waved it for a wave offering before Yahweh. For of the ram of consecration it was Moshe's part, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And Moshe took of the anointing oil, and of the blood which was upon the altar, and sprinkled it upon Aharon, and his garments, and upon his sons, and upon his sons' garments with him, and sanctified Aharon and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. And Moshe said unto Aharon and to his sons, Boil the flesh at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and there eat it, with the bread that is in the basket of consecrations, as I commanded, saying, Aharon and his sons shall eat it. And that which remains of the flesh and of the bread shall ye burn with fire. And ye shall not go out of the door of the tabernacle of the assembly in 7 days, until the days of your consecration be at an end. For 7 days shall he consecrate you. As he has done this day, so Yahweh has commanded to do, to make an atonement for you. Therefore shall ye abide at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly day and night 7 days, and guard the watch of Yahweh, that ye die not. For so I am commanded. So Aharon and his sons did all the things which Yahweh commanded by the hand of Moshe. Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 9. And it came to pass on the 8th day that Moshe called Aharon and his sons and the elders of Yisrael. And he said unto Aharon, Take a young calf for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering, without blemish, and offer them before Yahweh. And unto the children of Yisrael you shall speak, saying, Take ye a kid of the goats for a sin offering, and a calf and a lamb, both of the first year, without blemish, for a burnt offering. Also a bullock and a ram for peace offerings, to sacrifice before Yahweh, and a meat offering mingled with oil. For today Yahweh will appear unto you. And they brought which Moshe commanded before the tabernacle of the assembly. And all the assembly drew near and stood before Yahweh. And Moshe said, This is the thing which Yahweh commanded that ye should do, and the glory of Yahweh shall appear unto you. And Moshe said unto Aharon, Go unto the altar, and offer your sin offering, and your burnt offering, and make an atonement for yourself and for the people, and offer the offering of the people, and make an atonement for them, as Yahweh commanded. Aharon therefore went unto the altar, and slew the calf of the sin offering, which was for himself. And the sons of Aharon brought the blood unto him, and he dipped his finger in the blood, and put it upon the horns of the altar, and poured out the blood at the bottom of the altar. But the fat, and the kidneys, and the caul above the liver of the sin offering he burnt upon the altar, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And the flesh and the hide he burnt with fire without the camp. And he slew the burnt offering, and Aharon's sons presented unto him the blood, which he sprinkled round about upon the altar. And they presented the burnt offering unto him, with the pieces thereof, and the head, and he burnt them upon the altar. And he did wash the inwards and the legs, and burnt them upon the burnt offering on the altar. And he brought the people's offering, and took the goat, which was the sin offering for the people, and slew it, and offered it for sin as the first. And he brought the burnt offering, and offered it according to the manner. And he brought the meat offering, and took a handful thereof, and burnt it upon the altar, beside the burnt sacrifice of the morning. He slew also the bullock and the ram for a sacrifice of peace offerings, which was for the people. And Aharon's sons presented unto him the blood, which he sprinkled upon the altar round about. And the fat of the bullock and of the ram, the rump, and that which covers the inwards, and the kidneys, and the caul above the liver, and they put the fat upon the breasts, and he burnt the fat upon the altar. And the breasts and the right shoulder Aharon waved for a wave offering before Yahweh, as Moshe commanded. And Aharon lifted up his hand toward the people, and blessed them, and came down from offering of the sin offering, and the burnt offering, and peace offerings. And Moshe and Aharon went into the tabernacle of the assembly, and came out, and blessed the people. And the glory of Yahweh appeared unto all the people. And there came a fire out from before Yahweh, and consumed upon the altar the burnt offering and the fat, which when all the people saw, they shouted and fell on their face. Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 10. And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aharon, took either of them his censer, and put fire therein, and put incense thereon, and offered strange fire before Yahweh, which he commanded them not. And there went out fire from Yahweh, and devoured them, and they died before Yahweh. Then Moshe said unto Aharon, This is that Yahweh spoke, saying, I will be sanctified in them that come nigh me, and before all the people I will be glorified. And Aharon held his peace. And Moshe called Mishael and Elishaphan, the sons of Uzziel, the uncle of Aharon, and said unto them, Come near, carry your brethren from before the sanctuary out of the camp. So they went near, and carried them in their coats out of the camp, as Moshe had said. And Moshe said unto Aharon, and unto Eleazar, and unto Ithamar his sons, Uncover not your heads, neither rend your clothes, lest ye die, and lest the wrath come upon all the people. But let your brethren, the whole house of Yashrael, bewail the burning which Yahweh has kindled. And ye shall not go out from the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, lest ye die. For the anointing oil of Yahweh is upon you. And they did according to the word of Moshe. And Yahweh spoke unto Aharon, saying,
Do not drink wine, nor strong drink, you nor your sons with you, when ye go into the tabernacle of the assembly, lest ye die. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, and that ye may put difference between holy and unholy, and between unclean and clean, and that ye may teach the children of Yasharel all the statutes which Yahweh has spoken unto them by the hand of Moshe.
And Moshe spoke unto Aharon, and unto Eleazar, and unto Ithamar, his sons that were left, Take the meat offering that remains of the offerings of Yahweh made by fire, and eat it without leaven beside the altar, for it is most holy. And ye shall eat it in the holy place, because it is your due, and your sons' due, of the sacrifices of Yahweh made by fire. For so I am commanded. And the wave breast and the heave shoulder shall ye eat in a clean place, you and your sons and your daughters with you, for they be your due, and your sons' due, which are given out of the sacrifices of peace offerings of the children of Yashrael. The heave shoulder and the wave breast shall they bring with the offerings made by fire of the fat, to wave it for a wave offering before Yahweh. And it shall be yours and your sons with you by a statute forever, as Yahweh has commanded. And Moshe diligently sought the goat of the sin offering, and behold, it was burnt. And he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, the sons of Aharon, which were left alive, saying, Wherefore have ye not eaten the sin offering in the holy place, seeing it is most holy? And Elohim has given it to you to bear the iniquity of the assembly, to make an atonement for them before Yahweh? Behold, the blood of it was not brought in within the holy place. Ye should indeed have eaten it in the holy place, as I commanded. And Aharon said unto Moshe,
Behold, this day have they offered their sin offering and their burnt offering before Yahweh, and such things have befallen me. And if I had eaten the sin offering today, should it have been accepted in the sight of Yahweh?
And when Moshe heard that, he was content. Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 11. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, and to Aharon, saying unto them,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, These are the beasts which ye shall eat among all the beasts that are on the earth. Whatsoever parts the hoof, and is cloven-footed, and chews the cud, among the beasts, that shall ye eat. Nevertheless, these shall ye not eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the hoof. As the camel, because he chews the cud, but divides not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. And the coney, because he chews the cud, but divides not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. And the hare, because he chews the cud, but divides not the hoof, he is unclean unto you. And the swine, though he divide the hoof, and be cloven-footed, yet he chews not the cud, he is unclean to you. Of their flesh shall ye not eat, and their carcass shall ye not touch. they are unclean to you. These shall ye eat of all that are in the waters. Whatsoever has fins and scales in the waters, in the seas, and in the rivers, them shall you eat. And all that have not fins and scales in the seas and in the rivers, of all that move in the waters, and of any living thing which is in the waters, they shall be an abomination unto you. They shall be even an abomination unto you. Ye shall not eat of their flesh, but ye shall have their carcasses in abomination. Whatsoever has no fins nor scales in the water, that shall be an abomination unto you. And these are they which ye shall have an abomination among the fowls. They shall not be eaten. They are an abomination: the eagle, the ossifrage, and the osprey, and the vulture, and the kite after his kind, every raven after his kind, and the owl, and the nighthawk, and the cuckow, and the hawk after his kind, and the little owl, and the cormorant, and the great owl, and the swan, and the pelican, and the gier eagle, and the stork, and the heron after her kind, and the lapwing, and the bat. All fowls that creep going upon all four shall be an abomination unto you. Yet these may ye eat of every flying creeping thing that goes upon all four, which have legs above their feet, to leap withal upon the earth. Even these of them ye may eat: the locust after his kind, and the bald locust after his kind, and the beetle after his kind, and the grasshopper after his kind. But all other flying creeping things, which have 4 feet, shall be an abomination unto you. And for these ye shall be unclean. Whosoever touches the carcass of them shall be unclean until the evening. And whosoever bears aught of the carcass of them shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. The carcass of every beast which divides the hoof, and is not cloven-footed, nor chews the cud, are unclean unto you. Every one that touches them shall be unclean. And whatsoever goes upon his paws, among all manner of beasts that go on all fours, those are unclean unto you. Whoso touches their carcass shall be unclean until the evening. And he that bears the carcass of them shall wash his clothes, and be unclean unto the evening. They are unclean unto you. These also shall be unclean unto you. Among the creeping things that creep upon the earth, the weasel, the mouse, and the tortoise, after his kind, and the ferret, and the chameleon, and the lizard, and the snail, and the mole, these are unclean to you among all that creep. Whosoever touches them, when they be dead, shall be unclean until the evening. And upon whatsoever any of them, when they are dead, does fall, it shall be unclean, whether it be any vessel of wood, or raiment, or skin, or sack. Whatsoever vessel it be, wherein any work is done, it must be put into water, and it shall be unclean until the evening, so it shall be cleansed. And every earthen vessel, where into any of them that falls, whatsoever is in it shall be unclean, and ye shall break it. Of all meat which may be eaten, that on which such water comes shall be unclean, and all drink that may be drunk in every vessel shall be unclean. And everything whereupon any part of their carcass falls shall be unclean, whether it be oven or range for pots, they shall be broken down, for they are unclean, and shall be unclean unto you. Nevertheless, a fountain or pit, wherein there is plenty of water, shall be clean, but that which touches their carcass shall be unclean. And if any part of their carcass falls upon any sowing seed which is to be sown, it shall be clean. But if any water be put upon the seed, and any part of their carcass fall thereon, it shall be unclean unto you. And if any beast of which ye may eat die, he that touches the carcass thereof shall be unclean until the evening. And he that eats of the carcass of it shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. He also that bears the carcass of it shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. And every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth shall be an abomination. It shall not be eaten. Whatsoever goes upon the belly, and whatsoever goes upon all fours, or whatsoever has more feet among all creeping things that creep upon the earth, them shall ye not eat, for they are an abomination. Ye shall not make yourselves abominable with any creeping thing that creeps, neither shall ye make yourselves unclean with them, that ye should be defiled thereby. For I am Yahuwah Elohim. Ye shall therefore sanctify yourselves, and ye shall be holy, for I am holy. Neither shall ye defile yourselves with any manner of creeping thing that creeps upon the earth. For I am Yahuwah, that brings you up out of the land of Mitzrayim, to be your Elohim. Ye shall therefore be holy, for I am holy. This is the Torah of the beasts, and of the fowl, and of every living creature that moves in the waters. and of every creature that creeps upon the earth, to make a difference between the unclean and the clean, and between the beast that may be eaten and the beast that may not be eaten.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 12. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, If a woman have conceived seed, and born a male child, then she shall be unclean 7 days. According to the days of the separation for her infirmity shall she be unclean. And in the 8th day the flesh of his foreskin shall be circumcised. And she shall then continue in the blood of her purifying 33 days. She shall touch no hallowed thing, nor come into the sanctuary, until the days of her purifying be fulfilled. But if she bear a female child, then she shall be unclean 2 weeks, as in her separation, and she shall continue in the blood of her purifying 66 days. And when the days of her purifying are fulfilled, for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring a lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, and a young pigeon or a turtle dove for a sin offering, unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, unto the priest, who shall offer it before Yahweh, and make an atonement for her, and she shall be cleansed from the issue of her blood. This is the Torah for her that has borne a male or a female. And if she be not able to bring a lamb, then she shall bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, the one for the burnt offering, and the other for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for her, and she shall be clean.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 13. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and El Aharon, saying,
When a man shall have in the skin of his flesh a rising, a scab, or a bright spot, and it be in the skin of his flesh like the plague of leprosy, then he shall be brought unto El Aharon the priest, or unto one of his sons the priests. And the priest shall look on the plague in the skin of the flesh, and when the hair in the plague is turned white, and the plague in sight be deeper than the skin of his flesh, it is a plague of leprosy, and the priest shall look on him and pronounce him unclean. If the bright spot be white in the skin of his flesh, and in sight be not deeper than the skin, and the hair thereof be not turned white, then the priest shall shut up him that has the plague 7 days. And the priest shall look on him the 7th day, and behold, if the plague in his sight be at a stay, and the plague spread not in the skin, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days more. And the priest shall look on him again the 7th day, and behold, if the plague be somewhat dark, and the plague spread not in the skin, the priest shall pronounce him clean. It is but a scab, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the scab spread much abroad in the skin, after that he has been seen of the priest for his cleansing, he shall be seen of the priest again. And if the priest see that, behold, the scab spreads in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a leprosy. When the plague of leprosy is in a man, then he shall be brought unto the priest. And the priest shall see him, and behold, if the rising be white in the skin, and it have turned the hair white, and there be quick raw flesh in the rising, it is an old leprosy in the skin of his flesh, and the priest shall pronounce him unclean, and shall not shut him up, for he is unclean. And if a leprosy break out abroad in the skin, and the leprosy cover all the skin of him that has the plague from his head even to his foot, wheresoever the priest looks, then the priest shall consider, and behold, if the leprosy have covered all his flesh, he shall pronounce him clean that has the plague. It is all turned white, he is clean. But when raw flesh appears in him, he shall be unclean. And the priest shall see the raw flesh and pronounce him to be unclean, for the raw flesh is unclean. It is a leprosy. Or if the raw flesh turn again, and be changed unto white, he shall come unto the priest. And the priest shall see him, and behold, if the plague be turned unto white, then the priest shall pronounce him clean that has the plague. He is clean. The flesh also, in which even in the skin thereof was a boil, and is healed. And in the place of the boil, where there be a white rising, or a bright spot, white, and somewhat reddish, and it be showed to the priest. And if, when the priest sees it, behold, it be in sight lower than the skin, and the hair thereof be turned white, The priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague of leprosy, broken out of the boil. But if the priest look on it, and behold, there be no white hairs therein, and if it be not lower than the skin, but be somewhat dark, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days. And if it spread much abroad in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a plague. But if the bright spot stay in his place and spread not, it is a burning boil, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. Or if there be any flesh in the skin whereof there is a hot burning, and the quick flesh that burns have a white bright spot, somewhat reddish or white, then the priest shall look upon it, and behold, if the hair in the bright spot be turned white, and it be in sight deeper than the skin, it is a leprosy broken out of the burning, wherefore the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is the plague of leprosy. But if the priest look on it, and behold, there be no white hair in the bright spot, and it be no lower than the other skin, but be somewhat dark, then the priest shall shut him up 7 days. And the priest shall look upon him the 7th day, and if it be spread much abroad in the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is the plague of leprosy. And if the bright spot stay in his place, and spread not in the skin, but it be somewhat dark, it is a rising of the burning, and the priest shall pronounce him clean, for it is an inflammation of the burning. If a man or woman have a plague upon the head or the beard, then the priest shall see the plague, and behold, if it be in sight deeper than the skin, and there be in it a yellow thin hair, then the priest shall pronounce him unclean. It is a dry skull, even a leprosy upon the head or beard. And if the priest shall look on the plague of the skull, and behold, it be not in sight deeper than the skin, and that there is no black hair in it, then the priest shall shut up him that has the plague of the skull 7 days. And in the 7th day the priest shall look on the plague, and behold, if the skull spread not, and there be in it no yellow hair, and the skull be not in sight deeper than the skin, he shall be shaven, and the skull shall he not shave, and the priest shall shut him up that has the skull 7 days more. And in the 7th day the priest shall look on the skull, and behold, if the skull be not spread in the skin, nor be in sight deeper than the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the skull spread much in the skin after his cleansing, then the priest shall look on him, and behold, if the skull be spread in the skin, the priest shall not seek for yellow hair, he is unclean. But if the skull be in his sight at his stay, and that there is a black hair grown up therein, the skull is healed, he is clean, and the priest shall pronounce him clean. If a man also or a woman have in the skin of their flesh bright spots, even white bright spots, then the priest shall look, and behold, if the bright spot in the skin of their flesh be darkish white, it is a freckled spot that grows in the skin, he is clean. And the man whose hair is fallen off his head, he is bald, yet is he clean. And he that has his hair fallen off from the part of his head towards his face, he is forehead bald, yet he is clean. And if there be in the bald head or bald forehead a white reddish sore, it is a leprosy sprung up in his bald head or his bald forehead. Then the priest shall look upon it, and behold, if the rising of the sore be white reddish in the bald head or in his bald forehead, as the leprosy appears in the skin of the flesh, he is a leprous man, he is unclean. The priest shall pronounce him utterly unclean, his plague is in his head. And the leper in whom the plague is, his clothes shall be rent, and his head bare, and he shall put a covering upon his upper lip, and shall cry, unclean, unclean. All the days wherein the plague shall be in him shall he be defiled. He is unclean. He shall dwell alone, without the camp shall his habitation be. The garment also that the plague of leprosy is in, whether it be a woolen garment or a linen garment, whether it be in the warp, the woof of linen, or of woolen, whether in a skin or anything made of skin. And if the plague be greenish or reddish in the garment or in the skin, either in the warp or in the woof or in anything of skin, it is a plague of leprosy, and shall be showed unto the priest. And the priest shall look upon the plague, and shut up it that has the plague 7 days. And he shall look on the plague on the 7th day. If the plague be spread in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof or in a skin, or in any work that is made of skin. The plague is a fretting leprosy. It is unclean. He shall therefore burn that garment, whether warp or woof, in woolen or in linen, anything of skin wherein the plague is, for it is a fretting leprosy. It shall be burnt in the fire. And if the priest shall look and behold, the plague be not spread in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof, or in anything of skin, then the priest shall command that they wash the thing wherein the plague is, and he shall shut it up 7 days more. And the priest shall look on the plague after that it is washed. And behold, if the plague have not changed his color, and the plague be not spread, it is unclean. You shall burn it in the fire. It is a fret inward, whether it be bare within or without. And if the priest look and behold the plague be somewhat dark after the washing of it, then he shall rend it out of the garment, or out of the skin, or out of the warp, or out of the woof. And if it appear still in the garment, either in the warp or in the woof, or in anything of skin, it is a spreading plague. You shall burn that wherein the plague is with fire. And the garment, either warp or woof, or whatsoever thing of skin it be, which you shall wash, if the plague be departed from them, then it shall be washed the second time, and shall be clean. This is the Torah of the plague of leprosy in a garment of woolen or linen, either in warp or woof, or in anything of skins, to pronounce it clean, or to pronounce it unclean.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 14. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
This shall be the Torah of the leper in the day of his cleansing. He shall be brought unto the priest, and the priest shall go forth out of the camp. And the priest shall look, and behold, if the plague of leprosy be healed in the leper, then shall the priest command to take for him that is to be cleansed 2 birds alive and clean, and cedar wood, and scarlet and hyssop. And the priest shall command that one of the birds be killed in an earthen vessel over running water. As for the living bird, he shall take it, and the cedar wood, and the scarlet, and the hyssop, and shall dip them, and the living bird in the blood of the bird that was killed over the running water. And he shall sprinkle upon him that is to be cleansed from the leprosy 7 times, and shall pronounce him clean, and shall let the living bird loose into the open field. And he that is to be cleansed shall wash his clothes, and shave off all his hair, and wash himself in water, that he may be clean. And after that he shall come into the camp, and shall tarry abroad out of his tent 7 days. But it shall be on the 7th day that he shall shave all his hair off his head, and his beard, and his eyebrows, even all his hair he shall shave off, and shall wash his clothes. Also shall he wash his flesh in water, and shall be clean. And on the 8th day he shall take 2 he-lambs without blemish, and 1 ewe-lamb of the first year without blemish, and 3/10 deal of fine flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil, and 1 log of oil. And the priest that makes him clean shall present the man that is to be made clean, and those things before Yahweh at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And the priest shall take 1 he-lamb, and offer him for a trespass offering, and the log of oil, and wave them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And he shall slay the lamb in the place where he shall kill the sin offering and the burnt offering in the holy place. For as the sin offering is the priest's, so is the trespass offering. It is most holy. And the priest shall take some of the blood of the trespass offering, and the priest shall put it upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. And the priest shall take some of the log of oil, and pour it into the palm of his own left hand. And the priest shall dip his right finger in the oil that is in his left hand, and shall sprinkle of the oil with his finger 7 times before Yahweh. And of the rest of the oil that is in his hand shall the priest put upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot, upon the blood of the trespass offering. And the remnant of the oil that is in the priest's hand he shall pour upon the head of him that is to be cleansed, and the priest shall make an atonement for him before Yahweh. And the priest shall offer the sin offering, and make an atonement for him that is to be cleansed from his uncleanness, and afterwards he shall kill the burnt offering. And the priest shall offer the burnt offering and the meat offering upon the altar, and the priest shall make an atonement for him. he shall be clean. And if he be poor, and cannot get so much, then he shall take one lamb for a trespass offering to be waved, to make an atonement for him, and 1/10 deal of fine flour mingled with oil for a meat offering, and a log of oil, and 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, such as he is able to get, and the one shall be a sin offering, and the other a burnt offering. And he shall bring them on the 8th day for his cleansing unto the priest, unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly before Yahweh. And the priest shall take the lamb of the trespass offering, and the log of oil, and the priest shall wave them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And he shall kill the lamb of the trespass offering, and the priest shall take some of the blood of the trespass offering, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. And the priest shall pour of the oil into the palm of his own left hand. And the priest shall sprinkle with his right finger some of the oil that is in his left hand 7 times before Yahweh. And the priest shall put of that oil that is in his hand upon the tip of the right ear of him that is to be cleansed, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot, upon the place of the blood of the trespass offering. And the rest of the oil that is in the priest's hand he shall put upon the head of him that is to be cleansed, to make an atonement for him before Yahweh. And he shall offer the one of the turtle doves, or of the young pigeons, such as he can get, even such as he is able to get, the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, with the meat offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him that is to be cleansed before Yahweh. This is the Torah of him in whom is the plague of leprosy, whose hand is not able to get that which pertains to his cleansing.
And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, and unto El Aharon, saying,
When ye are come into the land of Canaan, which I give to you for a possession, and I put the plague of leprosy in a house of the land of your possession, and he that owns the house shall come and tell the priest, saying, It seems to me there is, as it were, a plague in the house. Then the priest shall command that they empty the house before the priest go into it, to see the plague, that all that is in the house be not made unclean. And afterward the priest shall go in to see the house. And he shall look on the plague, and behold, if the plague be in the walls of the house, with hollow strakes, greenish or reddish, which in sight are lower than the wall, then the priest shall go out of the house to the door of the house, and shut up the house 7 days. And the priest shall come again the 7th day, and shall look, and behold, if the plague be spread in the walls of the house, then the priest shall command that they take away the stones in which the plague is, and they shall cast them into an unclean place without the city. And he shall cause the house to be scraped within round about, and they shall pour out the dust that they scrape off without the city into an unclean place. And they shall take other stones, and put them in the place of those stones. And he shall take other mortar, and shall plaster the house. And if the plague come again, and break out in the house, after that he has taken away the stones, and after he has scraped the house, and after it is plastered, then the priest shall come and look, and behold, if the plague be spread in the house, it is a fretting leprosy in the house, it is unclean. And he shall break down the house, the stones of it, and the timber thereof, and all the mortar of the house, and he shall carry them forth out of the city into an unclean place. Moreover, he that goes into the house all the while that it is shut up shall be unclean until the evening. And he that lies in the house shall wash his clothes, and he that eats in the house shall wash his clothes. And if the priest shall come in and look upon it, and behold, the plague has not spread in the house, after the house was plastered, then the priest shall pronounce the house clean, because the plague is healed. And he shall take to cleanse the house 2 birds, and cedar wood, and scarlet, and hyssop. And he shall kill the one of the birds in an earthen vessel over running water. And he shall take the cedar wood, and the hyssop, and the scarlet, and the living bird, and dip them in the blood of the slain bird, and in the running water, and sprinkle the house 7 times. And he shall cleanse the house with the blood of the bird, and with the running water, and with the living bird, and with the cedar wood, and with the hyssop, and with the scarlet. But he shall let go of the living bird out of the city into the open field, and make an atonement for the house, and it shall be clean. This is the Torah for all manner of plague, of leprosy and scald, and for the leprosy of a garment and of a house, and for a rising, and for a scab, and for a bright spot, to teach when it is unclean and when it is clean. This is the Torah of leprosy.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 15. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and to El Aharon, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, when any man has a running issue out of his flesh, because of his issue he is unclean. And this shall be his uncleanness in his issue, whether his flesh run with his issue, or his flesh be stopped from his issue. It is his uncleanness. Every bed whereon he lies that has the issue is unclean, and everything whereon he sits shall be unclean. And whosoever touches his bed shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And he that sits on anything whereon he sat that has the issue shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And he that touches the flesh of him that has the issue shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And if he that has the issue spit upon him that is clean, then he shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And what saddle soever he rides upon that has the issue shall be unclean. And whosoever touches anything that was under him shall be unclean until the evening. And he that bears any of those things shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And whomsoever he touches that has the issue, and has not rinsed his hands in water, he shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And the vessel of earth that he touches which has the issue shall be broken, and every vessel of wood shall be rinsed in water. And when he that has an issue is cleansed of his issue, then he shall number to himself 7 days for his cleansing, and wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in running water, and shall be clean. And on the 8th day he shall take to him 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, and come before Yahweh unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and give them unto the priest. And the priest shall offer them, the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him before Yahweh for his issue. And if any man's seed of copulation go out from him, then he shall wash all his flesh in water, and be unclean until the evening. And every garment and every skin whereon is the seed of copulation shall be washed with water, and be unclean until the evening. The woman also with whom the man shall lie with seed of copulation, they shall both bathe themselves in water, and be unclean until the evening. And if a woman have an issue, and her issue in her flesh be blood, she shall be put apart 7 days, and whosoever touches her shall be unclean until the evening. And everything that she lies upon in her separation shall be unclean. Everything also that she sits upon shall be unclean. And whosoever touches her bed shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And whosoever touches anything that she sat upon shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. And if it be on her bed, or on anything whereon she sits, when he touches it, he shall be unclean until the evening. And if any man lie with her at all, and her flower be upon him, he shall be unclean 7 days, and all the bed whereon he lies shall be unclean. And if a woman have an issue of her blood many days out of the time of her separation, or if it run beyond the time of her separation, all the days of the issue of her uncleanness shall be as the days of her separation. She shall be unclean. Every bed whereon she lies, all the days of her issue shall be unto her as the bed of her separation, and whatsoever she sits upon shall be unclean, as the uncleanness of her separation. And whosoever touches those things shall be unclean, and shall wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. But if she be cleansed of her issue, then she shall number to herself 7 days, and after that she shall be clean. And on the 8th day she shall take unto her 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, and bring them unto the priest to the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And the priest shall offer the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for her before Yahweh for the issue of her uncleanness. Thus shall ye separate the children of Yasharel from their uncleanness, that they die not in their uncleanness, when they defile my tabernacle that is among them. This is the Torah of him that has an issue, and of him whose seed goes from him, and is defiled therewith. and of her that is sick of her flowers, and of him that has an issue, of the man and of the woman, and of him that lies with her that is unclean.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 16. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe after the death of the two sons of Aharon, when they offered before Yahweh and died. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe,
Speak unto El Aharon your brother, that he come not at all times into the holy place within the veil before the mercy seat, which is upon the ark, that he die not. For I will appear in the cloud upon the mercy seat. Thus shall Aharon come into the holy place, with a young bullock for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering. He shall put on the holy linen coat, and he shall have the linen breeches upon his flesh, and shall be girded with a linen belt, and with the linen turban shall he be attired. These are holy garments. Therefore shall he wash his flesh in water, and so put them on. And he shall take of the assembly of the children of Yasharel 2 kids of the goats for a sin offering, and 1 ram for a burnt offering. And Aharon shall offer his bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, and make an atonement for himself and for his house. And he shall take the 2 goats, and present them before Yahweh at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And Aharon shall cast lots upon the 2 goats, 1 lot for Yahuwah, and the other lot for Azazel. And Aharon shall bring the goat upon which Yahuwah's lot fell, and offer him for a sin offering. But the goat on which the lot fell to be for Azazel shall be presented alive before Yahuwah, to make an atonement with him, and to let him go for Azazel into the wilderness. And Aharon shall bring the bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, and shall make an atonement for himself and for his house, and shall kill the bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself. And he shall take a censer full of burning coals of fire from off the altar before Yahuwah, and his hands full of sweet incense beaten small, and bring it within the veil. And he shall put the incense upon the fire before Yahuwah, that the cloud of the incense may cover the mercy seat that is upon the testimony, that he die not. And he shall take of the blood of the bullock, and sprinkle it with his finger upon the mercy seat eastward. And before the mercy seat shall he sprinkle of the blood with his finger 7 times. Then shall he kill the goat of the sin offering that is for the people, and bring his blood within the veil, and do with that blood as he did with the blood of the bullock, and sprinkle it upon the mercy seat, and before the mercy seat. And he shall make an atonement for the holy place, because of the uncleanness of the children of Yasharel, and because of their transgressions, in all their sins. And so shall he do for the tabernacle of the assembly, that remains among them in the midst of their uncleanness. And there shall be no man in the tabernacle of the assembly, when he goes to make an atonement in the holy place, until he comes out, and have made an atonement for himself, and for his household, and for all the assembly of Yasharel. And he shall go out unto the altar that is before Yahuwah, and make an atonement for it, and shall take of the blood of the bullock, and of the blood of the goat, and put it upon the horns of the altar round about. And he shall sprinkle the blood upon it with his finger 7 times, and cleanse it, and hallow it from the uncleanness of the children of Yasharel. And when he has made an end of reconciling the holy place, and the tabernacle of the assembly, and the altar, he shall bring the live goat. And Aharon shall lay both his hands upon the head of the live goat, and confess over him all the iniquities of the children of Yasharel, and all their transgression in all their sins, putting them upon the head of the goat, and shall send him away by the hand of a fit man into the wilderness. And the goat shall bear upon him all their iniquities, unto a land not inhabited, and he shall let go the goat in the wilderness. And Aharon shall come into the tabernacle of the assembly, and shall put off the linen garments which he put on when he went into the holy place, and shall leave them there. And he shall wash his flesh with water in the holy place, and put on his garments, and come forth, and offer his burnt offering, and the burnt offering of the people, and make an atonement for himself and for the people. And the fat of the sin offering shall he burn upon the altar. And he that let go the goat for Azazel shall wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in water, and afterwards come into the camp. And the bullock for the sin offering, and the goat for the sin offering, and whose blood was brought in to make an atonement in the holy place, shall one carry forth without the camp, and they shall burn in the fire their skins, and their flesh, and their dung. And he that burns them shall wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in water, and afterwards he shall come into the camp. And this shall be a statute forever unto you, that in the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, ye shall afflict your souls, and do no work at all, whether it be one of your own country, or a stranger that sojourns among you. For on that day shall the priest make an atonement for you, to cleanse you, that ye may be clean from all your sins before Yahweh. It shall be a Sabbath of rest unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls by a statute forever. And the priest, whom he shall anoint, and whom he shall consecrate to minister in the priest's office in his father's stead, shall make the atonement, and shall put on the linen clothes, even the holy garments. And he shall make an atonement for the holy sanctuary, and he shall make an atonement for the tabernacle of the assembly, and for the altar, and he shall make an atonement for the priests, and for all the people of the assembly. And this shall be an everlasting statute unto you, to make an atonement for the children of Yasharel for all their sins once a year.
And he did as Yahweh commanded Moshe. Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 17. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto Aharon and unto his sons, and unto all the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, This is the thing which Yahweh has commanded, saying, What man soever there be of the house of Yasharel, that kills an ox, or lamb, or goat, in the camp, or that kills it out of the camp, and brings it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, to offer an offering unto Yahweh before the tabernacle of Yahweh, blood shall be imputed unto that man. He has shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people. To the end that the children of Yasharel may bring their sacrifices, which they offer in the open field, even that they may bring them unto Yahweh, unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, unto the priest, and offer them for peace offerings unto Yahweh. And priests shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of Yahweh at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and burn the fat for a sweet savor unto Yahweh. And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a whoring. This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. And ye shall say unto them, Whatsoever man there be of the house of Yasharel, or of the strangers, which sojourn among you, that offers a burnt offering or sacrifice, and brings it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, to offer it unto Yahweh, even that man shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever man there be of the house of Yasharel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, that eats any manner of blood, I will even set my face against that soul that eats the blood, and will cut him off from among his people. For the soul of the flesh is in the blood. He and I have given it to you upon the altar to make an atonement for your souls. For it is the blood of him that makes an atonement in the soul. Therefore I said unto the children of Yasharel, No soul of you shall eat blood, neither shall any stranger that sojourns among you eat blood. And whatsoever man there be of the children of Yasharel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, which hunts and catches a beast or fowl that may be eaten, he shall even pour out the blood thereof, and cover it with dust. For it is the life of all flesh, the blood of it is for the life thereof. Therefore I said unto the children of Yasharel, Ye shall eat the blood of no manner of flesh, for the life of all flesh is the blood thereof. Whosoever eats it shall be cut off. And every soul that eats that which died of itself, or that which was torn with beasts, whether it be one of your own country or a stranger, he shall both wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening. Then shall he be clean. But if he wash them not, nor bathe his flesh, then he shall bear his iniquity.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 18. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, I am Yahweh Elohaikum. After the doings of the land of Mitzrayim, where ye dwell, shall ye not do. And after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall ye not do. Neither shall ye walk in their ordinances. Ye shall do my judgments, and guard my ordinances, to walk therein. I am Yahuwah Elohaikum. Ye shall therefore guard my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. I am Yahuwah. None of you shall approach to any that is near of kin to him, to uncover their nakedness. I am Yahuwah. The nakedness of your father, or the nakedness of your mother, shall you not uncover. She is your mother. You shall not uncover her nakedness. The nakedness of your father's woman shall you not uncover. It is your father's nakedness. The nakedness of your sister, the daughter of your father, the daughter of your mother, whether she be born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness you shall not uncover. The nakedness of your son's daughter, or of your daughter's daughter, even their nakedness you shall not uncover, for theirs is your own nakedness. The nakedness of your father's woman's daughter, begotten of your father, she is your sister. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's sister. She is your father's near kinswoman. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, for she is your mother's near kinswoman. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's brother. You shall not approach to his woman. She is your aunt. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your daughter-in-law. She is your son's woman. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your brother's woman. It is your brother's nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter. Neither shall you take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness, for they are your near kinswoman. It is wickedness. Neither shall you take a woman to her sister to vex her, to uncover her nakedness, beside the other in her lifetime. Also, you shall not approach unto a woman to uncover her nakedness, as long as she is put apart for her uncleanness. Moreover, you shall not lie carnally with your neighbor's woman to defile yourself with her. And you shall not let any of your seed pass through the fire to Molech, neither shall you profane the name of your Elohim. I am Yahuwah. You shall not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is an abomination. Neither shall you lie with any beast to defile yourself therewith. Neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down thereto. It is confusion. Defile not ye yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. And the land is defiled, therefore I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it, and the land itself vomits out her inhabitants. Ye shall therefore guard my statutes and my judgments, and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nation, nor any stranger that sojourns among you. For all these abominations have the men of the land done, which were before you, and the land is defiled, that the land spew not you out also, when ye defile it, as it spewed out the nations that were before you. For whosoever shall commit any of these abominations, even the souls that commit them shall be cut off from among their people. Therefore shall ye guard my ordinance, that ye commit not any of these abominable customs, which were committed before you, and that ye defile not yourselves therein. I am Yahuwah Elohaikum.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 19. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto all the assembly of the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, Ye shall be holy, for I, Yahuwah Elohaikum, am holy. Ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, and guard my Shabbathot. I am Yahuwah Elohaikum. Turn ye not unto idols, nor make to yourselves molten Elohim. I am Yahuwah Elohaikum. And if ye offer a sacrifice of peace offerings unto Yahuwah, ye shall offer it at your own will. It shall be eaten the same day ye offer it, and on the morrow. And if aught remain unto the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire. And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable. It shall not be accepted. Therefore everyone that eats it shall bear his iniquity, because he has profaned the hallowed thing of Yahuwah, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, ye shall not wholly reap the corners of your field, neither shall you gather the gleanings of your harvest. And ye shall not glean your vineyard, neither shall you gather every grape of your vineyard. You shall leave them for the poor and stranger. I am Yahuwah Elohaikum. Ye shall not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie one to another. And ye shall not swear by my name falsely, neither shall you profane the name of your Elohim. I am Yahuwah. You shall not defraud your neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with you all night until the morning. You shall not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shall fear your Elohim. I am Yahuwah. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. You shall not respect the person of the poor, nor honor the person of the mighty, but in righteousness shall you judge your neighbor. You shall not go up and down as a talebearer among your people, neither shall you stand against the blood of your neighbor. I am Yahuwah. You shall not hate your brother in your heart. You shall in any wise rebuke your neighbor, and not suffer sin upon him. You shall not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the children of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am Yahuwah. Ye shall guard my statutes. You shall not let your cattle gender with a diverse kind. You shall not sow your field with mingled seed, neither shall a garment mingled of linen and woolen come upon you. And whosoever lies carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid, betrothed to a man, and not at all redeemed, nor freedom given her, she shall be scourged. They shall not be put to death, because she was not free. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto Yahuwah, unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, even a ram for a trespass offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering before Yahuwah, for his sin which he has done, and the sin which he has done shall be forgiven him. And when ye come into the land, and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then ye shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be as uncircumcised unto you. It shall not be eaten of. But in the 4th year all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise Yahuwah withal. And in the 5th year shall ye eat of the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto you the increase thereof. I am Yahuwah Elohim. Ye shall not eat anything with the blood, neither shall ye use enchantment, nor practice sorcery. You shall not round the corners of your heads, neither shall you mar the corners of your beard. You shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you. I am Yahuwah. Do not prostitute your daughter, to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom, and the land become full of wickedness. Ye shall guard my Shabbatot, and reverence my sanctuary. I am Yahuwah. Regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them. I am Yahuwah Elohim. You shall rise up before the gray head, and honor the face of the old man, and fear your Elohim. I am Yahuwah. And if a stranger sojourn with you in your land, ye shall not vex him. But the stranger that dwells with you shall be unto you as one born among you, and you shall love him as yourself. For ye were strangers in the land of Mitzrayim. I am Yahuwah Elohim. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment, in meat yard, in weight, or in measure. Just balances, just weights, a just ephah, and a just hin shall ye have. I am Yahuwah Elohim, which brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim. Therefore shall ye guard all my statutes, and all my judgments, and do them. I am Yahuwah.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 20. And Yahuwah spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Again you shall say to the children of Yasharel, whosoever he be of the children of Yasharel, or of the strangers that sojourn in Yasharel, that gives any of his seed unto Molech, he shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. And I will set my face against that man, and I will cut him off from among his people, because he has given of his seed unto Molech, to defile my sanctuary, and to profane my holy name. And if the people of the land do any ways hide their eyes from the man, when he gives of his seed unto Molech, and kill him not, then I will set my face against that man, and against his family, and will cut him off, and all that go a-whoring after him, to commit whoredom with Molech, from among their people. And the soul that turns after such as have familiar spirits, and after wizards, to go a-whoring after them, I will even set my face against that soul, and will cut him off from among his people. Sanctify yourselves, therefore, and be ye holy, for I am Yahuwah Elohim, and ye shall guard my statutes, and do them. I am Yahuwah Mekodishkim. For everyone that curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. he has cursed his father or his mother, his blood shall be upon him. And the man that breaks wedlock with another man's woman, even he that breaks wedlock with his neighbor's woman, the man and the woman that breaks wedlock shall surely be put to death. And the man that lies with his father's woman has uncovered his father's nakedness. Both of them shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man lie with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall surely be put to death. They have wrought confusion. Their blood shall be upon them. If a man also lie with mankind, as he lies with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man take a woman and her mother, it is wickedness. They shall be burnt with fire, both he and they, that there be no wickedness among you. And if a man lie with a beast, he shall surely be put to death, and ye shall slay the beast. And if a woman approach unto any beast and lie down thereto, you shall kill the woman and the beast. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And if a man shall take his sister, his father's daughter, or his mother's daughter, and see her nakedness, and she see his nakedness, it is a wicked thing, and they shall be cut off in the sight of their people. He has uncovered his sister's nakedness. He shall bear his iniquity. And if a man shall lie with a woman having her sickness, and shall uncover her nakedness, he has discovered her fountain, and she has uncovered the fountain of her blood, and both of them shall be cut off from among their people. And you shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, nor of your father's sister, for he uncovers his near kin. They shall bear their iniquity. And if a man shall lie with his uncle's woman, he has uncovered his uncle's nakedness. They shall bear their sin. They shall die childless. And if a man shall take his brother's woman, it is an unclean thing. He has uncovered his brother's nakedness. They shall be childless. Ye shall therefore guard all my statutes and all my judgments, and do them, that the land whither I bring you to dwell therein spew you not out. And ye shall not walk in the manner of the nation which I cast out before you. For they committed all these things, and therefore I abhorred them. But I have said unto you, ye shall inherit their land, and I will give unto you to possess it, a land that flows with milk and honey. I am Yahweh Elohim, which have separated you from other people. Ye shall therefore put difference between clean beasts and unclean, and between unclean fowls and clean. And ye shall not make your souls abominable by beast, or by fowl, or by any manner of living thing that creeps on the ground, which I have separated from you as unclean. And ye shall be holy unto me, for I, Yahweh, am holy, and have severed you from other people, that ye should be mine. A man also, or a woman that has a familiar spirit, or that is a wizard, shall surely be put to death. They shall stone them with stones. Their blood shall be upon them.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 21. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Speak unto the priests, the sons of Aharon, and say unto them, There shall none be defiled for the dead among his people, but for his kin that is near unto him, that is, for his mother, and for his father, and for his son, and for his daughter, and for his brother, and for his sister a virgin, that is nigh unto him, which has had no man, for her may he be defiled. But he shall not defile himself, being a chief among his people, to profane himself. They shall not make baldness upon their head, neither shall they shave off the corners of their beard, nor make any cuttings in their flesh. They shall be holy unto their Elohim, and not profane the name of their Elohim. For the offerings of Yahweh made by fire, and the bread of their Elohim they do offer. Therefore they shall be holy. They shall not take a woman that is a whore, or profane, neither shall they take a woman put away from her man, for he is holy unto his Elohim. You shall sanctify him therefore, for he offers the bread of your Elohim. He shall be holy unto you, for I, Yahweh, which sanctify you, am holy. And the daughter of any priest, if she profane herself by playing the whore, she profanes her father, she shall be burnt with fire. And he that is high priest among his brethren, upon whose head the anointing oil was poured, and that is consecrated to put on the garments, shall not uncover his head, nor rend his clothes. Neither shall he go in to to any dead body, nor defile himself for his father or for his mother. Neither shall he go out of the sanctuary, nor profane the sanctuary of his Elohim. For the crown of the anointing oil of his Elohim is upon him. I am Yahuwah. And he shall take a woman in her virginity, a widow or a divorced woman, or profane, or a harlot. These shall he not take, but he shall take a virgin of his own people to be his woman. Neither shall he profane his seed among his people, for I, Yahuwah, do sanctify him.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto Aharon, saying, Whosoever he be of your seed in their generations, that has any blemish, let him not approach to offer the bread of his Elohim. For whosoever man he be that has a blemish, he shall not approach, a blind man or a lame, or he that has a flat nose, or anything superfluous, or a man that is broken-footed, or broken-handed, or crook-backed, or a dwarf, or that has a blemish in his eye, or be scurvy, or scabbed, or has his stones broken. No man that has a blemish of the seed of Aharon the priest shall come nigh to offer the offerings of Yahuwah, made by fire. He has a blemish. He shall not come nigh to offer the bread of his Elohim. He shall not eat the bread of his Elohim, both of the most holy and of the holy. Only he shall not go in unto the veil, nor come nigh unto the altar, because he has a blemish, that he profane not my sanctuaries, for I, Yahuwah, do sanctify them.
And Moshe told it unto Aharon, and to his sons, and to all the children of Yashrael. Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 22. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto Aharon and to his sons, that they separate themselves from the holy things of the children of Yasharel, and that they profane not my holy name in those things, which they hallow unto me. I am Yahuwah. Say unto them, Whosoever he be of all your seed among your generations, that goes unto the holy things, which the children of Yasharel hallow unto Yahuwah, having his uncleanness upon him, that soul shall be cut off from my presence. I am Yahuwah. What man soever of the seed of Aharon is a leper, or has a running issue, he shall not eat of the holy things until he be clean. And whoso touches anything that is unclean by the dead, or a man whose seed goes from him, or whosoever touches any creeping thing whereby he may be made unclean, or a man of whom he may take uncleanness, whatsoever uncleanness he has, the soul which has touched any such thing shall be unclean until evening, and shall not eat of the holy things, unless he wash his flesh with water. And when the sun is down, he shall be clean, and shall afterward eat of the holy things, because it is his food. That which dies of itself, or is torn with beasts, he shall not eat, to defile himself therewith. I am Yahuwah. They shall therefore guard my ordinance, lest they bear sin for it, and die therefore. If they profane it, I, Yahuwah, do sanctify them. There shall no stranger eat of the holy thing. A sojourner of the priest, or a hired servant, shall not eat of the holy thing. But if the priest buy any soul with his money, he shall eat of it, and he that is born in his house, they shall eat of his meat. If the priest's daughter also be married unto a stranger, she may not eat of an offering of the holy things. But if the priest's daughter be a widow or divorced, and have no child, and is returned unto her father's house, as in her youth, she shall eat of her father's meat, but there shall no stranger eat thereof. And if a man eat of the holy thing unwittingly, then he shall put the fifth part thereof unto it, and shall give it unto the priest with the holy thing. And they shall not profane the holy things of the children of Yasharel, which they offer unto Yahuwah, or suffer them to bear the iniquity of trespass when they eat their holy things. For I, Yahuwah, do sanctify them.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto Aharon, and to his sons, and unto all the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, Whatsoever he be of the house of Yasharel, or of the strangers in Yasharel, that will offer his oblation for all his vows, and for all his freewill offerings, which they will offer unto Yahweh for a burnt offering. Ye shall offer at your own will a male without blemish, of the cattle, of the sheep, or of the goats. But whatsoever has a blemish, that shall ye not offer, for it shall not be acceptable for you. And whosoever offers a sacrifice of peace offerings unto Yahweh to accomplish his vow, or a freewill offering in cattle or sheep, it shall be perfect to be accepted. There shall be no blemish therein. Blind, or broken, or maimed, or having a running sore, or scurvy, or scabbed, ye shall not offer these unto Yahweh, nor make an offering by fire of them upon the altar unto Yahweh. Either a bullock or a lamb that has anything superfluous or lacking in his parts, that may you offer for a freewill offering, but for a vow it shall not be accepted. Ye shall not offer unto Yahweh that which is bruised, or crushed, or broken, or cut. Neither shall ye make any offerings thereof in your land. Neither from a stranger's hand shall ye offer the bread of your Elohim of any of these, because their corruption is in them, and blemishes be in them. They shall not be accepted for you.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
When a bullock or a sheep or a goat is brought forth, then it shall be 7 days under the dam, and from the 8th day and thenceforth it shall be accepted for an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And whether it be cow or ewe, ye shall not kill it, and her young, both in 1 day. And when ye offer a sacrifice of thanksgiving unto Yahweh, offer it at your own will. On the same day it shall be eaten up. Ye shall leave none of it until the morrow. I am Yahweh. Therefore shall ye guard my commandments, and do them. I am Yahweh. Neither shall ye profane my holy name, but I will be hallowed among the children of Yasharel. I am Yahweh, which hallow you, that brought you out of the land of Mizraim, to be your Elohim. I am Yahweh.
Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 23. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them concerning the feasts of Yahweh, which ye shall proclaim to be holy assemblies. Even these are my feasts. 6 days shall work be done, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest, a holy assembly. Ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of Yahweh in all your dwellings. These are the feasts of Yahweh, even holy assemblies, which ye shall proclaim in their appointed times. In the 14th day of the first month, at evening, is Yahweh's Pesach. And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of Matzah unto Yahweh. 7 days ye must eat matzah, unleavened bread. In the first day ye shall have a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein. But ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh 7 days. In the 7th day is a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye are come into the land which I give unto you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, then ye shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest unto the priest. And he shall wave the sheaf before Yahweh, to be accepted for you. On the morrow after the Sabbath, the priest shall wave it. And ye shall offer that day when ye wave the sheaf, a he-lamb without blemish, of the first year, for a burnt offering unto Yahweh. And the meat offering thereof shall be 2/10 deals of fine flour mingled with oil, an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, for a sweet savor. And the drink offering thereof shall be of wine, the 4th part of a hin. And ye shall eat neither bread, nor parched grain, nor green ears, until the selfsame day that ye have brought an offering unto your Elohim. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, in all your dwellings. And ye shall count unto you from the morrow after the Sabbath, from the day that ye brought the sheaf of the wave offering, 7 Shavuot. Sabbaths shall be complete. Even unto the morrow after the 7th Sabbath shall ye number 50 days. And ye shall offer a new meat offering unto Yahweh. Ye shall bring out of your habitations 2 wave loaves of 2 tenths deals. They shall be of fine flour. They shall be baken with leaven. They are the first fruits unto Yahweh. And ye shall offer with the bread 7 lambs, without blemish of the first year, and 1 bullock, and 2 rams. They shall be for a burnt offering unto Yahweh, with their meat offering, and their drink offerings, even an offering made by fire of sweet savor unto Yahweh. Then ye shall sacrifice 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, and 2 lambs of the first year for a sacrifice of peace offerings. And the priest shall wave them with the bread of the first fruits for a wave offering before Yahweh. With the 2 lambs, they shall be holy to Yahweh for the priest. And ye shall proclaim on the selfsame day that it may be a holy assembly unto you. Ye shall do no servile work therein. It shall be a statute forever in your dwellings throughout your generations. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, you shall not make clean riddance of the corners of your field when you reap. Neither shall you gather any gleanings of your harvest. You shall leave them unto the poor, and to the stranger. I am Yahweh Elohim.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, In the 7th month, on the first day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial of blowing of shofarot, Yom Teruah, the feast of trumpets, the day of the awakening blast, a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Also on the 10th day of this 7th month is Yom Kippurim, the day of atonement. It shall be a holy assembly unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls, and offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And ye shall do no work in that same day, for it is Yom Kippurim, to make an atonement for you before Yahweh Elohim. For whatsoever soul it be that shall not be afflicted in that same day, he shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever soul it be that does any work in that same day, the same soul will I destroy from among his people. Ye shall do no manner of work. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, in all your dwellings. It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest, and ye shall afflict your souls in the 9th day of the month at evening. From evening unto evening shall ye celebrate your Sabbath.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, The 15th day of this 7th month shall be the feast of Sukkot, tabernacles, for 7 days unto Yahweh. On the first day shall be a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein. 7 days ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. On the 8th day shall be a holy assembly unto you, and ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. It is a solemn assembly, and ye shall do no servile work therein. These are the feasts of Yahweh, which ye shall proclaim to be holy assemblies, to offer an offering made by fire unto Yahweh, a burnt offering and a meat offering, a sacrifice and drink offerings, everything upon his day. Besides the Shavuot, Sabbaths of Yahweh, and beside your gifts, and beside all your vows, and beside all your freewill offerings, which ye give unto Yahweh. Also in the 15th day of the 7th month, when ye have gathered in the fruit of the land, ye shall keep a feast unto Yahweh 7 days. On the first day shall be a Sabbath, and on the 8th day shall be a Sabbath. And ye shall take you on the first day the boughs of goodly trees, branches of palm trees, and the boughs of fig trees, and willows of the brook. And ye shall rejoice before Yahweh Elohim 7 days. And ye shall keep it a feast unto Yahweh 7 days in the year. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. Ye shall celebrate it in the 7th month. Ye shall dwell in sukkahs, booths, 7 days. All that are Yasharel born shall dwell in sukkahs. That your generations may know that I made the children of Yasharel to dwell in sukkahs, when I brought them out of the land of Mitzrayim. I am Yahweh Elohim.
And Moshe declared unto the children of Yasharel the feasts of Yahweh. Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 24. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Command the children of Yasharel that they bring unto you pure olive oil, beaten for the light, to cause the lamps to burn continually, without the veil of the testimony. In the tabernacle of the assembly shall Aharon order it from the evening unto the morning before Yahweh continually. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. He shall order the lamps upon the pure menorah, 7-branched candlestick, before Yahweh continually. And you shall take fine flour, and bake 12 cakes thereof. 2/10 deals shall be in 1 cake. And you shall set them in 2 rows, 6 on a row, upon the pure table before Yahweh. And you shall put pure frankincense upon each row, that it may be on the bread for a memorial, even a memorial made by fire unto Yahweh. Every Sabbath he shall set it in order before Yahweh continually, being taken from the children of Yasharel by an everlasting covenant. And it shall be Aharon and his sons, and they shall eat it in the holy place, for it is most holy unto him of the offerings of Yahweh made by fire, by a perpetual statute.
And the son of a Yashareliteth woman, whose father was a Mitzri, went out among the children of Yasharel. And this son of the Yashareliteth woman and a man of Yasharel strove together in the camp. And the Yashareliteth woman's son blasphemed the name of Yahweh and cursed. And they brought him unto Moshe, and his mother's name was Shelomith, the daughter of Divri, of the tribe of Dan. And they put him in ward, that the mind of Yahweh might be showed them. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Bring forth him that has cursed without the camp, and let all that heard him lay their hands upon his head, and let all the assembly stone him. And you shall speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, Whosoever curses his Elohim shall bear his sin. And he that blasphemes the name of Yahweh, he shall surely be put to death. And all the assembly shall certainly stone him, as well the stranger, as he that is born in the land, when he blasphemes the name of Yahweh, shall be put to death. And he that kills any man shall surely be put to death. And he that kills a beast shall make it good, beast for beast. And if a man cause a blemish in his neighbor, as he has done, so shall it be done to him. Breach for breach, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. As he has caused a blemish in a man, so shall it be done to him again. And he that kills a beast, he shall restore it. And he that kills a man, he shall be put to death. Ye shall have one manner of law, as well for the stranger, as for one of your own country. For I am Yahweh Elohim.
And Moshe spoke to the children of Yasharel, that they should bring forth him that had cursed out of the camp, and stone him with stones. And the children of Yasharel did as Yahweh commanded Moshe. Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 25. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe in Mount Sinai, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye come into the land which I give you, then shall the land keep a Sabbath unto Yahweh. 6 years you shall sow your field, and 6 years you shall prune your vineyard, and gather in the fruit thereof. But in the 7th year shall be a Sabbath of rest unto the land, a Sabbath for Yahweh. You shall neither sow your field, nor prune your vineyard. That which grows of its own accord of your harvest you shall not reap, neither gather the grapes of your vine undressed, for it is a year of rest unto the land. And the Sabbath of the land shall be food for you and for your servant, and for your maid, and for your hired servant, and for your stranger that sojourns with you, and for your cattle, and for the beasts that are in your land, shall all the increase thereof be meat. And you shall number 7 Shabbathot, Sabbaths of years unto you, 7 times 7 years, and the space of the 7 Shabbathot of years shall be unto you 49 years. Then shall you cause the shofar of the Jubilee to sound on the 10th day of the 7th month. In Yom Kippurim, the Day of Atonement, shall ye make the shofar sound throughout all your land. And ye shall hallow the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his possession, and ye shall return every man unto his family. A jubilee shall that 50th year be unto you. Ye shall not sow, neither reap that which grows of itself in it, nor gather the grapes in it of your vine undressed. For it is the jubilee, it shall be holy unto you. Ye shall eat the increase thereof out of the field. In the year of this jubilee, ye shall return every man unto his possession. And if ye sell aught unto your neighbor, or buy aught of your neighbor's hand, ye shall not oppress one another. According to the number of years after the jubilee, you shall buy of your neighbor, and according unto the number of years of the fruits, he shall sell unto you. According to the multitude of years, you shall increase the price thereof, and according to the fewness of years, you shall diminish the price of it. For according to the number of the years of the fruits, he sells unto you. Ye shall not therefore oppress one another, but you shall fear your Elohim, for I am Yahuwah Elohim. Wherefore ye shall do my statutes, and guard my judgments, and do them, and ye shall dwell in the land in safety. And the land shall yield her fruit, and ye shall eat your fill, and dwell therein in safety. And if ye say, what shall we eat the 7th year? Behold, we shall not sow, nor gather in our increase. Then I will command my blessing upon you in the 6th year, and it shall bring forth fruit for 3 years. And ye shall sow the 8th year, and eat yet of old fruit until the 9th year. Until her fruits come in, ye shall eat of the old store. The land shall not be sold forever, for the land is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me. And in all the land of your possession ye shall grant a redemption for the land. If your brother be waxen poor, and has sold away some of his possession, and if any of his kin come to redeem it, then shall he redeem that which his brother sold. And if the man have not to redeem it, and himself be able to redeem it, then let him count the years of the sale thereof, and restore the overplus unto the man whom he sold it, that he may return unto his possession. But if he be not able to restore it to him, then that which is sold shall remain in the hand of him that has bought it until the year of Jubilee. And in the Jubilee it shall go out, and he shall return unto his possession. And if a man sell a dwelling house in a walled city, then he may redeem it within a whole year after it was sold. Within a full year may he redeem it. And if it be not redeemed within the space of a full year, then the house that is in the walled city shall be established forever to him, that brought it throughout his generations. It shall not go out in the Jubilee. But the houses of the villages which have no wall round about them shall be counted as the fields of the country. They may be redeemed, and they shall go out in the Jubilee. Notwithstanding, the cities of the Leviim, of the houses of the cities of their possession, may the Leviim redeem at any time. And if a man purchases of the Leviim, then the house that was sold and the city of his possession shall go out in the year of Jubilee. For the houses of the cities of the Leviim are their possession among the children of Yasharel. But the field of the suburbs of their cities may not be sold, for it is their perpetual possession. And if your brother be waxen poor and fallen in decay with you, then you shall relieve him, yea, though he be a stranger or a sojourner, that he may live with you. Take no usury of him, or increase, but fear your Elohim, that your brother may live with you. You shall not give him your money upon usury, nor lend him your victuals for increase. I am Yahuwah Elohim, which brought you forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, to give you the land of Canaan, and to be your Elohim. And if your brother that dwells by you be waxen poor, and be sold unto you, you shall not compel him to serve as a bondservant, but as a hired servant, and as a sojourner. he shall be with you, and shall serve you unto the year of Jubilee. And then shall he depart from you, both he and his children with him, and shall return unto his own family, and unto the possession of his fathers shall he return. For they are my servants, which I brought forth out of the land of Mitzrayim. They shall not be sold as bondmen. You shall not rule over him with rigor, but shall fear your Elohim. Both your bondmen and your bondmaids, which you shall have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land, and they shall be your possession. And ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Yasharel, you shall not rule one over another with rigor. And if a sojourner or a stranger wax rich by you, and your brother that dwells by him wax poor, and sell himself unto the stranger or sojourner by you, or to the stock of the stranger's family, after that he is sold, he may be redeemed again. One of his brethren may redeem him. Either his uncle or his uncle's son may redeem him, or any that is nigh of kin unto him of his family may redeem him, or if he be able, he may redeem himself. And he shall reckon with him that bought him from the year that he was sold unto him, unto the year of Jubilee. And the price of his sale shall be according to the number of years, according to the time of a hired servant shall it be with him. If there be yet many years behind, according unto them he shall give again the price of his redemption, out of the money that he was bought for. And if there remain but few years unto the year of Jubilee, then he shall count with him, and according unto his years shall he give him again the price of his redemption. And as a yearly hired servant shall be with him, and the other shall not rule with rigor over him in your sight. And if he be not redeemed in these years, then he shall go out in the year of Jubilee, both he and his children with him. For unto me the children of Yasharel are servants. They are my servants, whom I brought forth out of the land of Mitzrayim. I am Yahuwah Elohim.
Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 26.
Ye shall make you no idols, nor graven image, neither rear you up a standing image, neither shall ye set up any image of stone in your land, to bow down unto it. For I am Yahuwah Elohim. Ye shall guard my Sabbaths, and reverence my sanctuary. I am Yahuwah. If ye walk in my statutes, and guard my commandments, and do them, then I will give you rain in due season, and the land shall yield her increase, and the trees of the field shall yield their fruit. And your threshing shall reach unto the vintage, and the vintage shall reach unto the sowing time, and ye shall eat your bread to the full, and dwell in your land safely. And I will give peace in the land, lying down with nothing to fear, and the Sabbath of life. Though evil be part of the land, there is no sword to bring in the land. And ye shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. And 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall put 10,000 to flight. And your enemies shall fall before you by the sword. For I will have respect unto you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, and establish my covenant with you. And ye shall eat old store, and bring forth the old because of the new. And I will set my tabernacle among you, and my soul shall not abhor you. And I will walk among you, and will be your Elohim, and ye shall be my people. I am Yahuwah Elohim, which brought you forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, that ye should not be their bondmen. And I have broken the bands of your yoke, and made you go upright. But if ye will not hearken unto me, and will not do all these commandments, and if ye shall despise my statutes, or if your soul abhor my judgments, so that ye will not do all my commandments, but that ye break my covenant, I also will do this unto you. I will even appoint over you terror, consumption, and the burning ague, that shall consume the eyes, and cause sorrow of heart, and ye shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it. And I will set my face against you, and ye shall be slain before your enemies. They that hate you shall reign over you, and ye shall flee when none pursues you. And if ye will not yet for all this hearken unto me, then I will punish you 7 times more for your sins. And I will break the pride of your power, and I will make your heaven as iron, and your earth as brass. And your strength shall be spent in vain, for your land shall not yield her increase, neither shall the trees of the land yield their fruits. And if ye walk contrary unto me, and will not hearken unto me, I will bring 7 times more plagues upon you according to your sins. I will also send wild beasts among you, which shall rob you of your children, and destroy your cattle, and make you few in number, and your highways shall be desolate. And if ye will not be reformed by me by these things, but will walk contrary unto me, then will I walk contrary unto you, and will punish you yet 7 times for your sins. And I will bring a sword upon you, that shall avenge the quarrel of my covenant. And when ye are gathered together within your cities, I will send the pestilence among you, and ye shall be delivered into the hand of the enemy. And when I have broken the staff of your bread, 10 women shall bake your bread in one oven, and they shall deliver you your bread again by weight, and ye shall eat, and not be satisfied. And if ye will not for all this hearken unto me, but walk contrary unto me, then I will walk contrary unto you also in fury, and I, even I, will chastise you 7 times for your sins. And ye shall eat the flesh of your sons, and the flesh of your daughters shall ye eat. And I will destroy your high places, and cut down your images, and cast your carcasses upon the carcasses of your idols, and my soul shall abhor you. And I will make your cities waste, and bring your sanctuaries unto desolation. And I will not smell the savor of your sweet odors. And I will bring the land unto desolation, and your enemies which dwell therein shall be astonished at it. And I will scatter you among the heathen, and will draw out my sword after you, and your land shall be desolate, and your cities waste. Then shall the land enjoy her Shabbathot, as long as it lies desolate, and ye be in your enemy's land. Even then shall the land rest, and enjoy her Shabbathot. As long as it lies desolate, it shall rest, because it did not rest in your Shabbathot, when ye dwelt upon it. And upon them that are left alive of you, I will send a faintness into their hearts, in the land of their enemies, and the sound of a shaken leaf shall chase them, and they shall flee as fleeing from a sword, and they shall fall when none pursues. And they shall fall one upon another, as it were before a sword, when none pursues. And ye have no power to stand before your enemies. And ye shall perish among the heathen, and the land of your enemies shall eat you up. And they that are left of you shall pine away in their iniquity, in your enemies' lands, and also in the iniquities of their fathers shall they pine away with them. If they shall confess their iniquity, and the iniquity of their fathers, with their transgressions which they transgressed against me, and that also they have walked contrary unto me, and that I also have walked contrary unto them, and have brought them into the land of their enemies, if then their uncircumcised heart be humbled, and they then accept of the punishment of their iniquity, then I will remember my covenant with Yaakov, and also my covenant with Yitzhak, and also my covenant with Abraham will I remember, and I will remember the land. The land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Shabbathot, while she lies desolate without them. And they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity, because they despised my judgments, and because their soul abhorred my statutes. And yet, for all that, when they be in the land of their enemies, I will not cast them away, neither will I abhor them, to destroy them utterly, and to break my covenant with them. For I am Yahweh Elohim. But I will for their sakes remember the covenant of their ancestors, whom I brought forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, in the sight of the heathen, that I might be their Elohim. I am Yahweh.
These are the commandments and judgments and Torah, which Yahweh made between him and the children of Yisrael in Mount Sinai by the hand of Moshe. Vaikra, Leviticus chapter 27. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When a man shall make a singular vow, the persons shall be for Yahuwah by your estimation. And your estimation shall be of the male from 20 years old, even unto 60 years old. Even your estimation shall be 50 shekels of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary. And if it be a female, then your estimation shall be 30 shekels. And if it be from 5 years old, even unto 20 years old, then your estimation shall be of the male 20 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. And if it be from a month old, even unto 5 years old, then your estimation shall be of the male 5 shekels of silver, and for the female your estimation shall be 3 shekels of silver. And if it be from 60 years old and above, if it be a male, then your estimation shall be 15 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. But if he be poorer than your estimation, then he shall present himself before the priest, and the priest shall value him according to his ability. That vowed shall the priest value him. And if it be a beast, whereof men bring an offering unto Yahuwah, all that any man gives of such unto Yahuwah shall be holy. He shall not alter it, nor change it, a good for a bad, or a bad for a good. And if he shall at all change beast for beast, then it and the exchange thereof shall be holy. And if it be any unclean beast, of which they do not offer a sacrifice unto Yahuwah, then he shall present the beast before the priest. And the priest shall value it, whether it be good or bad, as you value it. Who are the priest, so shall it be. But if he will at all redeem it, then he shall add a 5th part thereof unto your estimation. And when a man shall sanctify his house to be holy unto Yahuwah, then the priest shall estimate it, whether it be good or bad. As the priest shall estimate it, so shall it stand. And if he that sanctified it will redeem his house, then he shall add the 5th part of the money of your estimation unto it, and it shall be his. And if a man shall sanctify unto Yahuwah some part of a field of his possession, then your estimation shall be according to the seed thereof. A omer of barley seed shall be valued at 50 shekels of silver. If he sanctify his field from the year of Jubilee, according to your estimation, it shall stand. But if he sanctify his field after the Jubilee, then the priest shall reckon unto him the money according to the years that remain, even unto the year of Jubilee, and it shall be abated from your estimation. And if he that sanctified the field will in any wise redeem it, then he shall add the 5th part of the money of your estimation unto it, and it shall be assured to him. And if he will not redeem the field, or if he have sold the field to another man, it shall not be redeemed any more. But the field, when it goes out in the Jubilee, shall be holy unto Yahuwah. As a field devoted, the possession thereof shall be the priest's. And if a man sanctify unto Yahuwah a field which he has bought, which is not of the fields of his possession, then the priest shall reckon unto him the worth of your estimation, even unto the year of the Jubilee. And he shall give your estimation in that day as a holy thing unto Yahuwah. In the year of the Jubilee, the field shall return unto him of whom it was bought, even to him to whom the possession of the land did belong. And all your estimation shall be according to the shekel of the sanctuary. 20 gerahs shall be the shekel. Only the firstling of the beasts, which should be Yahuwah's firstling. No man shall sanctify it, whether it be ox or sheep. It is Yahuwah's. And if it be of an unclean beast, and he shall redeem it according to your estimation, and shall add a 5th part of it thereto, or if it be not redeemed, then it shall be sold according to your estimation. Notwithstanding, no devoted thing that a man shall devote unto Yahuwah of all that he has, both of man and beast, and of the field of his possession, shall be sold or redeemed. Every devoted thing is most holy unto Yahuwah. None devoted, which shall be devoted of men, shall be redeemed, but shall surely be put to death. And all the tithe of the land, whether of the seed of the land, or of the fruit of the tree, is Yahuwah's. It is holy unto Yahuwah. And if a man shall at all redeem aught of his tithes, he shall add thereto the fifth part thereof. And concerning the tithe of the herd, or of the flock, even of whatsoever passes under the rod, the tenth shall be holy unto Yahuwah. He shall not search whether it be good or bad, neither shall he change it. And if he change it at all, then both it and the change thereof shall be holy. It shall not be redeemed.
These are the commandments which Yahweh commanded Moshe for the children of Yisrael in Mount Sinai. The Book of Shemot, Exodus, chapter 1. Now these are the names of the children of Yisrael, which came into Mitzrayim. Every man and his household came with Jacob: Reuben, Shimon, Levi, Yehudah, Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. And all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls, for Joseph was in Mitzrayim already. And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation. And the children of Yisrael were fruitful, and increased abundantly, and multiplied, and waxed exceeding mighty, and the land was filled with them. Now there arose up a new king over Mitzrayim, which knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people,
Behold, the people of the children of Yasharel are more and mightier than we. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass, that when there falls out any war, they join also unto our enemies, and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land.
Therefore they did set over them taskmasters, to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramesses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew, and they were grieved because of the children of Yisrael. And the Mitzrayim made the children of Yisrael to serve with rigor, and they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar, and in brick, and in all manner of service in the field. All their service, where they made them to serve, was with rigor. And the king of Mitzrayim spoke to the Ivri midwives, of which the name of the one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other Puah. And he said,
When ye do the office of a midwife to the Ivrith woman, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live.
But the midwives feared Elohim, and did not as the king of Mitzrayim commanded them, but saved the men children alive. And the king of Mitzrayim called for the midwives, and said unto them,
Why have you done this thing, and have saved the men children alive?
And the midwives said unto Pharaoh,
Because the Ivrith women are not as the Mitzrith women, for they are lively, and are delivered ere the midwives come in unto them.
Therefore Elohim dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied, and waxed very mighty. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared Elohim, that he made them houses. And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying,
Every son that is born ye shall cast into the river, and every daughter ye shall save alive.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 2. And there went a man of the house of Levi, and took to be his woman a daughter of Levi. And the woman conceived, and bore a son. And when she saw him that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. And when she could no longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein, and she laid it in the reeds by the river's brink. And his sister stood afar off, to wit what would be done to him. And The daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river, and her maidens walked along by the river's side. And when she saw the ark among the reeds, she sent her maid to fetch it. And when she had opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the babe wept. And she had compassion on him, and said,
This is one of the Ephraim children.
Then said his sister to Pharaoh's daughter,
Shall I go and call to you a nurse of the Ephraim woman, that she may nurse the child for you?
And Pharaoh's daughter said to her,
Go.
And the maid went, and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her,
Take this child away and nurse it for me, and I will give you your wages.
And the woman took the child, and nursed it. And the child grew, and she brought him unto Pharaoh's daughter, and became her son. And she called his name Moshe. And she said,
Because I drew him out of the water.
And it came to pass in those days, when Moshe was grown, that he went out unto his brethren, and looked on their burdens. And he spied a Mitzri smiting an Ephraim, one of his brethren. And he looked this way, and that way. And when he saw that there was no man, he slew the Mitzri, and hid him in the sand. And when he went out the second day, behold, 2 men of the Ephraim strove together. And he said to him that did the wrong, Wherefore do you smite your fellow? And he said,
Who made you a prince and a judge over us? Intend you to kill me as you killed the Mitzri?
And Moshe feared and said, Surely this thing is known. Now when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moshe. But Moshe fled from the face of Pharaoh, and dwelt in the land of Midian, and he sat down by a well. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water, and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. And the shepherds came and drove them away. But Moshe stood up and helped them, and watered their flock. And when they came to Reuel their father, he said,
How is it that ye are come so soon today?
And they said,
A Mitzri delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and also drew water enough for us, and watered the flock.
And he said unto his daughters,
And where is he? Why is it that ye have left the man? Call him that he may eat bread.
And Moshe was content to dwell with the man. And he gave Moshe Zipporah his daughter, and she bore to him a son. And he called his name Gershom, for he said, I have been a stranger in a strange land. And it came to pass in the process of time that the king of Mitzrayim died, and the children of Yasharel sighed by reason of the bondage, and they cried. And their cry came up unto Elohim by reason of the bondage. And Elohim heard their groaning, and Elohim remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Yitzchak, and with Yaakov. And Elohim looked upon the children of Yasharel, and Elohim had respect unto them. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 3. Now Moshe kept the flock of Yitro his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert, and came to the mountain of Elohim, even to Horeb. And the angel of Yahweh appeared unto him in a flame of fire, out of the midst of a thorn bush. And he looked, and behold, the thorn bush burned with fire, and the thorn bush was not consumed. And Moshe said, I will now turn aside and see this great sight, why the thorn bush is not burnt. And when Yahweh saw that he turned aside to see, Elohim called unto him out of the midst of the thorn bush, and said,
Moshe, Moshe.
And he said, Here am I. And he said,
Draw not nigh hither. Put off your shoes from off your feet, for the place whereon you stand is holy ground.
Moreover he said,
I am the Elohai of your father, the Elohai of Abraham, the Elohai of Yitzhak, and the Elohai of Yaakov.
And Moshe hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon Elohim. And Yahweh said,
I have surely seen the affliction of my people, which are in Mitzrayim, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters. For I know their sorrows, and I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Mitzrayim, and to bring them up out of that land unto a good land, and a large, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, unto the place of the Canaanim, and the Hittim, and the Amorim, and the Perizim, and the Hivim, and the Yevusim. Now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Yasharel is come unto me, and I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Mitzrayim oppress them. Come now therefore, I will send you unto Pharaoh, that you may bring forth my people, the children of Yasharel, out of Mitzrayim.
And Moshe said unto Elohim, Who am I that I should go unto Pharaoh, and that I should bring forth the children of Yasharel out of Mitzrayim? And he said,
Certainly I will be with you, and this shall be a sign unto you that I have sent you. When you have brought forth the people out of Mitzrayim, ye shall serve Elohim upon this mountain.
And Moshe said unto Elohim, Behold, when I come unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, The Elohai of your fathers has sent me unto you, and they shall say unto me, What is his name? What shall I say unto them? And Elohim said unto El Moshe,
Ahaya Asher Ahaya, I am that I am.
And he said,
Thus shall you say unto the children of Yasharel, Ahaya I am has sent me unto you.
And Elohim said moreover unto El Moshe,
Thus shall you say unto the children of Yasharel, Yahuwah Elohai of your fathers, the Elohai of Abraham, the Elohai of Yitzhak, and the Elohai of Yaakov, has sent me unto you. This is my name forever, and this is my mention unto all generations. Go and gather the elders of Yasharel together, and say unto them, Yahuwah Elohai of your fathers, the Elohai of Abraham, of Yitzhak, and the Elohai of Yaakov, appeared unto me, saying, I have surely visited you, and seen that which is done to you in Mitzrayim. And I have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Mitzrayim, unto the land of the Canaanim, and the Hittim, and the Amorim, and the Perizim, and the Hivim, and the Yevusim, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, and they shall hearken to your voice. And you shall come, you and the elders of Yasharel, unto the king of Mitzrayim, and ye shall say unto him, Yahuwah Elohai of the Ephraim has met us, and now let us go, we beseech you, 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to Yahuwah Eloheinu. And I am sure that the king of Mitzrayim will not let you go, no, not by a mighty hand. And I will stretch out my hand, and smite Mitzrayim with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst thereof. And after that he will let you go, and I will give this people favor in the sight of the Mitzrayim. And it shall come to pass, that when ye go, ye shall not go empty. But every woman shall borrow of her neighbor, and of her that sojourns in her house, jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and raiment. And ye shall put them upon your sons, and upon your daughters, and ye shall spoil the Mitzrayim.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 4. And Moshe answered and said, But, behold, they will not believe me, nor hearken unto my voice, for they will say, Yahweh has not appeared unto you. And Yahweh said unto him,
What is that in your hand?
And he said, A rod? And he said,
Cast it on the ground.
And he cast it on the ground, and it became a serpent. And Moshe fled from before it. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Put forth your hand, and take it by the tail,
and he put forth his hand, and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand.
that they may believe that Yahuwah Elohai of their fathers, the Elohai of Abraham, the Elohai of Yitzhak, and the Elohai of Yaakov, has appeared unto you.
And Yahweh said furthermore unto him,
Put now your hand into your bosom.
And he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow. And he said,
Put your hand into your bosom again.
And he put his hand into his bosom again, and plucked it out of his bosom, and behold, it was turned again as his other flesh.
And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe you, neither hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe also these two signs, neither hearken unto your voice, that you shall take of the water of the river, and pour it upon the dry land, and the water which you take out of the river shall become blood upon the dry land.
And Moshe said unto Yahweh, O my Adonai, I am not eloquent, neither heretofore, nor since you have spoken unto your servant, but I am slow of speech and of a slow tongue. And Yahweh said unto him,
Who has made man's mouth, or who makes the dumb, or deaf, or the seeing, or the blind? Have not I, Yahweh? Now therefore go, and I will be with your mouth, and teach you what you shall say.
And he said, O my Adonai, send, I pray you, by the hand of whom you will send. And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against Moshe, and he said,
Is not Aharon the Levi your brother? I know that he can speak well, and also, behold, he comes forth to meet you, and when he sees you, he will be glad in his heart. And you shall speak unto him, and put the words in his mouth, and I will be with your mouth, and with his mouth, and will teach you what ye shall do. And he shall be your spokesman unto the people, and he shall be, even he shall be to you, instead of a mouth, and you shall be to him, instead of Elohim. And you shall take this rod in your hand, wherewith you shall do signs.
And Moshe went and returned to Yitro his father-in-law, and said unto him, Let me go, I pray you, and return unto my brethren which are in Mitzrayim, and see whether they be yet alive. And Yitro said unto Moshe,
Go in peace.
And Yahweh said unto Moshe in Midian,
Go, return into Mitzrayim, for all the men are dead which sought your life.
And Moshe took his woman and his sons, and set them upon an ass, and he returned to the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe took the rod of Elohim in his hand. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
When you go to return into Mitzrayim, see that you do all those wonders before Pharaoh, which I have put into your hand. But I will harden his heart, that he shall not let the people go. And you shall say unto Pharaoh, Thus says Yahuwah, Yasharel is my son, even my firstborn. And I say unto you, Let my son go, that he may serve me. And if you refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay your son, even your firstborn.
And it came to pass by the way in the inn that Yahweh met him, and sought to kill him. Then Zipporah took a sharp stone, and cut off the foreskin of her son, and cast it at his feet, and said,
Surely a bloody man are you to me.
So he let him go. Then she said,
A bloody man you are, because of the circumcision.
And Yahweh said to Aharon,
Go into the wilderness to meet Moshe.
And he went, and met him in the mount of Elohim, and kissed him. And Moshe told Aharon all the words of Yahweh who had sent him, and the signs which he had commanded him. And Moshe and Aharon went and gathered together all the elders of the children of Yasharel. And Aharon spoke all the words which Yahweh had spoken unto Moshe, and did the signs in the sight of the people. And the people believed. And when they heard that Yahweh had visited the children of Yasharel, and that he had looked upon their affliction, then they bowed their heads and worshipped. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 5. And afterward, Moshe and Aharon went in, and told Pharaoh, Thus says Yahweh Elohai of Yasharel, Let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness. And Pharaoh said,
Who is Yahuwah that I should obey his voice to let Yasharel go? I know not Yahuwah, neither will I let Yasharel go.
And they said, The Elohai of the Ephraim has met with us. Let us go, we pray you, 3 days' journey into the desert, and sacrifice unto Yahweh Elohim, lest he fall upon us with pestilence, or with a sword. And the king of Mitzrayim said unto them,
Wherefore do ye, Moshe and Aaron, let the people from their works get you unto your burdens.
And Pharaoh said,
Behold, the people of the land now are many, and ye make them rest from their burdens.
And Pharaoh commanded the same day the taskmasters of the people and their officers, saying,
Ye shall no more give the people straw to make brick, as heretofore. Let them go and gather straw for themselves. And the tale of the bricks which they did make heretofore, ye shall lay upon them. Ye shall not diminish aught thereof, for they be idle. Therefore they cry, saying, Let us go and sacrifice to our Elohim. Let their more work be laid upon the men, that they may labor therein, and let them not regard vain words.
And the taskmasters of the people went out, and their officers, and they spoke to the people, saying, Thus says Pharaoh, I will not give you straw. Go ye, get you straw where you can find it. Yet not aught of your work shall be diminished. So the people were scattered abroad throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, to gather stubble instead of straw. And the taskmasters hasted them, saying, Fulfill your works, your daily tasks, as when there was straw. And the officers of the children of Yasharel, which Pharaoh's taskmasters had set over them, were beaten, and demanded, Wherefore have ye not fulfilled your task in making brick both yesterday and today as heretofore? Then the officers of the children of Yasharel came and cried unto Pharaoh, saying,
Wherefore do you thus with your servants? There is no straw given unto your servants, and they say to us, Make brick, and behold, your servants are beaten. But the fault is in your own people.
But he said,
Ye are idle, ye are idle. Therefore ye say, Let us go and do sacrifice to Yahweh. Go therefore now and work, for there shall no straw be given you. Yet shall ye deliver the tale of bricks.
And the officers of the children of Yasharel did see that they were in an evil case. After it was said,
Ye shall not diminish out of your bricks from your daily task.
And they met Moshe and Aharon, who stood in the way, as they came forth from Pharaoh. And they said unto them,
Yahuwah, look upon you and judge, because ye have made our Saviour to be abhorred in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of his servants, to put a sword in their hand to slay us.
And Moshe returned unto Eliyahu and said,
Adonai, wherefore have you so evil entreated this people? Why is it that you have sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has done evil to the people. Neither have you delivered your people at all.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 6. Then Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Now shall you see what I will do to Pharaoh, for with a strong hand shall he let them go, and with a strong hand shall he drive them out of his land.
And Elohim spoke unto Moshe, and said unto him,
I am Yahuwah, and I appeared unto El Abraham, unto El Yitzhak, and unto El Yaakov, by El Shaddai. But by my name Yahuwah was I not known to them. And I have also established my covenant with them, to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their pilgrimage, wherein they were strangers. And I have also heard the groanings of the children of Yasharel, whom the Mitzrayim keep in bondage, and I have remembered my covenant. Wherefore say unto the children of Yasharel, I am Yahuwah, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Mitzrayim, and I will rid you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you with a stretched out arm, and with great judgments. And I will take you to me for a people, and I will be to you Elohim, and ye shall know that I am Yahuwah Elohim, which brings you out from under the burdens of the Mitzrayim. And I will bring you into the land, concerning the which I did swear to give it to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Yaakov, and I will give it to you for a heritage. I am Yahuwah.
And Moshe spoke so unto the children of Yasharel, but they hearkened not unto Moshe, for anguish of the Ruach, and for cruel bondage. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Go in, speak unto Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, that he let the children of Yasharel go out of his land.
And Moshe spoke before Yahweh, saying, Behold, the children of Yasharel have not hearkened unto me. How then shall Pharaoh hear me, who am of uncircumcised lips? And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, and unto El Aharon, and gave them a charge unto the children of Yashrael and unto Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, to bring the children of Yashrael out of the land of Mitzrayim. These be the heads of their fathers' houses, the sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Yasharel, Chanok, and Palu, and Chetzron, and Carmi. These be the families of Reuben. And the sons of Shimon, Yemuel, and Yamin, and Ochad, and Yakin, and Tzochar, and Shaul, the son of the Canaanite woman. These are the families of Shimon. And these are the names of the sons of Levi, according to their generations, Gershon, and Kohath, and Merari. And the years of the life of Levi were 137 years. The sons of Gershon, Livni, and Shimei, according to their families. And the sons of Kohath, Amram, and Yitzchar, and Hebron, and Uziel. And the years of the life of Kohath were 133 years. And the sons of Merari, Machli, and Mushi. These are the families of Levi, according to their generations. And Amram took Jochebed, his father's sister, to be his woman, and she bore him Ahron and Moshe. And the years of the life of Amram were 137 years. And the sons of Yitzchar, Korach, and Nepheg, and Zikrai. And the sons of Uziel, Mishael, and Elishaphan, and Chitrai. And Ahron took him Elisheba, daughter of Aminadab, sister of Nachshon, to be his woman. And she bore him Nadab, and Abihu, and Eleazar, and Ithamar. And the sons of Korach, Asir, Elkanah, Avisaph. These are the families of the Korchai. And Eleazar, Ahron's son, took him one of the daughters of Putiel to be his woman, and she bore him Phinehas. These are the heads of the fathers of the Leviim, according to their families. These are that Ahron and Moshe, to whom Yahweh said, bring out the children of Yashrael from the land of Mitzrayim, according to their families. These are they which spoke to Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, to bring out the children of Yashrael from Mitzrayim. These are that Moshe and Ahron. And it came to pass on the day when Yahweh spoke unto Moshe in the land of Mitzrayim, that Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
I am Yahuwah. Speak you unto Pharaoh king of Mitzrayim all that I say unto you.
And Moshe said before Yahweh, behold, I am of uncircumcised lips. How shall Pharaoh hearken unto me? Shemot, Exodus, chapter 7. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
See, I have made you an Elohim to Pharaoh, and Aharon your brother shall be your prophet. You shall speak all that I command you, and Aharon your brother shall speak unto Pharaoh, that he send the children of Yasharel out of his land. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Mitzrayim. But Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay my hand upon Mitzrayim, and bring forth my armies and my people, the children of Yasharel, out of the land of Mitzrayim, by great judgments. And the Mitzrayim shall know that I am Yahuwah, when I stretch forth my hand upon the Mitzrayim, and bring out the children of Yasharel from among them.
And Moshe and Aharon did as Yahweh commanded them. So did they. And Moshe was 80 years old, and Aharon 83 years old, when they spoke unto Pharaoh. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, and unto El Aharon, saying,
When Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, Show a miracle for you, then you shall say unto El Aharon, Take your rod, and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent.
And Moshe and Aharon went in unto Pharaoh, and they did so, as Yahweh had commanded. And Aharon cast down his rod before Pharaoh, and before his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers, now the magicians of Mitzrayim. They also did in like manner with their enchantments, for they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents. But Aharon's rod swallowed up their rods, and he hardened Pharaoh's heart, that he hearkened not unto them, as Yahweh had said. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Pharaoh's heart is hardened. He refuses to let the people go. Get you unto Pharaoh in the morning. Lo, he goes out unto the water. You shall stand by the river's brink, against he come. And the rod which was turned to a serpent shall you take in your hand. And you shall say unto him, Yahuwah Elohai of the Ephraim has sent me unto you, saying, Let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. And behold, hitherto you would not hear. Thus says Yahuwah, in this you shall know that I am Yahuwah. Behold, I will smite with the rod that is in my hand upon the waters which are in the river, and they shall be turned to blood. And the fish that is in the river shall die, and the river shall stink, and the Mitzrayim shall loathe the drink of the water of the river.
And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Say unto Aaron, Take your rod, and stretch out your hand upon the waters of Mitzrayim, upon their streams, upon their rivers, and upon their ponds, and upon all their pools of water, that they may become blood, and that there may be blood throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone.
And Moshe and Aaron did so, as Yahweh commanded. And he lifted up the rod, and smote the waters that were in the river, in the sight of Pharaoh, and in the sight of his servants. And all the waters that were in the river were turned to blood. And the fish that was in the river died. And the river stank. And the Mitzrayim could not drink of the water of the river. And there was blood throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians of Mitzrayim did so with their enchantments. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened. Neither did he hearken unto them, as Yahweh had said. And Pharaoh turned and went into his house. Neither did he set his heart to this also. And all the Mitzrayim dug round about the river for water to drink, for they could not drink of the water of the river. And 7 days were fulfilled after that Yahweh had smitten the river. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 8. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe,
Go unto Pharaoh, say unto him, Thus says Yahuwah, Let my people go, that they may serve me. And if you refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite all your borders with frogs. And the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into your house, and into your bedchamber, and upon your bed, and into the house of your servants, and upon your people, and into the ovens, and into your kneading troughs. And the frogs shall come up, both on you and upon your people, and upon all your servants.
And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe,
Say unto El Aharon, Stretch forth your hand with your rod over the streams, over the rivers, and over the ponds, and cause the frogs to come up upon the land of Mitzrayim.
And Aharon stretched out his hand over the waters of Mitzrayim, and the frogs came up, and covered the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians did so with their enchantments, and brought up the frogs upon the land of Mitzrayim. Then Pharaoh called for Moshe and Aharon, and said,
Entreat El Yahuwah, that he may take away the frogs from me, and from my people, and I will let the people go, that they may do sacrifice unto Yahuwah.
And Moshe said unto Pharaoh, Glory over me. When shall I entreat for you, and for your servants, and for your people, to destroy the frogs from you and from your houses, that they may remain in the river only? And he said,
Tomorrow.
And he said, Be it according to your word, that you may know that there is none like unto Yahweh Eloheinu. And the frogs shall depart from you, and from your houses, and from your servants, and from your people. They shall remain in the river only. And Moshe and Aharon went out from Pharaoh. And Moshe cried unto El Yahweh, because of the frogs which he had brought against Pharaoh. And Yahweh did according to the word of Moshe, and the frogs died out of the houses, out of the villages, and out of the fields. And they gathered them together upon heaps, and the land stank. But when Pharaoh saw that there was respite, he hardened his heart, and hearkened not unto them, as Yahweh had said. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe,
Say unto El Aharon, Stretch out your rod, and smite the dust of the land, that it may become lice throughout all the land of Mitzrayim.
And they did so. For Aharon stretched out his hand with his rod, and smote the dust of the earth, and it became lice in man and in beast. All the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians did so with their enchantments to bring forth the lice, but they could not. So there were lice upon man and upon beast. Then the magician said unto Pharaoh, This is the finger of Elohim. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he hearkened not unto them, as Yahweh had said. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Rise up early in the morning, stand before Pharaoh. Lo, he comes forth to the water. And say unto him, Thus says Yahweh, Let my people go, that they may serve me. Else if you will not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies upon you, and upon your servants, and upon your people, and into your houses. And the houses of the Mitzrayim shall be full of swarms of flies, and also the ground whereon they are. And I will deliver in that day the land of Goshen, in which my people dwell, that no swarms of flies shall be there, to the end you may know that I am Yahweh in the midst of the earth. And I will put a division between my people and your people. Tomorrow shall this sign be.
And Yahweh did so. And there came a grievous swarm of flies into the house of Pharaoh, and into his servants' houses, and into all the land of Mitzrayim. The land was corrupted by reason of the swarm of flies. And Pharaoh called for Moshe and for Aharon, and said,
Go ye, sacrifice to your Elohim in the land.
And Moshe said, It is not meet so to do, for we shall sacrifice the abomination of the Mitzrayim to Yahweh Eloheinu. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Mitzrayim before their eyes? And will they not stone us? We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness, and sacrifice to Yahweh Eloheinu, as he shall command us. And Pharaoh said,
I will let you go, that ye may sacrifice to Yahuwah Elohika in the wilderness. Only ye shall not go very far away. Entreat for me.
And Moshe said, Behold, I go out from you, and I will entreat El Yahweh, that the swarms of flies may depart from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people, tomorrow. But let not Pharaoh deal deceitfully any more, in not letting the people go to sacrifice to Yahweh. And Moshe went out from Pharaoh, and entreated Yahweh. And Yahweh did according to the word of Moshe, and he removed the swarms of flies from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. There remained not one. And Pharaoh hardened his heart at this time also, neither would he let the people go. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 9. Then Yahweh said unto El Moshe,
Go in unto Pharaoh, and tell him, Thus says Yahuwah Elohai of the Ephraim, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For if you refuse to let them go, and will hold them still, behold, the hand of Yahuwah is upon your cattle, which is in the field, upon the horses, upon the asses, upon the camels, upon the oxen, upon the sheep. There shall be a very grievous pestilence, and Yahuwah shall sever between the cattle of Yasharel and the cattle of Mitzrayim, and there shall nothing die of all that is the children's of Yasharel.
And Yahweh appointed a set time, saying,
Tomorrow Yahuwah shall do this thing in the land.
And Yahweh did that thing on the morrow, and all the cattle of Mitzrayim died, but of the cattle of the children of Yasharel died not one. And Pharaoh sent, and behold, there was not one of the cattle of Yasharel dead. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe and unto El Aharon,
Take to you handfuls of ashes of the furnace, and let Moshe sprinkle it towards the heavens in the sight of Pharaoh. And it shall become small dust in all the land of Mitzrayim, and shall be a boil breaking forth with blains upon man, and upon beast throughout all the land of Mitzrayim.
And they took the ashes of the furnace, and stood before Pharaoh. And Moshe sprinkled it up toward the heavens, and it became a boil, breaking forth with blains upon man, and upon beast. And the magicians could not stand before Moshe because of the boils, for the boil was upon the magicians, and upon all the Mitzrayim. And Yahweh hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he hearkened not unto them, as Yahweh had spoken unto El Moshe. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe,
Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus says Yahuwah Elohai of the Ivrim, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For I will at this time send all my plagues upon your heart, and upon your servants, and upon your people, that you may know that there is none like me in all the earth. For now I will stretch out my hand, that I may smite you, and your people with pestilence, and you shall be cut off from the earth. And in very deed for this cause have I raised you up, for to show in you my power, that my name may be declared throughout all the earth. As yet exalt you yourself against my people, that you will not let them go? Behold, tomorrow about this time I will cause it to rain a very grievous hail, such as has not been in Mitzrayim since the foundation thereof even until now. Send therefore now and gather your cattle, and all that you have in the field, for upon every man and beast which shall be found in the field, and shall not be brought home, the hail shall come down upon them, and they shall die.
He that feared the word of Yahweh among the servants of Pharaoh made his servants and his cattle flee into the houses. And he that regarded not the word of Yahweh left his servants and his cattle in the field. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe,
Stretch forth your hand towards the heavens, that there may be hail in all the land of Mitzrayim, upon man and upon beast, and upon every herb of the field, throughout the land of Mitzrayim.
And Moshe stretched forth his rod toward the heavens, and Yahweh sent thunder and hail, and the fire ran along upon the ground, and Yahweh rained hail upon the land of Mitzrayim. So there was hail, and fire mingled with the hail, very grievous, such as there was none like it in all the land of Mitzrayim, since it became a nation. And the hail smote throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, all that was in the field, both man and beast, and the hail smote every herb of the field, and broke every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Yashar'el were, was there no hail. And Pharaoh sent and called for Moshe and Aharon, and said unto them,
I have sinned this time. Yahuwah is righteous, and I and my people are wicked. Entreat Yahuwah, for it is enough that there be no more mighty thunderings and hail, for I will let you go. Ye shall stay no longer.
And Moshe said unto him, As soon as I am gone out of the city, I will spread abroad my hands unto El Yahweh, and the thunder shall cease, neither shall there be any more hail, that you may know how that the earth is Yahweh's. But as for you and your servants, I know that you will not fear Yahweh Elohim. And the flax and the barley was smitten, for the barley was in the ear, and the flax was bold. But the wheat and the rye were not smitten, for they were not grown up. And Moshe went out of the city from Pharaoh, and spread abroad his hands unto El Yahweh, and the thunders and the hail ceased, and the rain was not poured upon the earth. And when Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunders were ceased, he sinned yet more, and hardened his heart, he and his servants. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, neither would he let the children of Yashrael go, as Yahweh had spoken by Moshe. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 10. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe,
Go in unto Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart, and the heart of his servants, that I might show these my signs before him, and that you may tell in the ears of your son, and of your son's son, what things I have wrought in Mitzrayim, and my signs which I have done among them, that ye may know how that I am Yahuwah.
And Moshe and Aharon came in unto Pharaoh, and said unto him, Thus says Yahweh Elohai of the Ephraim, How long will you refuse to humble yourselves before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. Else, if you refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow I will bring the locusts into your coast, and they shall cover the face of the earth, that one cannot be able to see the earth, and they shall eat the remnant of that which is escaped, which remains unto you from the hail, and shall eat every tree which grows for you out of the field. And they shall fill your houses, and the houses of all your servants, and the houses of all the Mitzrayim, which neither your fathers nor your fathers' fathers have seen, since the day that they were upon the earth unto this day. And he turned himself and went out from Pharaoh. And Pharaoh's servants said unto him, How long shall this man be a snare unto us? Let the men go, that they may serve Yahweh Elohim. Know you not that Mizraim is destroyed? And Moshe and Aharon were brought again unto Pharaoh. And he said unto them,
Go, serve Yahuwah Elohim. But who are they that shall go?
And Moshe said, We will go with our young and with our old, with our sons and with our daughters, with our flocks and with our herds. We will go. For we must hold a feast unto Yahuwah. And he said unto them,
Let Yahuwah be so with you, as I will let you go, and your little ones. Look to it, for evil is before you. Not so. Go now, ye that are men, and serve Yahuwah, for that ye did desire.
And they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Stretch out your hand over the land of Mitzrayim for the locusts, that they may come up upon the land of Mitzrayim, and eat every herb of the land, even all that the hail has left.
And Moshe stretched forth his rod over the land of Mitzrayim. And Yahweh brought an east wind upon the land all that day, and all that night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts. And the locusts went up over all the land of Mitzrayim, and rested in all the coast of Mitzrayim. Very grievous were they. Before them there were no such locusts as they, neither after them shall be such. For they covered the face of the whole earth, so that the land was darkened, and they did eat every herb of the land, and all the fruit of the trees which the hail had left, and there remained not any green thing in the trees, or in the herbs of the field, through all the land of Mitzrayim. Then Pharaoh called for Moshe and Aharon in haste, and he said,
I have sinned against Yahuwah Elohim, and against you. Now therefore forgive, I pray you, my sin only this once, and entreat Yahuwah Elohim, that he may take away from me this death only.
And he went out from Pharaoh, and entreated Yahweh. And Yahweh turned a mighty strong west wind, which took away the locusts, and cast them into the Red Sea. There remained not one locust in all the coasts of Mitzrayim. But Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Yashrael go. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Stretch out your hand towards the heavens, that there may be darkness over the land of Mitzrayim, even darkness which may be felt.
And Moshe stretched forth his hand toward the heavens, And there was a thick darkness in all the land of Mitzrayim 3 days. They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days. But all the children of Yashrael had light in their dwellings. And Pharaoh called unto Moshe and said,
Go ye, serve Yahuwah. Only let your flocks and your herds be stayed. Let your little ones also go with you.
And Moshe said, You must give us also sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice unto Yahweh Eloheinu. Our cattle also shall go with us. There shall not a hoof be left behind. For thereof must we take to serve Yahweh Eloheinu. And we know not with what we must serve Yahweh until we come thither. But Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said unto him,
Get you from me. Take heed to yourself. See my face no more. For in that day you see my face, you shall die.
And Moshe said, You have spoken well. I will see your face again no more. Shemot, Exodus chapter 11. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Yet will I bring one plague more upon Pharaoh, and upon Mitzrayim. Afterwards he will let you go hence. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether. Speak now in the ears of the people, and let every man borrow of his neighbor, and every woman of her neighbor, jewels of silver and jewels of gold.
And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Mitzrayim. Moreover, the man Moshe was very great in the land of Mitzrayim, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants, and in the sight of the people. And Moshe said, Thus says Yahweh, About midnight will I go out into the midst of Mitzrayim, and all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sits upon his throne, even unto the firstborn of the maidservant that is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of beasts. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it any more. But against any of the children of Yashrael shall not a dog move his tongue, against man or beast, that ye may know how that Yahweh puts a difference between the Mitzrayim and Yashrael. And all these your servants shall come down unto me, and bow down themselves unto me, saying, Get you out, and all the people that follow you. And after that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in great anger. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Mitzrayim.
And Moshe and Aharon did all these wonders before Pharaoh. And Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Yashrael go out of his land. Shemot, Exodus chapter 12. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and El Aharon in the land of Mitzrayim, saying,
This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Speak ye unto all the assembly of Yasharel, saying, In the 10th day of this month they shall take to them every man a lamb, according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for a house. And if the household be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next unto his house take it according to the number of the souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your count for the lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. Ye shall take it out from the sheep, or from the goats, and ye shall keep it up unto the 14th day of the same month, and the whole multitude of the assembly of Yasharel shall kill it in the evening. And they shall take of the blood, and strike it on the 2 sides of the posts, and on the upper doorposts of the houses, wherein they shall eat it. And they shall eat the flesh in that night, roast with fire, and matzah, unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat it. Eat not of it raw, nor sodden at all with water, but roast with fire, his head with his legs, and with the purtenance thereof. And ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning. and that which remains of it until the morning ye shall burn with fire. And thus shall ye eat it, with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand. And ye shall eat it in haste. It is Yahuwah's Pesach. For I will pass through the land of Mitzrayim this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, both man and beast. And against all the Elohai of Mitzrayim I will execute judgment. I am Yahuwah. And the blood shall be to you for a mark upon the houses where ye are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you. And the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you, when I smite the land of Mitzrayim. And this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it a feast to Yahuwah throughout your generations. Ye shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever. 7 days shall ye eat matzah. Even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whoever eats hametz, leavened bread, from the first day unto the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Yasharel. And in the first day there shall be a holy assembly, and in the 7th day there shall be a holy assembly to you. No manner of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must eat, that only may be done of you. And ye shall guard the feast of matzah, unleavened bread. For in this selfsame day have I brought your armies out of the land of Mitzrayim. Therefore shall ye guard this day in your generations by an ordinance forever. In the first day, on the 14th day of the month at evening, ye shall eat matzah, until the 21st day of the month at evening. 7 days shall there be no hametz found in your houses, for whosoever eats that which is with hametz, leaven, even that soul shall be cut off from the assembly of Yasharel, whether he be a stranger or born in the land. Ye shall eat nothing with hametz. In all your habitations shall ye eat matzah.
Then Moshe called for all the elders of Yasharel, and said unto them, Draw out, and take you a lamb according to your families, and kill the Pesach. And ye shall take a bunch of hyssop, and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the 2 side posts with the blood that is in the basin. And none of you shall go out at the door of his house until the morning. For Yahweh will pass through to smite the Mitzrayim. And when he sees the blood upon the lintel and on the 2 side posts, Yahweh will pass over the door, and will not suffer the destroyer to come in unto your houses to smite you. And ye shall guard this thing for an ordinance to you and to your sons forever. And it shall come to pass, when ye are come to the land which Yahweh will give you, according as he has promised, that ye shall guard this service. And it shall come to pass, when your children shall say unto you, What mean ye by this service? That ye shall say, It is the sacrifice of Yahweh's Pesach, who passed over the houses of the children of Yasharel in Mitzrayim, when he smote the Mitzrayim and delivered our houses. And the people bowed the head and worshipped. And the children of Yasharel went away, and did as Yahweh had commanded Moshe and Aharon, so did they. And it came to pass that at midnight Yahweh smote all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his throne unto the firstborn of the captive that was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of cattle. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants, and all the Mitzrayim, and there was a great cry in Mitzrayim, for there was not a house where there was not one dead. And he called for Moshe and Aharon by night, and said,
Rise up, then get ye forth from among my people, both ye and the children of Yasharel, and go, serve Yahweh, as ye have said, and take your flocks and your herds, as ye have said, and be gone, and bless me also.
And the Mitzrayim were urgent upon the people, that they might send them out of the land in haste. For they said, We be all dead men. And the people took their dough before it was leavened, and their kneading troughs being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. And the children of Yasharel did according to the word of Moshe. And they borrowed of the Mitzrayim jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and raiment. And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Mitzrayim, so that they lent unto them such things as they required, and they spoiled the Mitzrayim. And the children of Yasharel journeyed from Ramesses to Sukkot, about 600,000 on foot that were men, beside children. And a mixed multitude went up also with him, and flocks, and herds, even very much cattle. And they baked matzah cakes of the dough which they brought forth out of Mitzrayim, for it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Mitzrayim, and could not tarry, neither had they prepared for themselves any victual. Now the sojourning of the children of Yasharel, who dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, and in the land of Canaan, they and their fathers, was 430 years. And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, even the selfsame day it came to pass, that all the hosts of Yahweh went out from the land of Mitzrayim. It is a night to be much observed unto Yahweh, for bringing them out of the land of Mitzrayim. This is that night of Yahweh, to be observed of all the children of Yasharel in their generations. And Yahweh said unto Moshe and Aharon,
This is the ordinance of the Pesach. There shall no stranger eat thereof, but every manservant that is bought for money, when you have circumcised him, then he shall eat thereof. A foreigner and a hired servant shall not eat thereof. In one house shall it be eaten. You shall not carry forth aught of the flesh abroad out of the house, neither shall ye break a bone thereof. All the assembly of Yasharel shall keep it. And when a stranger shall sojourn with you, and will keep the Pesach to Yahuwah, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it. And he shall be as one that is born in the land. For no one uncircumcised person shall eat thereof. 1 Torah shall be to him that is homeborn, and unto the stranger that sojourns among you.
Thus did all the children of Yasharel, as Yahweh commanded Moshe and Aharon, so did they. And it came to pass at the selfsame day, that Yahweh did bring the children of Yasharel out of the land of Mitzrayim by their armies. Shemot, Exodus chapter 13. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whatsoever opens the womb among the children of Yasharel, both of man and of beast, it is mine.
And Moshe said unto the people, Remember this day, in which you came out from Mitzrayim, out of the house of bondage, for by strength of hand Yahweh brought you out from this place. There shall no chametz be eaten. This day came ye out in the month Abib. And it shall be, when Yahweh shall bring you into the land of the Canaanim, and the Hittim, and the Amorim, and the Chivim, and the Yebusim, which he swore unto your fathers to give you, a land flowing with milk and honey, that you shall keep this service in this month. 7 days you shall eat matzah, and in the 7th day shall be a feast unto Yahweh. Matzah shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall no chametz be seen with you, neither shall there be leaven seen with you in all your quarters. And ye shall show your son in that day, saying, This is done because of that which Yahweh did unto me, when I came forth out of Mitzrayim. And it shall be for a sign unto you upon your hand, and for a memorial between your eyes, that Yahweh's Torah may be in your mouth. For with a strong hand has Yahweh brought you out of Mitzrayim. You shall therefore guard this ordinance in his appointed time from year to year. And it shall be, when Yahweh shall bring you into the land of the Canaanim, as he swore unto you and to your fathers, and shall give it you, that you shall set apart unto Yahweh all that open the womb, and every firstling that comes of a beast which you have. The males shall be Yahweh's. And every firstling of an ass you shall redeem with a lamb, and if you will not redeem it, then you shall break his neck. And all the firstborn of man among your children shall you redeem. And it shall be, when your son asks you in time to come, saying, What is this? That you shall say unto him, By strength of hand Yahweh brought us out from Mitzrayim, from the house of bondage. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that Yahweh slew all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, both of the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrifice to Yahweh all that opens the womb, being males, but all the firstborn of my children I redeem. And it shall be for a mark upon your hand, and for frontlets between your eyes. For by strength of hand Yahweh brought us forth out of Mitzrayim. As when Pharaoh had let the people go, the Elohim led them not through the way of the land of the Palestine, though that was near. For Elohim said,
Lest perchance the people repent when they see war, and they return to Mitzrayim.
but Elohim led the people about through the way of the wilderness of the Red Sea. And the children of Yasharel went up harnessed out of the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe took the bones of Yosef with him, for he had straitly sworn the children of Yasharel, saying,
Elohim will surely visit you, and you will carry up my bones away hence with you.
They took their journey from Sukkot and encamped in Etham, in the edge of the wilderness. And Yahweh went before them by day in a pillar of cloud, to lead them in the way, and by night in a pillar of fire, to give them light, to go by day and night. He took not away the pillar of the cloud by day, nor the pillar of fire by night, from before the people. Shemot, Exodus chapter 14. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, that they turn and encamp before Pi Hachiron, between Migdol and the sea, over against Baal Zephon. Before it shall ye encamp by the sea. For Pharaoh will say of the children of Yasharel, They are entangled in the land, the wilderness has shut them in. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, that he shall follow after them, and I will be honored upon Pharaoh, and upon all his host, that the Mitzrayim may know that I am Yahweh.
And they did so. And it was told the king of Mitzrayim that the people fled, and the heart of Pharaoh and his servants was turned against the people. And they said,
Why have we done this, that we have let Yasharel go from serving us?
And he made ready his chariot, and took his people with him. And he took 600 chosen chariots, and all the chariots of Mitzrayim, and captains over every one of them. And Yahweh hardened the heart of Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, and he pursued after the children of Yasharel. And the children of Yasharel went out with a high hand. But the Mitzrayim pursued after them, all the horses and chariots of Pharaoh, and his horsemen, and his army, and overtook them encamping by the sea, beside Pi Hachiroth, before Baal Zephon. And when Pharaoh drew nigh, the children of Yasharel lifted up their eyes, and behold, the Mitzrayim marched after them, and they were sore afraid. And the children of Yasharel cried out unto Yahweh. And they said unto Moshe,
Because there were no graves in Mitzrayim, have ye taken us away to die in the wilderness? Wherefore have ye dealt thus with us, to carry us forth out of Mitzrayim? Is not this the word that we did tell you in Mitzrayim, saying, Let us alone, that we may serve the Mitzrayim? For it had been better for us to serve the Mitzrayim, than that we should die in the wilderness.
And Moshe said unto the people, Fear ye not, stand still, and see the Yeshua of Yahweh, which he will show you today. For the Mitzrayim who ye have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. Yahweh shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Wherefore cry you unto me? Speak unto the children of Yasharel, that they go forward. But lift up your rod, and stretch out your hand over the sea, and divide it. And the children of Yasharel shall go on dry ground through the midst of the sea. And I, behold, I will harden the hearts of the Mitzrayim, and they shall follow them, and I will get me honor upon Pharaoh, and upon all his host, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen. And the Mitzrayim shall know that I am Yahweh, when I have gotten me honor upon Pharaoh, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen.
And the angel of Elohim, which went before the camp of Yasharel, removed and went behind them. And the pillar of the cloud went from before their face, and stood behind them. And it came between the camp of the Mitzrayim and the camp of Yasharel, and it was a cloud and darkness to them, but it gave light by night to these, so that the one came not near the other all night. And Moshe stretched out his hand over the sea, and Yahweh caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. And the children of Yasharel went into the midst of the sea upon the dry ground, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. And the Mitzrayim pursued, and went in after them into the midst of the sea, even all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen. And it came to pass that in the morning watch Yahweh looked unto the host of the Mitzrayim through the pillar of fire and of the cloud, and troubled the host of the Mitzrayim, and took off their chariot wheels, that they drove them heavily, so that the Mitzrayim said, Let us flee from the face of Yasharel, for Yahweh fights for them against the Mitzrayim. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Stretch out your hand over the sea, that the waters may come again upon the Mitzrayim, upon their chariots, and upon their horsemen.
And Moshe stretched forth his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to his strength when the morning appeared, and the Mitzrayim fled against it. Yahweh overthrew the Mitzrayim in the midst of the sea, and the waters returned, and covered the chariots, and the horsemen, and all the host of Pharaoh that came into the sea after them. There remained not so much as one of them. But the children of Yasharel walked upon dry land in the midst of the sea, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. Thus Yahweh saved Yasharel that day out of the hand of the Mitzrayim. And Yasharel saw the Mitzrayim dead upon the seashore. And Yasharel saw that great work which Yahweh did upon the Mitzrayim. And the people feared Yahweh, and believed Yahweh, and his servant Moshe. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 15. Then sang Moshe and the children of Yasharel this song unto Yahweh, saying, I will sing unto Yahweh, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and the rider has he thrown into the sea. Yah is my strength and song, and he has become my Yeshua. He is my El, and I will prepare him a habitation. My father's Elohai, and I will exalt him. Yahweh is a man of war. Yahweh is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his host has he cast into the sea. His chosen captains also are drowned in the Red Sea. The depths have covered them. They sank into the bottom as a stone. Your right hand, O Yahweh, is become glorious in power. Your right hand, O Yahweh, has dashed in pieces the enemy, and in the greatness of your excellency, you have overthrown them that rose up against you. You sent forth your wrath, which consumed them as stubble. And with the blast of your nostrils, the waters were gathered together. The flood stood upright as a heap, and the depths were congealed in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I will pursue, I will overtake, I will divide the spoil. My lust shall be satisfied upon them. I will draw my sword, my hand shall destroy them. You blew with your ruach, the sea covered them. They sank as lead in the mighty waters. Who is like unto you, O Yahweh, among the Elohim? Who is like you, glorious in holiness, fearful in praises, doing wonders? You stretched out your right hand, the earth swallowed them. You and your mercy have led forth the people which you have redeemed. You have guided them in your strength unto your holy habitation. The people shall hear and be afraid. Sorrow shall take hold on the inhabitants of Pelesheth. Then the dukes of Edom shall be amazed, the mighty men of Moab, trembling shall take hold upon them. All the inhabitants of Canaan shall melt away. Fear and dread shall fall upon them by the greatness of your arm. They shall be as still as a stone, till your people pass over, O Yahweh, till the people pass over which you have purchased. You shall bring them in and plant them in the mountain of your inheritance, in the place, O Yahweh, which you have made for you to dwell in the sanctuary, O Adonai, which your hands have established. Yahweh shall reign forever and ever. For the horse of Pharaoh went in with his chariots and with his horsemen into the sea, and Yahweh brought again the waters of the sea upon them. But the children of Yashrael went on dry land in the midst of the sea. And Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aharon, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and dances. And Miriam answered them,
Sing ye to Yahweh, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider has he thrown into the sea.
So Moshe brought Yashrael from the Red Sea, and they went out into the wilderness of Shur. And they went 3 days in the wilderness and found no water. And when they came to Marah, they could not drink of the waters of Marah, for they were bitter. Therefore, the name of it was called Marah. And the people murmured against Moshe, saying, What shall we drink? And he cried unto El Yahweh. And Yahweh showed him a tree, which, when he had cast into the waters were made sweet. There he made for them a statute and an ordinance, and there he proved them, and said, If you will diligently hearken to the voice of Yahweh Elohim, and will do that which is right in his sight, and will give ear to his commandments, and guard all his statutes, I will put none of these diseases upon you, which I have brought upon the Mitzrayim, for I am Yahweh Ropheka. And they came to Elim, where there were 12 wells of water, and 70 palm trees, and they encamped there by the waters. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 16. And they took their journey from Elim, and all the assembly of the children of Yashrael came unto the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the 2nd month after their departing out of the land of Mitzrayim. And the whole assembly of the children of Yashrael murmured against Moshe and Aharon in the wilderness. And the children of Yashrael said unto them,
Would to Elohim we had died by the hand of Yahweh in the land of Mitzrayim. When we sat by the flesh pots, and when we did eat bread to the full. For ye have brought us forth into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger.
Then said Yahweh unto Moshe,
Behold, I will rain bread from heavens for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them, whether they will walk in my Torah or no. And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily.
And Moshe and Aharon said unto all the children of Yashrael,
At evening, then ye shall know what Yahweh has brought out of the land of Mitzrayim.
And in the morning, then ye shall see the glory of Yahweh, for that he hears your murmurings against Yahweh.
And what are we, that ye murmur against us?
And Moshe said, This shall be, when Yahweh shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full, for that Yahweh hears your murmurings which you murmur against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against Yahweh. And Moshe spoke unto El Aharon, Say unto all the assembly of the children of Yashrael, Come near before Yahweh, for he has heard your murmurings. And it came to pass, as Aharon spoke unto the whole assembly of the children of Yashrael, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of Yahweh appeared in the cloud. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
I have heard the murmurings of the children of Yasharel. Speak unto them, saying, At evening ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread, and ye shall know that I am Yahweh Elohim.
And it came to pass that at evening the quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning the dew lay round about the host. And when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoarfrost on the ground. And when the children of Yashrael saw it, they said one to another, It is manna, for they knew not what it was. And Moshe said unto them, This is the bread which Yahweh has given you to eat. This is the thing which Yahweh has commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, an omer for every man, according to the number of your persons. Take you every man for them which are in his tents. And the children of Yasharel did so, and gathered some more, some less. And when they did meet it with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. And Moshe said, Let no man leave of it till the morning. Notwithstanding they hearkened not unto Moshe. But some of them left of it until the morning, and it bred worms, and stank. And Moshe was wroth with them. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man. And all the rulers of the assembly came and told Moshe. And he said unto them, This is that which Yahweh has said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Shabbat unto Yahweh. Bake that which you will bake today, and seethe that you will seethe, and that which remains over lay up for you to be kept until the morning. And they laid it up until the morning, as Moshe bade, and it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein. And Moshe said, Eat that today, for today is a Shabbat unto Yahweh. Today ye shall not find it in the field. 6 days shall ye gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Shabbat, in it there shall be none. And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day for to gather, and they found none. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
How long refuse ye to guard my commandments and my Torah? See, for that Yahweh has given you the Sabbath. Therefore, he gives you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day.
So the people rested on the 7th day. And the house of Yasharel called the name thereof Manna. And it was like coriander seed, white, and the taste of it was like wafers made with honey. And Moshe said, This is the thing which Yahweh commands. Fill an omer of it to be kept for your generations, that they may see the bread wherewith I have fed you in the wilderness, where I brought you forth from the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe said unto Aaron, Take a pot, and put an omer full of manna therein, and lay it up before Yahweh, to be kept for your generations. As Yahweh commanded Moshe, so Aaron laid it up before the testimony to be kept. And the children of Yasharel did eat manna 40 years, until they came to a land inhabited. They did eat manna until they came unto the borders of the land of Canaan. Now, an omer is a 10th part of an ephah. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 17. And all the assembly of the children of Yasharel journeyed from the wilderness of Sin, after their journeys, according to the commandment of Yahweh, and pitched in Rephidim, and there was no water for the people to drink. Wherefore the people did chide with Moshe, and said,
Give us water, that we may drink.
And Moshe said unto them, Why chide ye with me? Wherefore do you tempt Yahweh? And the people thirsted there for water. And the people murmured against Moshe, and said,
Wherefore is it that you have brought us up out of Mitzrayim, to kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst?
And Moshe cried unto Yahweh, saying, What shall I do unto this people? They be almost ready to stone me. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Go on before the people, and take with you the elders of Yasharel, and your rod, wherewith you smote the river, take in your hand, and go. Behold, I will stand before you there upon the rock in Horeb, and you shall smite the rock, and there shall come water out of it, that people may drink.
And Moshe did so in the sight of the elders of Yasharel. And he called the name of the place Massa and Meribah, because of the chiding of the children of Yasharel, and because they tempted Yahweh, saying,
Is Yahweh among us, or not?
Then came Amalek, and fought with Yasharel and Rephidim. And Moshe said unto Yahusha, Choose us out men, and go out, fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of Elohim in my hand. So Yahusha did as Moshe had said to him, and fought with Amalek. And Moshe, and Aharon, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. And it came to pass, when Moshe held up his hand, that Yasharel prevailed. And when he let down his hand, Amalek prevailed. Moshe's hands were heavy, and he took a stone and put it under him, and he sat thereon. And Aharon and Hur stayed up his hands, the one on the one side and the other on the other side. And his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. And Yahusha discomfited Amalek and his people with the edge of the sword. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Write this for a memorial in a sefer, and rehearse it in the ears of Yahusha, for I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under the heavens.
And Moshe built an altar, and called the name of it Yahweh Nisai. For he said, Because Yah has sworn that Yahweh will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 18. When Yitro, the priest of Midian, Moshe's father-in-law, heard all that Elohim had done for Moshe, and for Yasharel his people, and that Yahweh had brought Yasharel out of Mitzrayim, then Yitro, Moshe's father-in-law, took Zipporah, Moshe's woman, after he had sent her back, and her 2 sons, of which the name of the one was Gershom, for he said, I have been an alien in a strange land. And the name of the other was Eleazar, for the Elohai of my father, said he, was my help, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. And Yitro, Moshe's father-in-law, came with his sons and woman unto Moshe in the wilderness, where he encamped at the mount of Elohim. And he said unto Moshe,
I, your father-in-law Yithro, am come unto you, and your woman, and her 2 sons with her.
And Moshe went out to meet his father-in-law, and did obeisance, and kissed him, and they asked each other of their welfare, and they came into the tent. And Moshe told his father-in-law all that Yahweh had done unto Pharaoh, and unto the Mitzrayim for Yasharel's sake, and all the travail that had come upon them by the way, and how Yahweh delivered them. And Yitro rejoiced for all the goodness which Yahweh had done unto Yasharel, whom he had delivered out of the hand of the Mitzrayim. And Yitro said,
Blessed be Yahweh, who has delivered you out of the hand of the Mitzrayim, and out of the hand of Pharaoh, who has delivered the people from under the hand of the Mitzrayim. Now I know that Yahweh is greater than all Elohim, for in the thing wherein they dealt proudly, he was above them.
And Yitro, Moshe's father-in-law, took a burnt offering and sacrifices for Elohim. Aharon came, and all the elders of Yasharel, to eat bread with Moshe's father-in-law before Elohim. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moshe sat to judge the people, and the people stood by Moshe from the morning unto the evening. And when Moshe's father-in-law saw all that he did to the people, he said,
What is this that you do to the people? Why sit you yourself alone, and all the people stand by you from morning unto evening?
And Moshe said unto his father-in-law, Because the people come unto me to inquire of Elohim. When they have a matter, they come unto me, and I judge between one and another. And I do make them know the statutes of Elohim and his Torah. And Moshe's father-in-law said unto him,
The thing you do is not good. You will surely wear away, both you and this people that is with you, for this thing is too heavy for you. You are not able to perform it yourself alone. Hearken now unto my voice. I will give you counsel, and Elohim shall be with you. Be for the people to Elohimward, that you may bring the causes unto Elohim. And you shall teach them ordinances and Torah, and shall show them the way wherein they must walk, and the work that they must do. Moreover, you shall provide out of all the people able men, such as fear Elohim, men of truth, hating covetousness, and place such over them to be rulers of thousands, and rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s, and rulers of 10s. And let them judge the people at all seasons, and it shall be that every great matter they shall bring unto you, but every small matter they shall judge. So shall it be easier for you, and they shall bear the burden with you. If you shall do this thing, and Elohim command you so, then you shall be able to endure, and all this people shall also go to their place in peace.
So Moshe hearkened to the voice of his father-in-law and did all that he had said. And Moshe chose able men out of all Yasharel and made them heads over the people, rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s, and rulers of 10s. And they judged the people at all seasons. The hard causes they brought unto Moshe, but every small matter they judged themselves. And Moshe let his father-in-law depart, and he went his way into his own land. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 19. In the 3rd month, when the children of Yasharel were gone forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, the same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai. For they were departed from Rephidim, and were come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness. And there Yasharel camped before the mount. And Moshe went up unto Elohim, and Yahweh called unto him out of the mountain, saying,
Thus shall you say to the house of Yaakov, and tell the children of Yasharel, Ye have seen what I did unto the Mitzrayim, and how I bore you on eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if ye will obey my voice indeed, and guard my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people. For all the earth is mine, and ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and a holy nation. These are the words which you shall speak unto the children of Yasharel.
And Moshe came and called for the elders of the people, and laid before their faces all these words which Yahweh commanded him. And all the people answered together and said, All that Yahweh has spoken, we will do. And Moshe returned the words of the people unto Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Lo, I come unto you in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with you, and believe you forever.
And Moshe told the words of the people unto Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Go unto the people, and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes, and be ready against the 3rd day. For the 3rd day Yahweh will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. And you shall set bounds unto the people round about, saying, Take heed to yourselves, that ye go not up unto the mount, or touch the border of it. Whosoever touches the mount shall be surely put to death. There shall not a hand touch it, but he shall surely be stoned or shot through. Whether it be beast or man, it shall not live. When the shofar sounds long, they shall come up to the mount.
And Moshe went down from the mount unto the people, and sanctified the people, and they washed their clothes. And he said unto the people, Be ready against the 3rd day, come not at your women. And it came to pass on the 3rd day in the morning, that there were thunders and lightnings, and a thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the shofar exceeding loud, so that all the people that was in the camp trembled. And Moshe brought forth the people out of the camp to meet with Elohim, and they stood at the nether part of the mount. And Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, because Yahweh descended upon it in fire, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mount quaked greatly. And when the voice of the shofar sounded long, and waxed louder and louder, Moshe spoke, and Elohim answered him by a voice. And Yahweh came down upon Mount Sinai, on the top of the mount. And Yahweh called Moshe up to the top of the mount, and Moshe went up. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Go down, charge the people, lest they break through unto Yahweh to gaze, and many of them perish. And let the priests also, which come near to Yahweh, sanctify themselves, lest Yahweh break forth upon them.
And Moshe said unto Yahweh, The people cannot come up unto Mount Sinai, for you charged us, saying, Set bounds about the mount, and sanctify it. And Yahweh said unto him,
Away, get you down, and you shall come up you and Aaron with you. But let not the priests and the people break through to come up unto Yahweh, lest he break forth upon them.
So Moshe went down unto the people, and spoke unto them. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 20. And Elohim spoke all these words, saying,
I am Yahuwah Elohika, which have brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other Elohim before me. You shall not make any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in the heavens above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow yourself to them, nor serve them, for I, Yahuwah Elohika, am a jealous El, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and guard my commandments. You shall not take the name of Yahuwah Elohika in vain, for Yahuwah will not hold him guiltless that takes his name in vain. Remember the day of the Sabbath, to keep it holy. 6 days shall you labor and do all your work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of Yahuwah Elohika. In it you shall not do any work, you nor your son, nor your daughter, your manservant, nor your maidservant, nor your cattle, nor your stranger that is within your gates. For in 6 days Yahuwah made the heavens and the earth, the sea and all that is in them, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore Yahuwah blessed the day of the Sabbath, and hallowed it. Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long upon the land which Yahuwah Elohika gives you. You shall not kill. You shall not break wedlock. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not lust after your neighbor's house. You shall not lust after your neighbor's woman, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is your neighbor's.
And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings, and the noise of the shofar, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moshe, Speak with us, and we will hear, but let not Elohim speak with us, lest we die. And Moshe said unto the people, Fear not, for Elohim is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that you sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moshe drew near unto the thick darkness where Elohim was. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Thus you shall say unto the children of Yasharel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me Elohai of silver, neither shall ye make unto you Elohai of gold. An altar of earth you shall make unto me, and shall sacrifice thereon your burnt offerings, and your peace offerings, your sheep and your oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto you, and I will bless you. And if you will make me an altar of stone, you shall not build it of hewn stone. For if you lift up your tool upon it, you have polluted it. Neither shall you go up by steps unto my altar, that your nakedness be not discovered thereon.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 21.
Now these are the judgments which you shall set before them. If you obtain an Ivri servant, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If you are married, then his woman shall go out with him. If his master have given him a woman, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the woman and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my woman, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him to the door, or unto the doorpost, and his master shall pierce his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. And if a man surrenders his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the menservants do. If she please not her master, who has betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. To surrender her unto a strange nation, he shall have no power, seeing he has dealt deceitfully with her. If he have betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters. If he take him another woman, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. And if he do not these three unto her, then shall she go out free without money. He that smites a man so that he die shall be surely put to death. And if a man lie not in wait, but Elohim deliver him into his hand, then I will appoint you a place whither he shall flee. But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him with guile, you shall take him from my altar, that he may die. And he that smites his father or his mother shall be surely put to death. And he that steals a man and sells him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. And he that curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. And if men strive together, and one smite another with a stone, or with his fist, and he die not, but keeps his bed, if he rise again, and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that smote him be innocent. Only he shall pay for the loss of his time, and shall cause him to be thoroughly healed. And if a man smite his servant, or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall surely be punished. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money. If men strive and hurt a woman with a child, so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no mischief follow, he shall surely be punished, according as the woman's man will lay upon him. He shall pay as the judges determine. And if any mischief follow, then you shall give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. And if a man smite the eye of his servant, or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake. If he smite out his manservant's tooth, or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake. If an ox gore a man or a woman, that they die, then the ox shall be surely stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox shall be innocent. But if the ox were wont to push with his horn in the time past, and it has been testified to his owner, and he has not kept him in, but that he has killed a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and his owner also shall be put to death. If there be laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life whatsoever is laid upon him. Whether he have gored a son or have gored a daughter, according to this judgment shall it be done unto him. If the ox shall push a manservant or maidservant, he shall give unto their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. And if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit, and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein, the owner of the pit shall make it good, and give up money unto the owner of them, and the dead beast shall be his. And if the ox of one man hurts the ox of another, that he die, then they shall sell the live ox, and divide the money of it, and the dead ox also they shall divide. Or if it be known that the ox has used to push in time past, and his owner has not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his own.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 22.
If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it, or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox, and 4 sheep for a sheep. If a thief be found breaking up, and be smitten that he die, there shall no blood be shed for him. If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him, for he should make full restitution. If he have nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft. If the theft be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double. If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast, and shall feed in another man's field, of the best of his own field, and of the best of his own vineyard, shall he make restitution. If fire break out and catch in thorns, so that the stacks of grain, or the standing grain, or the field be consumed therewith, he that kindled the fire shall surely make restitution. If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to guard, and to be stolen out of the man's house, if the thief be found, let him pay double. If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges, to see whether he have put his hand unto his neighbor's goods. For all manner of transgression, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, which another challenged to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges, and whom the judges shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor. If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass, or an ox, or a sheep, or any beast to guard, and it die, or be hurt, or driven away, no man seeing it, then shall an oath of Yahuwah be between them both, that he has not put his hand unto his neighbor's goods, and the owner of it shall accept thereof, and he shall not make it good. And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner thereof. And if it be torn in pieces, then let him bring it for witness, and he shall not make good that which was torn. And if a man borrow aught of his neighbor, and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof being not with it, he shall surely make it good. But if the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good. If it be a hired thing, it came for his hire. And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed, and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his woman. And if a father utterly refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. You shall not suffer a witch to live. Whosoever lies with a beast shall surely be put to death. He that sacrifices unto the Elohim, save unto Yahweh only, he shall be utterly destroyed. You shall neither vex a stranger nor oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Mizraim. Ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If you afflict them in any wise, and they cry at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry. And my wrath shall wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword, and your women shall be widows, and your children fatherless. If you lend money to any of my people that is poor by you, you shall not be to him as a usurer, neither shall you lay upon him usury. If you at all take your neighbor's raiment to pledge, you shall deliver it unto him by the time that the sun goes down. For that is his covering only, it is his raiment for his skin, wherein shall he sleep. And it shall come to pass, when he cries unto me, that I will hear, for I am gracious. You shall not revile the Elohim, nor curse the ruler of your people. You shall not delay to offer the first of your ripe fruit, and of your liquors, the firstborn of your sons shall you give unto me. Likewise shall you do with your oxen and with your sheep. 7 days it shall be with this dam. On the 8th day you shall give it to me. And ye shall be holy men unto me. Neither shall ye eat any flesh that is torn of beast in the field. Ye shall cast it to the dogs.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 23.
You shall not raise a false report. Put not your hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. You shall not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shall you speak in a cause, to decline after many, to pervert judgment. Neither shall you countenance a poor man in his cause. If you meet your enemy's ox or his ass going astray, you shall surely bring it back to him again. If you see the ass of him that hates you lying under his burden, and would forbear to help him, you shall surely help with him. You shall not pervert the judgment of your poor in his cause. Keep far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous slay you not, for I will not justify the wicked. And you shall take no gift, for the gift blinds the wise, and perverts the words of the righteous. Also, you shall not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Mizraim. In 6 years you shall sow your land, and shall gather in the fruits thereof. But the 7th year you shall let it rest and lie still, that the poor of your people may eat what they leave the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner you shall deal with your vineyard and with your oliveyard. 6 days you shall do your work, and on the 7th day you shall rest, that your ox and your ass may rest, and the sons of your handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed. And in all things that I have said unto you, be guarded, and make no mention of the name of other Elohim, neither let it be heard out of your mouth. 3 times you shall keep a feast unto me in the year. You shall guard the feast of matzah, unleavened bread. You shall eat matzah 7 days as I command you, in the time appointed of the month of Eve. For in it you came out from Mizraim, and none shall appear before me empty. And the feast of Katsir, harvest, the first fruits of your labors, which you have sown in the field, and the feast of Asif, in gathering, which is in the end of the year, when you have gathered your labors out of the field. 3 times in the year all your males shall appear before Adonai Yahuwah. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with hametz, leavened bread. Neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of the first fruits of your land you shall bring into the house of Yahuwah Elohika. You shall not seethe a kid in his mother's milk. Behold, I send an angel before you to guard you in the way and to bring you into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. And if you shall indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto your enemies, and an adversary unto your adversaries. For my angel shall go before you, and bring you in unto the Emorym, and the Hittim, and the Perizim, and the Kenainim, and the Hivim, and the Yebusim, and I will cut them off. You shall not bow down to their Elohim, nor serve them, nor do after their works, but you shall utterly overthrow them, and quite break down their images. And ye shall serve Yahuwah Elohim, and he shall bless your bread and your water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of you. There shall nothing cast their young, nor be barren in your land, and the number of your days I will fulfill. I will send my fear before you, and will destroy all the people to whom you shall come, and I will make all your enemies turn their backs unto you. And I will send hornets before you, which shall drive out the Hivi, and the Kenaini, and the Hittite from before you. And I will not drive them out from before you in 1 year, lest the land become desolate, and the beasts of the field multiply against you. By little and little I will drive them out before you, until you be increased, and inherit the land. And I will set your bonds from the Red Sea, even unto the sea of the Pelishtim, and from the desert unto the river. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land unto your hand, and you shall drive them out before you. You shall cut no covenant with them, nor with their Elohim. They shall not dwell in your land, lest they make you sin against me. For if you serve their Elohim, it will surely be a snare unto you.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 24. And he said unto Moshe,
Come up unto Eliyahu, you and Aaron, Nadav and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Yasharel, and worship ye afar off. And Moshe alone shall come near Eliyahu, but they shall not come nigh, neither shall the people go up with him.
And Moshe came and told the people all the words of Yahuwah, and all the judgments. And all the people answered with one voice and said, All the words which Yahuwah said, we will do. And Moshe wrote all the words of Yahuwah, and rose up early in the morning, and built an altar unto the hill, and 12 pillars, according to the 12 tribes of Yasharel. And he sent young men of the children of Yasharel, which offered burnt offerings, and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen unto Yahuwah. And Moshe took half of the blood, and put it in the basins, and half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. And he took the sefer of the covenant, and read it in the audience of the people. And they said, All that Yahuwah has said, we will do, and be obedient. And Moshe took the blood, and sprinkled it on the people, and said, Behold, the blood of the covenant, which Yahuwah has cut with you, concerning all these words. Then went up Moshe, and Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Yasharel. And they saw the Elohai of Yasharel, and there was under his feet, as it were, a paved work of sapphire stone, and as it were the body of heaven in his clearness. And upon the nobles of the children of Yasharel he laid not his hand. Also they saw Elohim, and did eat and drink. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe,
Come up to me into the mount, and be there, and I will give you sapphire stones, and a Torah, and commandments which I have written, that you may teach them.
And Moshe rose up, and his minister Yahusha, and Moshe went up into the mount of Elohim. And he said unto the elders, Tarry ye here for us, until we come again unto you. And behold, Aaron and Horai are with you. If any man have any matters to do, let him come unto them. And Moshe went up into the mount, and a cloud covered the mount. And the glory of Yahweh abode upon Mount Sinai, and the cloud covered it 6 days. And the seventh day he called unto Moshe out of the midst of the cloud. And the sight of the glory of Yahweh was like devouring fire on the top of the mount in the eyes of the children of Yashrael. And Moshe went into the midst of the cloud and got him up into the mount. And Moshe was in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. Shemot, Exodus chapter 25. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, that they bring me an offering. Of every man that gives it willingly with his heart, ye shall take my offering. And this is the offering which ye shall take of them: gold, and silver, and brass, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen, and goat's hair, and ram skin dyed red, and badger skin, and shittim wood, oil for the light, spices for anointing oil, and for sweet incense, onyx stones, and stones to be set in the ephod, in the breastplate. And let them make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell among them, according to all that I show you, after the pattern of the tabernacle, and the pattern of all the instruments thereof, even so shall ye make it. And they shall make an ark of shittim wood, 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And you shall overlay it with pure gold, within and without shall you overlay it, and shall make upon it a crown of gold round about. And you shall cast 4 rings of gold for it, and put them in the corners thereof. And 2 rings shall be in the one side of it, and 2 rings on the other side of it. And you shall make staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And you shall put the staves into the rings by the sides of the ark, that the ark may be borne with them. The staves shall be in the rings of the ark, they shall not be taken from it. And you shall put into the ark the testimony which I give you. And you shall make a mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And you shall make 2 cherubim of gold, of beaten work shall you make them, in the 2 ends of the mercy seat. And make 1 cherub on one end, and the other cherub on the other end. Even of the mercy seat shall ye make the cherubim on the 2 ends thereof. And the cherubim shall stretch forth their wings on high, covering the mercy seat with their wings, and their faces shall look one to another. Towards the mercy seat shall the faces of the cherubim be. And you shall put the mercy seat above upon the ark, and in the ark you shall put the testimony that I shall give you. And there I will meet with you, and I will commune with you from above the mercy seat, from between the 2 cherubim, which are upon the ark of the testimony, of all things which I give you in commandment unto the children of Yasharel. You shall also make a table of shittim wood. 2 cubits shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And you shall overlay it with pure gold, and make thereto a crown of gold round about. And you shall make unto it a border of a handbreadth round about. And you shall make a golden crown to the border thereof round about. And you shall make it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings in the 4 corners that are on the 4 feet thereof. Over against the border shall the rings be for places of the staves to bear the table. And you shall make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, that the table may be borne with them. And you shall make dishes thereof, and spoons thereof, and covers thereof, and bowls thereof. To cover withal of pure gold shall you make them. And you shall set upon the table showbread before me always. And you shall make a menorah, 7-branched candlestick of pure gold. Of beaten work shall the menorah be made. His shaft and his branches, his bowls, his knops, and his flowers shall be of the same. And 6 branches shall come out of the sides of it. 3 branches of the menorah out of the one side, and 3 branches of the menorah out of the other side. 3 bowls made like unto almonds, with a knop and a flower in one branch. And 3 bowls made like almonds in the other branch, with a knop and a flower. So in the 6 branches that come out of the menorah. And in the menorah shall be 4 bowls made like unto almonds, with their knops and their flowers. And there shall be a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches that proceed out of the menorah. Their knops and their branches shall be of the same. All of it shall be one beaten work of pure gold. And you shall make the 7 lamps thereof, and they shall light the lamps thereof, that they may give light over against it. And the tongs thereof, and the snuff dishes thereof, shall be of pure gold. Of a talent of pure gold shall he make it, with all these vessels. And look that you make them after the pattern, which was showed you in the mount.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 26.
Moreover, you shall make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine twined linen, and blue and purple, and scarlet, with cherubim of cunning work shall you make them. The length of one curtain shall be 28 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. Every one of the curtains shall have one measure. The 5 curtains shall be coupled together, one to another, and other 5 curtains shall be coupled one to another. And you shall make loops of blue upon the edge of the one curtain from the selvage in the coupling, and likewise shall you make in the uttermost edge of another curtain in the coupling of the second. 50 loops shall you make in the one curtain, and 50 loops shall you make in the edge of the curtain that is the coupling of the second, and the loops may take hold one of another. And you shall make 50 taches of gold, and couple the curtains together with the taches, and it shall be one tabernacle. And you shall make curtains of goat hair to be a covering upon the tabernacle. 11 curtains shall you make. The length of one curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits, and the 11 curtains shall be all of one measure. And you shall couple 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves, and shall double the 6th curtain in the forefront of the tabernacle. And you shall make 50 loops on the edge of the one curtain that is utmost in the coupling, and 50 loops in the edge of the curtain which couples the second. And you shall make 50 taches of brass, and put the taches into the loops, and couple the tent together, that it may be one. And the remnant that remains of the curtain of the tent, the half curtain that remains, shall hang over the backside of the tabernacle, and a cubit on the one side, and a cubit on the other side, of that which remains in the length of the curtains of the tent. It shall hang over the sides of the tabernacle, on this side and on that side, to cover it. And you shall make a covering for the tent of ram skin dyed red, and a covering above of badger skin. And you shall make the boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood, standing up. 10 cubits shall be the length of a board, and a cubit and a half shall be the breadth of one board. 2 tenons shall be in one board, set in order one against another. Thus shall you make for all the boards of the tabernacle. You shall make the boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards on the south side southward. And you shall make 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. And for the second side of the tabernacle, on the north side, there shall be 20 boards, and their 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward, you shall make 6 boards. And 2 boards shall you make for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides. And they shall be coupled together beneath, and they shall be coupled together above the head of it unto one ring. Thus shall it be for them both. They shall be for the 2 corners. And they shall be 8 boards, and their sockets of silver, 16 sockets, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And you shall make bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the side of the tabernacle for the 2 sides westward. And the middle bar in the middle of the boards shall reach from end to end. And you shall overlay the boards with gold, and make their rings of gold for places for the bars. And you shall overlay the bars with gold. And you shall rear up the tabernacle according to the fashion thereof, which was showed you in the mount. And you shall make a veil of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen of cunning work, with cherubim shall it be made. And you shall hang it upon the 4 pillars of shittim wood, overlaid with gold. Their hooks shall be of gold, upon the 4 sockets of silver. And you shall hang up the veil under the taches, that you may bring in hither within the veil the ark of the testimony. And the veil shall divide unto you between the holy place and the most holy. And you shall put the mercy seat upon the ark of the testimony in the most holy place. And you shall set the table without the veil, and the menorah, 7-branched candlestick, over against the table on the side of the tabernacle towards the south. And you shall put the table on the north side. And you shall make a hanging for the door of the tent of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework. And you shall make for the hanging 5 pillars of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, and their hooks shall be of gold, and you shall cast 5 sockets of brass for them.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 27.
And you shall make an altar of shittim wood, 5 cubits long, and 5 cubits broad, and the altar shall be 4 square, and the height thereof shall be 3 cubits. And you shall make the horns of it upon the 4 corners thereof. His horns shall be of the same, and you shall overlay it with brass. And you shall make his pans to receive his ashes, and his shovels, and his basins, and his flesh hooks, and his fire pans. All the vessels thereof you shall make of brass, and you shall make it for a grate of network of brass, and upon the net shall you make 4 brazen rings in the 4 corners thereof. And you shall put it under the compass of the altar beneath, that the net may be even to the midst of the altar. And you shall make staves for the altar, staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with brass. And the staves shall be put into the rings, and the staves shall be upon the 2 sides of the altar, to bear it. Hollow with boards shall you make it, as it was showed you in the mount, so shall they make it. And you shall make the court of the tabernacle, for the south side southward. There shall be hangings for the court of fine twined linen, of 100 cubits long for one side. And the 20 pillars thereof and their 20 sockets shall be of brass. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets shall be of silver. And likewise for the north side in length there shall be hangings of 100 cubits long, and his 20 pillars, and their 20 sockets of brass, the hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. And for the breadth of the court on the west side shall be hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10, and their sockets 10. And the breadth of the court on the east side eastward shall be 50 cubits. The hangings of one side of the gate shall be 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And on the other side shall be hangings 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And for the gate of the court shall be hangings of 20 cubits, of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework. And their pillars shall be 4, and their sockets 4. All the pillars round about the court shall be filleted with silver. Their hooks shall be of silver, and their sockets of brass. The length of the court shall be 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 everywhere. And the height of 5 cubits of fine twined linen, and their sockets of brass. All the vessels of the tabernacle in the service thereof, and all the pins thereof, and all the pins of the court shall be of brass. And you shall command the children of Yasharel that they bring you pure olive oil, beaten for the light, to cause the lamp to burn always. In the tabernacle of the assembly, without the veil, which is before the testimony, Aaron and his sons shall order it from evening to morning before Yahuwah. It shall be a statute forever unto their generations, on the behalf of the children of Yasharel.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 28.
And take unto you Aaron your brother, and his sons with him, from among the children of Yasharel, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office, even Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Itamar, Aaron's sons. And you shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother, for glory and for beauty. And you shall speak unto all that are wise-hearted, whom I have filled with the Ruach Hakmah, spirit of wisdom, that they may make Aaron's garments to consecrate him, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And these are the garments which they shall make: a breastplate, an ephod, and a robe, and a broidered coat, a turban, and a belt. And they shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother, and his sons, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And they shall take gold, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen, and they shall make an ephod of gold, of blue, of purple, of scarlet, and fine twined linen, with cunning work. It shall have the two shoulder pieces thereof joined at the two edges thereof, and so it shall be joined together. And the belt of the ephod, which is upon it, shall be of the same, according to the work thereof, even of gold, of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. And you shall take the two onyx stones, and grave on them the names of the children of Yasharel, 6 of their names on one stone, and the other 6 names of the rest on the other stone, according to their birth, with the work of an engraver in stone, like the engravings of a signet. Shall you engrave the 2 stones with the names of the children of Yasharel? You shall make them to be set in ouches of gold. And you shall put the 2 stones upon the shoulders of the ephod for stones of memorial unto the children of Yasharel. And Aaron shall bear their names before Yahuwah upon his 2 shoulders for a memorial. And you shall make ouches of gold, and 2 chains of pure gold at the ends of wreathen work shall you make them, and fasten the wreathen chains to the ouches. And you shall make the breastplate of judgment with cunning work. After the work of the ephod you shall make it, of gold, of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, and of fine twined linen shall you make it. 4 square it shall be, being doubled. A span shall be the length thereof, and a span shall be the breadth thereof. And you shall set in it settings of stone, even 4 rows of stones. The first row shall be sardius, a topaz, a carbuncle. This shall be the first row. And the second row shall be an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row a ligure, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row a beryl, and an onyx, and a jasper. They shall be set in gold in their enclosings. And the stones shall be with the names of the children of Yasharel, 12, according to their names, like the engravings of a signet. Every one with his name shall they be according to the 12 tribes. And ye shall make upon the breastplate chains at the end of wreathen work of pure gold. And ye shall make upon the breastplate 2 rings of gold, and shall put the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate. And ye shall put the 2 wreathen chains of gold in the 2 rings which are on the ends of the breastplate. And the other 2 ends of the 2 wreathen chains you shall fasten in the 2 ouches, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. And ye shall make 2 rings of gold, and ye shall put them upon the 2 ends of the breastplate in the order thereof, which is in the side of the ephod inward. And 2 other rings of gold you shall make, and shall put them on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath, towards the forepart thereof, over against the other coupling thereof, above the belt of the ephod. And they shall bind the breastplate by the rings thereof unto the rings of the ephod, with a lace of blue, that it may be above the belt of the ephod, and that the breastplate be not loosed from the ephod. And Aaron shall bear the names of the children of Yasharel in the breastplate of judgment upon his heart, when he goes in unto the holy place, for a memorial before Yahuwah continually. And you shall put in the breastplate of judgment the Urim and the Thummim, and they shall be upon Aaron's heart, when he goes in before Yahuwah. And Aaron shall bear the judgment of the children of Yasharel upon his heart before Yahuwah continually. And you shall make the robe of the ephod all of blue, and there shall be a hole in the top of it. In the midst thereof it shall have a binding of woven work round about the whole of it, as it were the hole of a habergeon, that it be not rent. And beneath upon the hem of it you shall make pomegranates of blue, of purple, and of scarlet, round about the hem thereof, and bells of gold between them round about, a golden bell and a pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate, upon the hem of the robe round about. And it shall be upon Aaron to minister, and his sound shall be heard when he goes in unto the holy place before Yahweh, and when he comes out, that he die not. And you shall make a plate of pure gold, grave upon it, like the engravings of a signet, Kodesh el Yahweh, holiness unto Yahweh. And you shall put it on a blue lace, that it may be upon the turban. Upon the forefront of the turban it shall be. And it shall be upon Aaron's forehead, that Aaron may bear the iniquity of the holy things, which the children of Yasharel shall hallow in all their holy gifts. And it shall be upon his forehead, that they may be accepted before Yahweh. And you shall embroider the coat of fine linen, and you shall make the turban of fine linen, and you shall make the belt of needlework. And for Aaron's sons you shall make coats, and you shall make for them belts, and bonnets shall you make for them, for glory and for beauty. And you shall put them upon Aaron your brother, and his sons with him, and shall anoint them, and consecrate them, and sanctify them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall make them linen breeches to cover their nakedness, from the loins even unto the thighs they shall reach. And they shall be upon Aaron and upon his sons, when they come in unto the tabernacle of the assembly, or when they come near unto the altar to minister in the holy place, that they bear not iniquity and die. It shall be a statute forever unto him and his seed after him.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 29.
And this is the thing that you shall do unto them, to hallow them, to minister unto me in the priest's office. Take 1 young bullock, and 2 rams without blemish, and matzah cakes tempered with oil, and matzah wafers anointed with oil. Of wheaten flour shall you make them. And you shall put them into 1 basket, and bring them in the basket, with the bullock and the 2 rams. And Aaron and his sons you shall bring unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and shall wash them with water. And you shall take the garments and put upon Aaron the coat, and the robe of the ephod, and the breastplate, and gird him with the belt of the ephod. And you shall put the turban upon his head, and put the holy crown upon the turban. Then shall you take the anointing oil, and pour it upon his head, and anoint him. And he shall bring his sons, and put coats upon them. And he shall gird them with belts, Aaron and his sons, and put the bonnets on them. And the priest's office shall be theirs for a perpetual statute. And you shall consecrate Aaron and his sons. And you shall cause a bullock to be brought before the tabernacle of the assembly. And Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the bullock. And you shall kill the bullock before Yahweh, by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And you shall take the blood of the bullock, and put it upon the horns of the altar with your finger, and pour all the blood beside the bottom of the altar. And you shall take all the fat that covers the inwards, and the caul that is above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and burn them upon the altar. But the flesh of the bullock, and his skin, and his dung, shall you burn with fire without the camp. It is a sin offering. You shall also take 1 ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. And you shall slay the ram, and you shall take his blood, and sprinkle it round about upon the altar. And you shall cut the ram in pieces, and wash the inwards of him, and his legs, and put them unto his pieces, and unto his head. And ye shall burn the whole ram upon the altar. It is a burnt offering unto Yahweh. It is a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And you shall take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. And you shall kill the ram, and take his blood, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and upon the tip of the right ear of his sons, and upon the thumb of their right hand, and upon the great toe of their right foot, and sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. And ye shall take the blood that is upon the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon the garments of his sons with him, and he shall be hallowed, and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. Also you shall take of the ram the fat and the rump, and the fat that covers the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and the right shoulder, for it is a ram of consecration. And 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer out of the basket of the matzah that is before Yahweh. And you shall put it all in the hands of Aaron, and in the hands of his sons, and shall wave them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And you shall receive them of their hands, and burn them upon the altar for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor before Yahweh. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And you shall take the breast of the ram of Aaron's consecration, and wave it for a wave offering before Yahweh, and it shall be your part. And you shall sanctify the breast of the wave offering, and the shoulder of the heave offering, which is waved, and which is heaved up, of the ram of the consecration, even of that which is for Aaron, and of that which is for his sons. And it shall be Aaron and his sons by a statute forever from the children of Yasharel, for it is a heave offering, and it shall be a heave offering from the children of Yasharel, of the sacrifice of their peace offerings, even their heave offering unto Yahweh. And the holy garments of Aaron shall be his sons after him, to be anointed therein, and to be consecrated in them. And that son, that is priest in his stead, shall put them on 7 days, when he comes into the tabernacle of the assembly to minister in the holy place. And you shall take the ram of the consecration, and seethe his flesh in the holy place. And Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram, and the bread that is in the basket, by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And they shall eat those things wherewith the atonement was made, to consecrate and to sanctify them. But a stranger shall not eat thereof, because they are holy. And if aught of the flesh of the consecrations, or of the bread, remain unto the morning, then you shall burn the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it is holy. And thus shall you do unto Aaron and to his sons, according to all things which I have commanded you. 7 days shall you consecrate them. And you shall offer every day a bullock for a sin offering, for atonement. And you shall cleanse the altar when you have made an atonement for it, and you shall anoint it to sanctify it. 7 days you shall make an atonement for the altar, and sanctify it, and it shall be an altar most holy. Whatsoever touches the altar shall be holy. Now this is that which you shall offer upon the altar: 2 lambs of the first year, day by day, continually. The one lamb you shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb you shall offer at evening. And with the one lamb 1/10 deal of flour, mingled with the 4th part of a hin of beaten oil, and the 4th part of a hin of wine, for a drink offering. And the other lamb you shall offer at evening, and shall do thereto according to the meat offering of the morning, and according to the drink offering thereof, for a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. This shall be a continual burnt offering throughout your generations, at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, before Yahweh, where I will meet you, to speak there unto you. And there I will meet with the children of Yasharel, and the tabernacle shall be sanctified by my glory. And I will sanctify the tabernacle of the assembly, and the altar, and I will sanctify also both Aaron and his sons, to minister to me in the priest's office. And I will dwell among the children of Yasharel, and will be their Elohim. And they shall know that I am Yahuwah Elohim, that brought them forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, that I may dwell among them. I am Yahuwah Elohim.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 30.
And you shall make an altar to burn incense upon. Of shittim wood shall you make it. A cubit shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof. 4 square shall it be, and 2 cubits shall be the height thereof. The horns thereof shall be of the same. And you shall overlay it with pure gold, the top thereof, and the sides thereof round about, and the horns thereof. And you shall make unto it a crown of gold round about. And 2 golden rings shall you make it under the crown of it, by the 2 corners thereof. Upon the 2 sides of it shall you make it, and they shall be for places for the staves to bear it withal. And you shall make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And you shall put it before the veil that is by the ark of the testimony, before the mercy seat that is over the testimony, where I will meet with you. And Aaron shall burn thereon sweet incense every morning. When he dresses the lamps, he shall burn incense upon it. And when Aaron lights the lamp at evening, he shall burn incense upon it, a perpetual incense before Yahweh throughout your generations. Ye shall offer no strange incense thereon, nor burnt sacrifice, nor meat offering, neither shall ye pour drink offering thereon. And Aaron shall make an atonement upon the horns of it once in a year, with the blood of the sin offering of atonement. Once in the year shall he make atonement upon it throughout your generations. It is most holy unto Yahweh.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
When you take the sum of the children of Yasharel after their number, then shall they give every man a ransom for his soul unto Yahweh, when you number them, that there be no plague among them when you number them. This they shall give, every one that passes among them that are numbered, half a shekel, after the shekel of the sanctuary. A shekel is 20 gerahs. A half shekel shall be the offering of Yahweh. Every one that passes among them that are numbered, from 20 years old and above, shall give an offering unto Yahweh. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than half a shekel, when they give an offering unto Yahweh to make an atonement for your souls. And you shall take the atonement money of the children of Yasharel, and shall appoint it for the service of the tabernacle of the assembly, that it may be a memorial unto the children of Yasharel before Yahweh, to make an atonement for your souls.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
You shall also make a laver of brass, and his foot also of brass, to wash withal, and ye shall put it between the tabernacle of the assembly and the altar, and ye shall put water therein. For Aaron and his sons shall wash their hands and their feet thereat. When they go into the tabernacle of the assembly, they shall wash with water, that they die not. Or when they come near to the altar to minister, to burn offering made by fire unto Yahweh. So they shall wash their hands and their feet, that they die not, and it shall be a statute forever to them, even to him and to his seed throughout their generations.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Take also unto you principal spices of pure myrrh, 500 shekels, and of sweet cinnamon, half so much, even 250 shekels, and of sweet calamus, 250 shekels, and of cassia, 500 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, and of olive oil, a hin. And you shall make it an oil of holy ointment, an ointment compound after the art of the apothecary. It shall be holy anointing oil. And ye shall anoint the tabernacle of the assembly therewith, and the ark of the testimony, and the table and all his vessels, and the menorah and his vessels, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering with all his vessels, and the laver and his foot. And ye shall sanctify them, that they may be most holy. Whatsoever touches them shall be holy. And you shall anoint Aaron and his sons, and consecrate them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, This shall be a holy anointing oil unto me throughout your generations. Upon man's flesh shall it not be poured, neither shall ye make any other like it. After the composition of it, it is holy, and it shall be holy unto you. Whosoever compounds any like it, or whosoever puts any of it upon a stranger, shall even be cut off from his people.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Take unto you sweet spices, stacte, and onycha, and galbanum. These sweet spices and pure frankincense, of each shall be a like weight. And you shall make it a perfume, a confection after the art of the apothecary, tempered together, pure and holy. And you shall beat some of it very small, and put of it before the testimony in the tabernacle of the assembly, where I will meet with you. It shall be unto you most holy. And as for the perfume which you shall make, ye shall not make to yourselves according to the composition thereof. It shall be unto you holy for Yahweh. Whosoever shall make like unto that, to smell thereto, shall even be cut off from his people.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 31. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
See, I have called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hori, of the tribe of Yehudah, and I have filled him with the Ruach Elohim, in wisdom and in understanding, and in knowledge, and in all manner of workmanship, to devise cunning works, to work in gold, and in silver, and in brass, and in cutting of stones, to set them, and in carving of timber, to work in all manner of workmanship. And I, behold, I have given with him Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, And in the hearts of all that are wise-hearted I have put wisdom, that they may make all that I have commanded you. The tabernacle of the assembly, the ark of the testimony, the mercy seat that is thereupon, and all the furniture of the tabernacle, and the table and his furniture, and the pure menorah with all his furniture, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering with all his furniture, and the laver and his foot, and the cloths of service for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons to minister in the priest's office, and the anointing oil, and the sweet incense for the holy place. According to all that I have commanded you, shall they do.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak also unto the children of Yasharel, saying, Truly my Shabbathot ye shall guard, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know that I am Yahuwah Mekodeshim, Yahuwah who sanctifies you. Ye shall guard the Sabbath, therefore, for it is holy unto you. Every one that defiles it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever does any work thereon, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh is the Sabbath of rest, holy unto Yahuwah. Whosoever does any work in the Sabbath, he shall surely be put to death. Wherefore the children of Yasharel shall guard the Sabbath, to keep the Sabbath throughout their generations, for a perpetual covenant. It is a sign between me and the children of Yasharel forever. For in 6 days Yahuwah made the heavens and the earth, and on the seventh day he rested, and was refreshed.
And he gave unto Moshe, when he had made an end of communing with him upon Mount Sinai, 2 sapphires of testimony, sapphire stones, written with the finger of Elohim. Shemot, Exodus chapter 32. And when the people saw that Moshe delayed to come down out of the mount, the people gathered themselves together unto Aaron, and said unto him,
Up, make us Elohim, which shall go before us. As for this Moshe, the man that brought us up out of the land of Mitzrayim, we know not what is become of him.
And Aaron said unto them,
Break off the golden earrings, which are in the ears of your women, of your sons and of your daughters, and bring them unto me.
And the people broke off the golden earrings which were in the ears, and brought them unto Aaron. And he received them at their hand, and fashioned it with a graving tool, after he had made it a molten calf. And they said,
These be your Elohim, O Yasharel, which brought you up out of the land of Mitzrayim.
And when Aaron saw it, he built an altar before it. And Aaron made a proclamation, and said,
Tomorrow is a feast to Yahuwah.
And they rose up early on the morrow, and offered burnt offerings, and brought peace offerings. And the people sat down to eat and to drink, and rose up to play. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Go, get you down, for your people, which you brought out of the land of Mitzrayim, have corrupted themselves. They have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten calf, and have worshipped it, and have sacrificed thereunto, and said, These be your Elohim, O Yasharel, which have brought you up out of the land of Mitzrayim.
And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Now therefore let me alone, that my wrath may wax hot against them, and that I may consume them, and I will make of you a great nation.
And Moshe besought Yahweh Eloheinu, and said, Yahweh, why does your wrath wax hot against your people, which you have brought forth out of the land of Mitzrayim with great power, and with a mighty hand? Wherefore should the Mitzrayim speak and say, For mischief did he bring them out, to slay them in the mountains, and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn from your fierce wrath, and repent of this evil against your people. Remember Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yasharel, your servants, to whom you swore by your own self, and said unto them, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven. And all this land that I have spoken of will I give unto your seed, and they shall inherit it forever. And Yahweh repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people. And Moshe turned, and went down from the mount, and the 2 sapphires of the testimony were in his hand. The sapphires were written on both their sides. On the one side and on the other were they written. And the sapphires were the work of Elohim, and their writing was the writing of Elohim, graven upon the sapphires. And when Yahusha heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said unto Moshe,
There is noise of war in the camp!
and he said, It is not the voice of them that shout for mastery, neither is it the voice of them that cry for being overcome, but the noise of them that sing do I hear. And it came to pass, as soon as he came nigh unto the camp, that he saw the calf and the dancing. Moshe's anger waxed hot, and he cast the sapphires out of his hands, and broke them beneath the mount. And he took the calf which they had made, and burnt it in the fire, and ground it to powder, and strawed it upon the water, and made the children of Yashrael drink of it. And Moshe said unto Aharon, What did this people unto you, that you have brought so great a sin upon them? And Aharon said,
Let not the anger of my lord wax hot. You know the people, that they are set on mischief. For they said unto me, Make us Elohim, which shall go before us. For as for this Moshe, the man that brought us up out of the land of Mitzrayim, we know not what is become of him. And I said unto them, Whosoever has any gold, let them break it off. So they gave it me, and I cast it into the fire. And there came out this calf.
And when Moshe saw that the people were naked, for Aharon had made them naked unto their shame among their enemies, then Moshe stood in the gate of the camp and said, Who is on Yahweh's side? Let him come unto me. All the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him. And he said unto them, Thus says Yahweh Elohai of Yashrael, Put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moshe, and there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men. For Moshe had said, Consecrate yourselves today to Yahweh, even every man upon his son, and upon his brother, that he may bestow upon you a blessing this day. It came to pass on the morrow, that Moshe said unto the people, Ye have sinned a great sin. And now I will go up unto El Yahweh. Perchance I shall make an atonement for your sin. And Moshe returned unto El Yahweh and said, Oh, this people have sinned a great sin, and have made them Elohai of gold. Yet now, if you will forgive their sin, and if not, blot me, I pray you, out of your sefer which you have written. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Whosoever has sinned against me, him will I blot out of my sefer. Therefore now go, lead the people into the place of which I have spoken unto you. Behold, my angel shall go before you. Nevertheless, in the day when I will visit their sin upon them.
And Yahweh plagued the people, because they made the calf which Aharon made. Shemot, Exodus chapter 33. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Depart, and go up hence, you and the people which you have brought up out of the land of Mitzrayim, unto the land which I swore unto Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Yaakov, saying, Unto your seed will I give it. And I will send an angel before you, and I will drive out the Kenai, the Amorai, the Hittai, the Perizzai, the Hivi, and the Jebusai, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, for I will not go up in the midst of you, for you are a stiff-necked people, lest I consume you in the way.
And when the people heard the evil report, they mourned. And no man did put on him his ornaments. For Yahweh had said unto Moshe,
Say unto the children of Yasharel, Ye are a stiff-necked people. I will come up into the midst of you in a moment, and consume you. Therefore now put off your ornaments from you, that I may know what to do unto you.
And the children of Yashrael stripped themselves of their ornaments by the Mount Horeb. And Moshe took the tabernacle, and pitched it without the camp, afar off from the camp, and called it the tabernacle of the assembly. And it came to pass, that everyone which sought Yahweh went out unto the tabernacle of the assembly, which was without the camp. And it came to pass, when Moshe went out unto the tabernacle, Then all the people rose up and stood every man at his tent door and looked after Moshe until he was gone into the tabernacle. And it came to pass, as Moshe entered into the tabernacle, the cloudy pillar descended and stood at the door of the tabernacle, and Yahweh talked with Moshe. And all the people saw the cloudy pillar stand at the tabernacle door, and all the people rose up and worshipped, every man in his tent door. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe face to face, as a man speaks unto his friend. And he turned again into the camp, but his servant Yahusha, the son of Nun, a young man, departed not out of the tabernacle. And Moshe said unto Eliyahu, See, you say unto me, Bring up this people, and you have not let me know whom you will send with me. Yet you have said, I know you by name, and you have also found grace in my sight. Now therefore, I pray you, if I have found grace in your sight, show me now your way, that I may know you, that I may find grace in your sight, and consider that this nation is your people. And he said,
My presence shall go with you, and I will give you rest.
And he said unto him, If your presence go not with me, carry us not up hence. For wherein shall it be known here that I and your people have found grace in your sight? Is it not in that you go with us? So shall we be separated, I and your people, from all the people that are upon the face of the earth. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
I will do this thing also that you have spoken, for you have found grace in my sight, and I know you by name.
And he said, I beseech you, show me your glory. And he said,
I will make all my goodness pass before you, and I will proclaim the name of Yahweh before you, and will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show mercy on whom I will show mercy.
And he said,
You cannot see my face, for there shall no man see me and live.
And Yahweh said,
Behold, there is a place by me, and you shall stand upon a rock. And it shall come to pass, while my glory passes by, that I will put you in the cleft of the rock, and will cover you with my hand, while I pass by. And I will take away my hand, and you shall see my back parts, but my face shall not be seen.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 34. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Hew you 2 sapphire stones like unto the first, and I will write upon these sapphires the words that were in the first sapphires, which you broke. And be ready in the morning, and come up in the morning unto Mount Sinai, and present yourself there to me in the top of the mount. And no man shall come up with you, neither let any man be seen throughout all the mount, neither let the flocks nor herds feed before that mount.
And he hewed 2 sapphire stones like unto the first. And Moshe rose up early in the morning, and went up unto Mount Sinai as Yahweh had commanded him, and took in his hand the 2 sapphire stones. And Yahweh descended in the cloud, and stood with him there, and proclaimed the name of Yahweh.
Yahweh,
And Yahweh passed by before him, and proclaimed,
Yahweh, Yahweh El, merciful and gracious, long-suffering and abundant in goodness and truth, keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, and that will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, and upon the children's children, unto the 3rd and 4th generation.
And Moshe made haste, and bowed his head toward the earth, and worshipped. And he said, If now I have found grace in your sight, O Adonai, let my Adonai, I pray you, go among us, for it is a stiff-necked people, and pardon our iniquity and our sin, and take us for your inheritance. And he said,
Behold, I cut a covenant before all your people. I will do wonders, such as have not been done in all the earth, nor in any nation, and all the people among which you are shall see the work of Yahweh. For it is a terrible thing that I will do with you. Guard that which I command you this day. Behold, I drive out before you the Emori, the Kenani, the Hittite, and the Perizzai, and the Hivi, and the Yevuosai. Take heed to yourselves, lest you cut a covenant with the inhabitants of the land whither you go, lest it be for a snare in the midst of you. But ye shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their Asherah poles. For you shall worship no other El, for Yahuwah Kana, Yahuwah is jealous, is my name. He is a jealous El. Lest you cut a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a whoring after their Elohim, and do sacrifice unto their Elohim, and one call you, and you eat of his sacrifice. And take of their daughters unto your sons, and their daughters go a whoring after their Elohim, and make your sons go a whoring after their Elohim. You shall make no molten Elohai. The feast of matzah, unleavened bread, shall you guard. 7 days you shall eat matzah, unleavened bread, as I commanded you, in the time of the month of Eve. For in the month of Eve you came out from Mitzrayim. All that opens the womb is mine, and every firstling among your cattle, whether ox or sheep, that is male. But the firstling of an ass you shall redeem with a lamb, and if you redeem him not, then shall you break his neck. All the firstborn of your sons you shall redeem, and none shall appear before me empty. 6 days you shall work, but on the 7th day you shall rest. In earing time and in harvest you shall rest. And you shall observe the feast of Katsir, harvest, of the first fruits of wheat harvest, and the feast of Asif, ingathering, at the year's end. Thrice in the year shall all your men children appear before Adonai Yahuwah, the Elohai of Yasharel. For I will cast out the nations before you, and enlarge your borders. Neither shall any man desire your land, when you shall go up to appear before Yahuwah Elohika thrice in the year. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, neither shall the sacrifice of the feast of the Pesach be left unto the morning. The first of the first fruits of your land you shall bring into the house of Yahuwah Elohika. You shall not see the kid in his mother's milk.
And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Write these words, for after the tenor of these words I have cut a covenant with you and with Yasharel.
And he was there with Yahweh 40 days and 40 nights. He did neither eat bread nor drink water. And he wrote upon the sapphires the words of the covenant, the 10 Devarim. And it came to pass, when Moshe came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 sapphires of testimony in Moshe's hand, when he came down from the mount, that Moshe knew not that the skin of his face shone while he talked with him. And when Aharon and all the children of Yasharel saw Moshe, behold, the skin of his face shone, and they were afraid to come nigh him. And Moshe called unto them, and Aharon and all the rulers of the assembly returned unto him. And Moshe talked with them. And afterward, all the children of Yasharel came nigh, and he gave them in commandment all that Yahweh had spoken with him in Mount Sinai. And till Moshe had done speaking with them, he put a veil on his face. But when Moshe went in before Yahweh to speak with him, he took the veil off until he came out. And he came out, and spoke unto the children of Yasharel, which he was commanded. And the children of Yasharel saw the face of Moshe, that the skin of Moshe's face shone. And Moshe put the veil upon his face again, until he went in to speak with him. Shemot, Exodus chapter 35. And Moshe gathered all the assembly of the children of Yasharel together, and said unto them, These are the words which Yahweh has commanded, that ye should do them. 6 days shall work be done, but on the 7th day there shall be to you a holy day, a Shabbat of rest to Yahweh. Whosoever does work thereon shall be put to death. Ye shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath. And Moshe spoke unto all the assembly of the children of Yasharel, saying, This is the thing which Yahweh commanded, saying, Take ye from among you an offering unto Yahweh. Whosoever is of a willing heart, let him bring it, an offering of Yahweh, gold, and silver, and brass, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen, and goat's hair, and ram skins dyed red, and badger skins, and shittim wood, and oil for the light, and spices for anointing oil, and for the sweet incense, and onyx stones, and stones to be set for the ephod, and for the breastplate. And every wise-hearted among you shall come and make all that Yahweh has commanded: the tabernacle, his tent, and his covering, his taches, and his boards, his bars, his pillars, and his sockets, the ark, and the staves thereof, with the mercy seat, and the veil of covering, the table, and his staves, and all his vessels, and the showbread, the menorah, also for the light, and his furniture, and his lamps, with the oil for the light, and the incense altar, and his staves, and the anointing oil, and the sweet incense, and the hanging for the door at the entering in of the tabernacle, the altar of burnt offering, with his brazen grate, his staves, and all his vessels, the laver and his foot, the hangings of the court, his pillars, and their sockets, and the hanging for the door of the court, the pins of the tabernacle, and the pins of the court, and their cords, the cloths of service, to do service in the holy place, the holy garments for Aharon the priest, and the garments of his sons, to minister in the priest's office. And all the assembly of the children of Yashar'el departed from the presence of Moshe. And they came, everyone whose heart stirred him up, and everyone whom his ruach made willing, and they brought Yahweh's offering to the work of the tabernacle of the assembly, and for all his service, and for the holy garments. And they came, both men and women, as many as were willing-hearted, and brought bracelets, and earrings, and rings, and tablets, all jewels of gold. And every man that offered an offering of gold unto Yahweh. And every man with whom was found blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen, and goat's hair, and red skins of rams, and badger skins, brought them. Everyone that did offer an offering of silver and brass brought Yahweh's offering. And every man with whom was found shittim wood for any work of the service brought it. And all the women that were wise-hearted did spin with their hands, and brought that which they had spun, both of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, and of fine linen. And all the women whose heart stirred them up in wisdom spun goat's hair. And the rulers brought onyx stones, and stones to be set for the ephod and for the breastplate, and spice, and oil for the light, and for the anointing oil, and for the sweet incense. The children of Yashar'el brought a willing offering unto Yahweh, every man and woman, whose heart made them willing to bring for all the manner of work, which Yahweh had commanded to be made by the hand of Moshe. And Moshe said unto the children of Yashar'el, See, Yahweh has called by name Betzalel, the son of Uri, the son of Horai, of the tribe of Yehudah, and he has filled him with the Ruach Elohim, in wisdom, in understanding, and in knowledge, and in all manner of workmanship, and to devise curious works, to work in gold, and in silver, and in brass, and in the cutting of stones, to set them, and in carving of wood, to make any manner of cunning work. And he has put in his heart that he may teach, both he and Aholiab, the son of Achisamach, of the tribe of Dan. Them has he filled with wisdom of heart, to work all manner of work, of the engraver, and of the cunning workman, and of the embroiderer, in blue, and in purple, in scarlet, and in fine linen, and of the weaver, even of them that do any work, and of those that devise cunning work. Shemot, Exodus chapter 36. Then wrought Betzalel and Aholiab, and every wise-hearted man, in whom Yahweh put wisdom and understanding, to know how to work all manner of work for the service of the sanctuary, according to all that Yahweh had commanded. And Moshe called Betzalel and Aholiab, and every wise-hearted man, in whose heart Yahweh had put wisdom, even everyone whose heart stirred him up to come unto the work to do it. And they received of Moshe all the offering, which the children of Yashar'el had wrought for the work of the service of the sanctuary, to make it withal. And they brought yet unto him free offerings every morning. And all the wise men that wrought all the work of the sanctuary came every man from his work which they had made. And they spoke unto Moshe, saying,
The people bring much more than enough for the service of the work which Yahweh commanded to make.
And Moshe gave commandment, and they caused it to be proclaimed throughout the camp, saying,
Let neither man nor woman make any more work for the offering of the sanctuary.
So the people were restrained from bringing, for the stuff they had was sufficient for all the work to make it, and too much. And every wise-hearted man among them that wrought the work of the tabernacle made 10 curtains of fine twined linen, and blue, and purple, and scarlet. With cherubim of cunning work made he them. The length of one curtain was 28 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. The curtains were all of one size. And he coupled the 5 curtains one unto another, and the other 5 curtains he coupled one unto another. And he made loops of blue on the edge of one curtain from the selvage in the coupling. Likewise, he made in the uttermost side of another curtain in the coupling of the second. 50 loops made he in one curtain, and 50 loops made he in the edge of the curtain which was in the coupling of the second. The loops held one curtain to another. He made 50 taches of gold, and coupled the curtains one unto another with the taches. So it became one tabernacle. And he made curtains of goat's hair for the tent over the tabernacle. 11 curtains he made them. The length of one curtain was 30 cubits, and 4 cubits was the breadth of one curtain. 11 curtains were of one size. And he coupled the 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves. And he made 50 loops upon the uttermost edge of the curtain in the coupling, and 50 loops made he upon the edge of the curtain which couples the second. And he made 50 taches of brass to couple the tent together, that it might be one. And he made a covering for the tent of ram skins dyed red, and a covering of badger skins above that. And he made the boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood, standing up. The length of a board was 10 cubits, and the breadth of a board 1 cubit and a half. One board had 2 tenons, equally distant one from another. Thus did he make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And he made the boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards for the south side, southward. And 40 sockets of silver he made under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. And for the other side of the tabernacle, which is toward the north corner, he made 20 boards, and there 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward, he made 6 boards. And 2 boards made he for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides. And they were coupled beneath, and coupled together at the head thereof, to one ring. Thus he did to both of them in both of the corners. And there were 8 boards, and their sockets were 16 sockets of silver, and under every board 2 sockets. And he made bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the tabernacle for the sides westward. And he made the middle bar to shoot through the boards from the one end to the other. And he overlaid the boards with gold, and made their rings of gold, to be places for the bars, and overlaid the bars with gold. And he made a veil of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. With cherubim he made it of cunning work. And he made thereunto 4 pillars of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. Their hooks were of gold. And he cast for them 4 sockets of silver. And he made a hanging for the tabernacle door of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen of needlework. And the 5 pillars of it, their hooks, and he overlaid their chapiters and their fillets with gold. But their 5 sockets were of brass. Shemot, Exodus chapter 37. And Bezalel made the ark of shittim wood. 2 cubits and a half was the length of it, and a cubit and a half the breadth of it, and a cubit and a half the height of it. And he overlaid it with pure gold, within and without, and made a crown of gold to it round about. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold, to be set by the 4 corners of it, even 2 rings upon the one side of it, and 2 rings upon the other side of it. And he made staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. And he put the staves into the rings by the sides of the ark, to bear the ark. And he made the mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half was the length thereof, and 1 cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And he made 2 cherubim of gold, beaten out of one piece made he them, on the 2 ends of the mercy seat, 1 cherub on the end of this side, and another cherub on the other end of that side. Out of the mercy seat made he the cherubim on the 2 ends thereof, and the cherubim spread out their wings on high, and covered with their wings over the mercy seat, with their faces one to another, even to the mercy seatward were the faces of the cherubim. And he made the table of shittim wood. 2 cubits was the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And he overlaid it with pure gold, and made thereunto a crown of gold round about. Also he made thereunto a border of a handbreadth round about, and made a crown of gold for the border thereof round about. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings upon the 4 corners that were in the 4 feet thereof. Over against the border were the rings, the places for the staves to bear the table. And he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold, to bear the table. And he made the vessels which were upon the table, his dishes, and his spoons, and his bowls, and his covers to cover withal of pure gold. And he made the menorah of pure gold, of beaten work. He made the menorah, his shaft, and his branch, his bowls, his knops, and his flowers were of the same. And 6 branches going out of the sides thereof, 3 branches of the menorah out of the one side thereof, and 3 branches of the menorah out of the other side thereof. 3 bowls made after the fashion of almonds in one branch, a knop and a flower, and 3 bowls made like almonds in another branch, a knop and a flower. So throughout the 6 branches going out of the menorah. And in the menorah were 4 bowls made like almonds, his knops and his flowers, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches going out of it. Their knops and their branches were of the same. All of it was one beaten work of pure gold. And he made his 7 lamps, and his snuffers, and his snuff dishes of pure gold. Of a talent of pure gold made he it, and all the vessels thereof. And he made the incense altar of shittim wood. The length of it was a cubit, and the breadth of it a cubit. It was 4 square. 2 cubits was the height of it. The horns thereof were of the same. And he overlaid it with pure gold, both the top of it and the sides thereof round about. And the horns of it also he made unto it a crown of gold round about. And he made 2 rings of gold for it under the crown thereof, by the 2 corners of it, upon the 2 sides thereof, to be places for the staves to bear it withal. And he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. And he made the holy anointing oil, and the pure incense of sweet spices, according to the work of the apothecary. Shemot, Exodus chapter 38. And he made the altar of burnt offering of shittim wood. 5 cubits was the length thereof, and 5 cubits the breadth thereof. It was 4 square, and 3 cubits the height thereof. And he made the horns thereof on the 4 corners of it. The horns thereof were of the same, and he overlaid it with brass. And he made all the vessels of the altar, the pots, the shovels, and the basins, and the flesh hooks, and the fire pans, all the vessels thereof he made of brass. And he made for the altar a brazen grate of network under the compass thereof, beneath unto the midst of it. And he cast 4 rings for the 4 ends of the grate of brass, to be places for the staves. And he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with brass. And he put the staves into the rings on the sides of the altar, to bear it withal. He made the altar hollow with boards. And he made the laver of brass, and the foot of it brass, of the looking glasses of the women assembling, which assembled at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And he made the court on the south side southward. The hangings of the court were of fine twined linen, 100 cubits. Their pillars were 20, and their brazen sockets 20. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets were of silver. And for the north side the hangings were 100 cubits. Their pillars were 20, and their sockets of brass 20. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. And for the west side were hangings of 50 cubits. Their pillars 10, and their sockets 10. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. And for the east side, eastward, 50 cubits. The hangings of the one side of the gate were 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And for the other side of the court gate, on this hand and on that hand, were hangings of 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. All the hangings of the court round about were of fine twined linen, and the sockets for the pillars were of brass, the hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver, and the overlaying of their chapiters of silver, and all the pillars of the court were filleted with silver. And the hanging for the gate of the court was needlework of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, and 20 cubits was the length, and the height in the breadth was 5 cubits, answerable to the hangings of the court. And their pillars were 4, and their sockets of brass 4, their hooks of silver, and the overlaying of their chapiters and their fillets of silver. And all the pins of the tabernacle and of the court round about were of brass. This is the sum of the tabernacle, even of the tabernacle of the assembly, as it was counted according to the commandment of Moshe, for the service of the Leviim, by the hand of Ithamar, son to Aharon the priest. And Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Horai, of the tribe of Yehudah, made all that Yahweh commanded Moshe, and with him was Aholibah, son of Achisamach, of the tribe of Dan, an engraver, and a cunning workman, and an embroiderer in blue, and in purple, and in scarlet, and fine linen. All the gold that was occupied for the work in all the work of the holy place, even the gold of the offering, was 29 talents, and 730 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. And the silver of them that were numbered of the assembly was 100 talents, and 100,703 score and 15 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. A beka for every man, that is, half a shekel, after the shekel of the sanctuary, for every one that went to be numbered from 20 years old and upward, for 600,000 and 3,550 men. And of the 100 talents of silver were cast the sockets of the sanctuary, and the sockets of the veil, 100 sockets of 100 talents, a talent for a socket. And of the 1,775 shekels he made hooks for the pillars, and overlaid their chapiters, and filleted them. And the brass of the offering was 70 talents, and 2,400 shekels. And therewith he made the sockets to the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and the brazen altar, and the brazen grate for it, and all the vessels of the altar, and the sockets of the court round about, and the sockets of the court gate, and all the pins of the tabernacle, and all the pins of the court round about. Shemot, Exodus chapter 39. And of the blue, and purple, and scarlet, they made cloths of service, to do service in the holy place, and made the holy garments for Aharon, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he made the ephod of gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. And they did beat the gold into thin plates, and cut it into wires, to work it in the blue, and in the purple, and in the scarlet, and in the fine linen, with cunning work. They made shoulder pieces for it, to couple it together. By the 2 edges was it coupled together. And the belt of his ephod, that was upon it, was of the same, according to the work thereof, of gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And they wrought onyx stones enclosed in ouches of gold, graven as signets are graven, with the names of the children of Yasharel. And he put them on the shoulders of the ephod, that they should be stones for a memorial to the children of Yasharel, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he made the breastplate of cunning work, like the work of the ephod, of gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. It was 4 square. They made the breastplate double. A span was the length thereof, and a span the breadth thereof, being doubled. And they set in it 4 rows of stones. The first row was a sardius, a topaz, and a carbuncle. This was the first row. And the second row, an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row, a ligure, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row, a beryl, an onyx, and a jasper. They were enclosed in ouches of gold in their enclosings. And the stones were according to the names of the children of Yashar'el, 12, according to their names. Like the engravings of a signet, every one with his name according to the 12 tribes. And they made upon the breastplate chains at the end of wreathen work of pure gold. And they made 2 ouches of gold and 2 gold rings, and put the 2 rings in the 2 ends of the breastplate. And they put the 2 wreathen chains of gold in the 2 rings on the ends of the breastplate. And the 2 ends of the 2 wreathen chains they fastened in the 2 ouches, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. And they made 2 rings of gold, and put them on the 2 ends of the breastplate, upon the border of it, which was on the side of the ephod inward. And they made 2 other golden rings, and put them on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath, toward the forepart of it, over against the other coupling thereof, above the belt of the ephod. And they did bind the breastplate by his rings unto the rings of the ephod with a lace of blue, that it might be above the belt of the ephod, and that the breastplate might not be loosed from the ephod, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he made the robe of the ephod of woven work, all of blue. And there was a hole in the midst of the robe, as the hole of a habergeon, with a band round about the hole, that it should not rend. And they made upon the hems of the robe pomegranates of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and twined linen. And they made bells of pure gold, and the bells between the pomegranates unto the hem of the robe, round about between the pomegranates. A bell and a pomegranate, a bell and a pomegranate, round about the hem of the robe to minister in, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And they made coats of fine linen of woven work for Aharon, and for his sons, and a turban of fine linen, and goodly bonnets of fine linen, and linen breeches of fine twined linen, and a belt of fine twined linen, and blue, and purple, and scarlet of needlework, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And they made the plate of the holy crown of pure gold, and wrote it upon a writing, like the engravings of a signet, Kodesh El Yahweh. And they tied it unto a lace of blue, to fasten it on high upon the turban, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. Thus was all the work of the tabernacle of the tent of the assembly finished. And the children of Yashar'el did according to all that Yahweh commanded Moshe. So did they. And they brought the tabernacle unto El Moshe, the tent, and all his furniture, his taches, his boards, his bars, and his pillars, and his sockets, and the covering of ram skins dyed red, and the covering of badger skins, and the veil of the covering, the ark of the testimony, and the staves thereof, and the mercy seat, the table, and all the vessels thereof, and the showbread, the pure menorah, with the lamps thereof, even with the lamps to be set in order, and all the vessels thereof, and the oil for light, and the golden altar, the anointing oil, and the sweet incense, and the hanging for the tabernacle door, the brazen altar, his grate of brass, his staves, and all his vessels, the laver, and his foot, the hangings of the court, his pillars, his sockets, and the hanging for the court gate, his cords, and his pins, and all the vessels of the service of the tabernacle, for the tent of the assembly, the cloths of service to do service in the holy place, and the holy garments for Aharon the priest, and for his sons' garments to minister in the priest's office, according to all that Yahweh commanded Moshe. So the children of Yashar'el made all the work. And Moshe did look upon all the work, and behold, they had done it as Yahweh had commanded. Even so had they done it, and Moshe blessed them. Shemot, Exodus chapter 40. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
On the first day of the first month shall you set up the tabernacle of the tent of the assembly, and you shall put therein the ark of the testimony, and cover the ark with the veil. And you shall bring the table, and set in order the things that are to be set in order upon it. You shall bring the menorah, and light the lamps thereof. And you shall set the altar of gold for the incense before the ark of the testimony, and put the hangings of the door to the tabernacle. And you shall set the altar of burnt offering before the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the assembly. And you shall set the laver between the tent of the assembly and the altar, and shall put water therein. And you shall set the court round about, and hang up the hanging at the court gate. And you shall take the anointing oil, and anoint the tabernacle, and all that is therein, and shall hallow it, and all the vessels thereof, and it shall be holy. And you shall anoint the altar of the burnt offering, and all his vessels, and sanctify the altar, and it shall be an altar most holy. And you shall anoint the laver and his foot, and sanctify it. And you shall bring Aharon and his sons unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and wash them with water. And you shall put upon Aharon the holy garments, and anoint him, and sanctify him, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall bring his sons, and clothe them with coats. And you shall anoint them, as you anointed their father, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. For their anointing shall surely be an everlasting priesthood throughout their generations.
Thus did Moshe, according to all that Yahweh commanded him, so did he. And it came to pass in the first month in the second year, on the first day of the month, that the tabernacle was reared up. And Moshe reared up the tabernacle, and fastened his sockets, and set up the boards thereof, and put in the bars thereof, and reared up his pillars. And he spread abroad the tent over the tabernacle, and put the covering of the tent above upon it, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he took and put the testimony into the ark, and set the staves on the ark, and put the mercy seat above upon the ark. And he brought the ark into the tabernacle, and set up the veil of the covering, and covered the ark of the testimony, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he put the table in the tent of the assembly, upon the side of the tabernacle northward without the veil. And he set the bread in order upon it before Yahweh, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he put the menorah in the tent of the assembly over against the table, on the side of the tabernacle southward. And he lighted the lamps before Yahweh, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he put the golden altar in the tent of the assembly before the veil. And he burnt sweet incense thereon, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he set up the hanging at the door of the tabernacle. And he put the altar of burnt offering by the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the assembly, and offered upon it the burnt offering and the meat offering, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he set the laver between the tent of the assembly and the altar, and put water therein to wash withal. And Moshe and Aharon and his sons washed their hands and their feet thereat, when they went into the tent of the assembly, and when they came near unto the altar, they washed, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And he reared up the court round about the tabernacle and the altar, and set up the hanging of the court gate. So Moshe finished the work. Then a cloud covered the tent of the assembly, and the glory of Yahweh filled the tabernacle. And Moshe was not able to enter into the tent of the assembly, because the cloud abode thereon, and the glory of Yahweh filled the tabernacle. And when the cloud was taken up over the tabernacle, the children of Yasharel went onward in all their journeys. But if the cloud were not taken up, then they journeyed not till the day that it was taken up. For the cloud of Yahweh was upon the tabernacle day by day, and fire on it by night, in the sight of all the house of Yasharel, throughout all their journeys. But to free those who are held captive by this belief. Yes, they are held captive by this belief, because it's a glory in the flesh. This is not from the Ruach. That there is something to boast about in our racial genealogy. Let's review the scriptures, as with these three short passages I'll include will clearly state that the grace and salvation of Yahweh through Yahusha is free to all men and women who believe, and that this shouldn't even be a topic of discussion. Nevertheless, here we are. And this is not even complete. There's probably 40 verses I could have included here, but I'm just including three sections. Galatians 3:28 through 29 says, there is neither Jew nor Greek, which I would interpret as Gentile. There is neither bond nor free. There is neither male nor female, for you are all one in Messiah Yahusha. And if you be messiahs, then are you Abraham's seed and heirs according to the promise. This right here is the true seed of Israel. Don't let anybody fool you. This is Revelation 7:9. This is a picture of the multitudes saved out of tribulation. After this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude, which no man could number, of all nations and kindreds and peoples and tongues, stood before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed with white robes and palms in their hands. Here it is right here, right? All nations, kindreds, peoples, tongues. This is all races, all of them. White, black, red, yellow, whatever. Acts 10:34 through 36. Then Peter opened his mouth and said, of a truth I perceive that Elohim is no respecter of persons, but in every nation he that feareth him and worketh righteousness is accepted with him. The word which Elohim sent unto the children of Israel, preaching peace by Yahushua HaMashiach, for he is Adonai of all. Amen and hallelujah for the real truth of the real seed, which are those by faith in Messiah and keep his commandments. That's it. That's it. So I'm going to skip all this here. We're going to do another study on that at another time. But I do want to address the conclusion again. So my conclusion remains: skin color should be of no importance to us, nor cause quarrels within the body of Messiah, recognizing the true seed are those who believe in Yahusha, the word and begotten of Yahuwah, and keep his commandments, not a particular skin color or race. When you read opposing comments to this discussion, discern the spirit they carry and the fruits they bear, as this will be the most telling sign as to who is holding the truth. Blessings in Yahusha's name. And I look forward to seeing you all in the great gathering and marriage supper of the Lamb. And actually, excuse me, I forgot to actually go over what is written in Revelation 1:14-15. So what do the scriptures say regarding skin color? Before we go here, I need to reiterate that I despise having to do this. But again, there is a large group of people claiming the heritage of the biblical Israelites based off their skin color. So as with all false doctrine, we must expose it by sharing the truth. And in his infinite wisdom, Yahuwah thought it meet to express the color of his people and his son, Yahushua HaMashiach, through the scripture. So, Yahusha. Revelation 1:14 says, his head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were as a flame of fire. Now, interestingly enough, this movement that I'm talking about actually uses this verse to say that they're the true race. But it says right here, right, his head and his hair. So actually, let me read it here. So notice it emphasizes the color twice. It does not say his hair was the texture of wool, but the color. Then continues to reinforce his complexion being white as snow. Backing up to the beginning of that verse, it says his head was also white alongside his hair. What do we do with that? Other than take it at face value, have we not learned our lesson with biblical earth, i.e. pillars, immovable or unmovable, the compass upon the face of the deep, etc., etc.? Then Revelation 1:15, it says, and his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace. So let's look at the Greek word used for fine brass. It's kalkolebanon, all right? So it's a root word, or the root word here, in the implied mean of whiteness or brilliancy. The KJV translated as fine brass twice, and it says some metal like of gold, if not more precious. So let's just read this here. Neuter of a compound of G, such and such and such and such, and the implied mean of whiteness or brilliancy, burnished copper, an alloy of copper or gold, and silver having a brilliant luster, fine brass. Okay, so that's the best description of what he was actually looking at. So again, this is here. This is what we just read. So skipping here, let's look at what fine brass looks like. Oops. Let's go to here. Oh, that's weird. So this is what fine brass looks like. Okay. Let's look at what brass in a furnace looks like. I'm not going to have any sound here, but so this is brass. Yes, most gun shells are or bullet shells are made out of brass. So, anyways, he pours into this little furnace here, right? So this is what brass looks like in a furnace. We'll just skip ahead here. Anyways, and then this is when it's refined. So just to give you an idea of what Yehochanan was saying, and then here's another witness for Yahusha. This is Enoch 46:1, and there I saw one who had a head of days, and his head was white like wool, and with him was another being whose countenance had the appearance of a man, and his face was full of graciousness like one of the holy angels. So just a second witness, and also it's in Daniel as well. But what they say is that his hair had the texture of wool, but that's not what it says. It says his hair was white like wool, and anyways, I really hate even talking about this, but like I said, Abba put it on my heart that we have to address this because it was written. I can't just skip over what he found it was meet to write in his scripture. So that's enough for now. Like I said, I'm going to put this link in the description box for those that want to read up on this and maybe even rebuke me before I put out that video to sharpen me in any way I can. But that movement needs to be addressed, and Yah put it on my heart that I've got to address it. So I don't know what to do with that. So other than obey. All right, so moving on now. Revelation 1:16, and he had in his right hand 7 stars, and out of his mouth went a sharp 2-edged sword, which we're going to read that here in Yeshayah here in a second, and his countenance was white as the sun shines in his strength. His countenance was as the sun shines in his strength. Amen. So let's, actually, my goodness, I'm all over the place here. I forgot to address the second part of Revelation 1:15, and his voice as the sound of many waters. There's actually lots of different scriptures we can pull up about this, but I actually want to pull up a vision that included this section right here. So we're going to take a look at 2 Esdras chapter 6, verses 1 through 28, and this is going to have a little section in here about the sound of many waters. So, and he said to me, at the beginning of the circle of the earth, before the portals of the world were in place, and before the assembled winds blew, and by the way, it is interesting, right? The circle of the earth, just like we see in Yeshayah, in Isaiah 40:22, it reminds me of the compass set upon the face of the deep, right? A circle does not mean a ball. In Isaiah 22, he actually says the word gadur, which is ball. And so he could have said that in Isaiah, but he didn't. He said circle. Anyways, and before the rumblings of the thunder sounded, and before the flashes of lightning shone, and before the foundations of paradise were laid, and before the beautiful flowers were seen, and before the powers of movement were established, and before the innumerable hosts of angels were gathered together, and before the heights of the air were lifted up, and before the measures of the firmaments were named, and before the footstool of Zion was established, and before the present years were reckoned, and before the imaginations of those who now sin were estranged, and before those who stored up treasures of faith were sealed, then I planted these things, and they were made through me and not through another, just as the end shall come through me and not through another. And I answered, this is Ezra speaking, right, to the angel Uriel, and I answered and said, what will be the dividing of times, or when will be the end of the first age and the beginning of the age that follows? And he said to me, from Abraham to Yitzchak, because from him were born Yaakov and Esau. For Jacob's hand held Esau's heel from the beginning. For Esau is the end of this age, and Jacob is the beginning of the age that follows. For the beginning of a man is his hand, and the end of the man is his heel. Between the heel and the hand, seek for nothing else, Ezra. It is interesting that right now, technically, Esau is ruling this earth in the physical sense. With the Rothschilds, the royal families, the DuPonts, the Rockefellers. These are all Esau. Esau is ruling this age, but there's going to be a time at the end of this age when Messiah Yahusha comes back and gives us that sword. Jacob will be the beginning of the age that follows. I answered and said, O sovereign Adonai, if I have found favor in your sight, show your servant the end of the signs which you did show me in part on the previous night. He answered and said to me, rise to your feet, and you will hear a full resounding voice. And if the place where you are standing is greatly shaken while the voice is speaking, do not be terrified, because the word concerns the end, and the foundations of the earth will understand that the speech concerns them, right? The foundations of the earth, right? Just like a house is built, it has foundations it's set upon. They will tremble and be shaken, for they know that their end must be changed. When I heard this, I rose to my feet and listened, and behold, a voice was speaking, and its sound was like the sound of many waters. So what we just saw, right? And his voice, the sound of many waters. This is Messiah Yahusha speaking to Ezra. And it said, Behold, the days are coming, and it shall be that when I draw near to visit the inhabitants of the earth, and when I require from the doers of iniquity the penalty of their iniquity, right? Iniquity is lawlessness. And when the humiliation of Zion is complete, and when the seal is placed upon the age which is about to pass away, then I will show these signs. The book shall be opened before the firmament, which we saw in Daniel, and all shall see it together. Infants a year old shall speak with their voices, and women with child shall give birth to premature children at 3 or 4 months, and these shall live and dance. Now, I will say, this kind of happens. I've had 5 children, and I've had infants at a year speaking with their voices. Now, not full sentences, and maybe this is what this is implying, so maybe we're not there yet. But with modern day medicine, which I hate even saying that word, but I mean, let's just say what it is. I mean, there's technology, and I don't know. I mean, is this the will of Yahweh that this technology came about so that premature preemies that are born at 3 or 4 months, they can live? There's cases out there of preemies born at 3 or 4 months that do live. Now, I don't know if that's what this is implying, but it is interesting to think about. And these shall live and dance. Sown places shall suddenly appear unsown, and full storehouses shall suddenly be found to be empty. And the trumpet shall sound aloud, which we're going to talk about this in a bit. Remember this. And the trumpet shall sound aloud, and when all hear it, they shall suddenly be terrified. At that time, friends shall make war on friends like enemies, and the earth and all those who inhabit it shall be terrified, and the springs of the fountains shall stand still, so that for 3 hours they shall not flow. This is hard for me to understand exactly what's going on here, just being honest. And it shall be that whoever remains after that I have foretold you shall himself be saved. Right, so there's going to be an end times remnant that lasts till the end, and shall see my salvation and the end of my worlds, and they shall see the men, so a different group, who were taken up, who from their birth have not tasted death, and the heart of the earth's inhabitants shall be changed and converted to a different spirit. For evil shall be blotted out, and deceit shall be quenched. Faithfulness shall flourish, and corruption shall be overcome. And the truth, the Torah, which has been so long without fruit, we talked about this earlier, shall be revealed, which this is happening now. So it is interesting how all this is going on. But remember this trumpet. I think we're going to go over this a little bit later on today, if I have this right. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I didn't save that. Let's pull it up now. It's what is it? If I remember correctly, it was Joel 2. We'll read. Let's read just Joel 2, 1 through 2, and then we'll read 15 on. Joel 2 says, "Blow ye the trumpet," which this Hebrew word is actually shofar. So blow ye the shofar in Zion, and sound an alarm in my holy mountain. Let all the inhabitants of the land tremble, for the day of Yahweh cometh, for it is nigh at hand. Right, his holy mountain is New Jerusalem coming down. So this is another piece of evidence for me that at the beginning of the day of Yahweh, the shofar is blown, it comes down, all the inhabitants of the land are going to tremble, right? Because this is that alien invasion they've all been afraid of, so-called alien invasion, right? Because Yahusha and his called out assembly are going to be the alien threat that brings the whole world together. For the day of Yahweh cometh, for it is nigh at hand, a day of darkness and of gloominess, a day of clouds and of thick darkness, as the morning spread upon the mountains, a great people and a strong. There hath not been ever like, neither shall any more after it, even to the ends of many generations. So let's jump down to verse 15. Blow the trumpet in Zion, blow shofar in Zion, sanctify a fast, call us all in assembly, gather the people. This is the gathering. Sanctify the congregation. This is the call out assembly that is gathered when the shofar is blown. Assemble the elders, gather the children, and those that suck the breast. Let the bridegroom go forth of his chamber, and let the bride out of her closet. Let the priests, the ministers of Yahweh, weep between the porch and the altar, and let them say, Spare thy people, Yahweh, and give not thine inheritance to reproach, that the heathen should rule over them. Wherefore should they say among the people, Where is their Elohim? Right? Yeah. anyways, so we'll stop there. But it's just really interesting. So I brought up 2 Esdras because I wanted to let you know about what happens. It says right here, and the shofar shall sound aloud, and when all hear it, they shall suddenly be terrified. And at that time, friends shall make war on friends like enemies. Right. So this is kind of what we see in Matthew 24, nation against nation. People against people, but also another passage later in 2 Esdras that says at this time also is when people stop this war and then they unite their forces against Yahusha, which I think we're going to see. Actually, let's pull it up now. It's in 2 Esdras 13. 213. After 7 days I dreamed a dream of the night, and behold, a wind arose from the sea and stirred up all its waves. And I looked, and behold, this wind made something like the figure of a man come up out of the heart of the sea. And I looked, and behold, that man flew with the clouds of heaven. For those of you that did watch part 1, we did a huge rabbit trail on who the clouds of heaven are. And wherever which is basically his Kodeshim, his called out ones, his assembly, his 144,000, I believe, and maybe possibly the great multitude. I'm not sure exactly how that works, and wherever he turned his face to look, everything under his gaze trembled. And whenever his voice issued from his mouth, all who heard his voice melted as wax melts when it feels the fire. After this I looked, and behold, an innumerable multitude of men were gathered together from the 4 winds of heaven to make war against the man who came up out of the sea. And I looked, and behold, he carved out for himself a great mountain and flew upon it. And I tried to see the region of place which the mountain was. It was carved, but I could not. And I forgot to also put up Daniel 2. Daniel 2, I think it's 34 to 35, but I'll put 36. Oops. So I may be wrong. Oh. Yeah, here we go. Thou sawest till that stone was cut without hands. So backing up, I know I'm jumping all over the place. Hopefully you can follow me here. This is the dream that Nebuchadnezzar was given, and Daniel interpreted that giant statue that had the head of gold, the chest and arms of silver, the waist and thighs of bronze or brass, and then the feet and the legs of iron and the feet of iron mixed with clay. And then at the end of those kingdoms, the stone that was cut without hands came and broke all these to pieces. And we're going to see what that is. Thou sawest till that stone was cut without hands. Right? And I looked, and behold, he carved out for himself a great mountain. He carved it out, right? So cut without human hands, which smote the image upon his feet that were of iron and clay, and brake them into pieces. Then was the iron, the clay, the brass, the silver, and the gold broken to pieces together, and became like the chaff of the summer threshing floors. And the wind carried them away, that no place was found for them. And the stone that smote the image became a great mountain, became a great mountain and filled the whole earth. Okay, so this is New Jerusalem, as we're going to find out here in 2 Esdras 13. So again, and I beheld, he carved out for himself a great mountain and flew upon it. And I tried to see the region or place from which that mountain was carved, but I could not, right, because it was cut without hands. After this I looked, and behold, all who had gathered together against him to wage war were much afraid, yet dared to fight. And behold, when he saw the onrush of the approaching multitude, he neither lifted up his hand, nor held a spear or any weapon of war, but I saw only how he sent forth from his mouth, as it were, a stream of fire, and from his lips a flaming breath, and from his tongue he shot forth a storm of sparks. All these were mingled together, the stream of fire, and the flaming breath, and the great storm, and fell on the onrushing multitude, which was prepared to fight, and burned them all up, so that suddenly nothing was seen of the innumerable multitude, but only the dust of ashes and the smell of smoke. When I saw it, I was amazed. After this, I saw the same man come down from the mountain and call to himself another multitude which was peaceable. Then many people came to him, some of whom were joyful and some sorrowful. This is, I believe, the wise and the foolish. I believe the wise will be joyful and the foolish will be sorrowful. Some of them were bound, and some were bringing others as offerings. This is the interpretation of the vision. So some of that might have sounded really confusing to you. The great news is the angel Uriel gives us the interpretation. Sorry. Then in great fear I awoke and besought the Most High, and said, From the beginning thou hast shown thy servant these wonders, and hast deemed me worthy to have my prayer heard by thee. Now show me also the interpretation of this dream, for as I consider it in my mind, alas, for those who will be left in those days, and still more, alas, for those who are not left. For those who are not left will be sad, because they understand what is reserved for the last days, but cannot attain it. But alas for those who also are left, and for that very reason, for they shall see great dangers and much distress, as these dreams show. Yet it is better to come into these things through incurring peril than to pass from the world like a cloud, and not see what shall happen in the last days. He answered me and said, I will tell the interpretation of the vision, and I will also explain to you the things which you have mentioned. As for what you have said about those who are left, this is the interpretation. He who brings the peril at that time will himself protect those who fall into peril, who have works and have faith in the Almighty, right? Faith without works is dead. Understand, therefore, that those who are left are more blessed than those who have died. This is the interpretation of the vision. As for you seeing a man come up from the heart of the sea, this is he whom the Most High has been keeping for many ages, who himself will deliver his creation, and he will direct those who are left. And as for your seeing wind and fire and a storm coming out of his mouth, and as for his not holding a spear or weapon of war, yet destroying the onrushing multitude which came to conquer him, this is right, the great battle where multitudes are destroyed. This is the interpretation. Behold, the days are coming when the Most High will deliver those who are on the earth, and bewilderment of mind shall come over those who dwell on the earth. And they shall plan to make war against one another, city against city, place against place, people against people, kingdom against kingdom. This is exactly what we saw in I know a lot of you are familiar with Matthew 24, which says this verbatim. City against, make war one against another, city against city, place against place, people against people, and kingdom against kingdom, right? And when these things come to pass, and these signs occur, which I showed you before, then my son shall be revealed. So I believe we're still on the cusp of this great war, this World War III that everybody's been talking about. I believe that's going to happen before this day that we're waiting for is going to happen. Excuse me. Shofar, so good. So when this happens, then my son will be revealed, whom you saw as a man coming up from the sea. And when all the nations hear his voice, every man shall leave his own land and the warfare that they have against one another, and an innumerable multitude shall be gathered together, as you saw, desiring to come and conquer him. So isn't that interesting? Let's pause for a second. This is the Hollywood narrative right here in one verse. What I was saying earlier about the alien deception, the alien threat, well, Hollywood keeps putting in the minds of the people that there's going to be this invasion, right? And when this invasion comes, people are going to have to gather together to fight this force. I mean, Independence Day is like the epitome of that. And in that movie, you see how everybody puts their differences aside, and they're like, "Hey, we're not each other's enemy. This is the real enemy." You see it in the Avengers movie, like Thanos and all that, right? Everybody unites. Everybody, even enemies, unite to go against this threat, to take it down. And and Hollywood teaches that if everybody comes together, they can defeat this force. This force comes down with superior technology. They come down with impenetrable barriers. I believe that they'll be shooting rockets at New Jerusalem, and it's going to be like we see in these alien movies. They have this superior technology, which obviously Yahweh has. All these weapons, I think, will be of none effect. But people will have in their minds, we just got to figure this out because we figured it out in these movies. If we come together, we can take this down. We can take this threat down. Sorry, I'm like getting excited here. But I think this is it right here. So let me read it again. Remember, I think we're going to see great war, people against people, nation against nation. But then this is going to happen right in the middle of that. The shofar is going to sound. The people are going to be gathered. New Jerusalem's coming down, and the world will turn their weapons against each other towards New Jerusalem and come together to take this down. So keep that in mind and read this again. So once again. And they shall plan to make war against another, city against city, place against place, people against people, kingdom against kingdom. And when these things shall come to pass, and the signs occur which I showed you before, then my son will be revealed, whom you saw as a man coming up from the sea. And when all the nations hear his voice, every man shall leave his own land, and the warfare that they have against one another, right? They're going to take the guns off each other and point it towards New Jerusalem. And an innumerable multitude shall be gathered together, as you saw, desiring to come and conquer him, Messiah. But he will stand on the top of Mount Zion, and Zion will come and be made manifest to all people, prepared and built, as you saw the mountain carved without hands. Right? So it just showed us right here that mountain that we saw in Daniel, that mountain that we saw at the beginning of this chapter, is New Jerusalem, cut without hands. And he, my son, will reprove the assembled nations for their ungodliness. This was symbolized by the storm. And he will reproach them to their face with their evil thoughts and the torments with which they are to be tortured, which were symbolized by the flames, and will destroy them without effort by the Torah, the law, which was symbolized by fire. Amen. And as you see for your, and as for your seeing himself gather to him another, and as for your seeing him gather to himself another multitude that was peaceable, these are the 10 tribes which were led away from their own land into captivity in the days of King Hoshea, whom Shalmaneser, the king of the Assyrians, led captive. And he took them across the river, and they were taken into another land. But they formed for this plan for themselves, that they would leave the multitude of the nations and go to a more distant region where mankind had never lived, that there at least they might keep their statutes, which had not been kept in their own land. And they went by the narrow passages of the Euphrates River, for at that time the Most High performed signs for them, and stopped the channels of the river until they passed over. Through that region there was a long way to go, a journey of a year and a half, and that country is called Arzreth. I believe this is the dispersion of the 10 tribes into Europe, and then ultimately into America, which a lot of people do believe Arzreth here is America. So something interesting. And then lastly, then there they dwelt until the last times. Here we are. And now, when they are about to come again, the Most High will stop the channels of the river again, that they may be able to pass over. And therefore you saw the multitude gather in peace. Yeah. Anyways, so that's a long rabbit trail, but I thought that was really interesting of a passage to talk about with, and his voice is the sound of many waters. So really off topic, but I wanted to share with you another section where it was shown that he has a voice of many waters, and what that prophecy would bring forth. So pretty interesting, right? Revelation 1:16, and he had in his right hand 7 stars, and out of his mouth went a sharp 2-edged sword, and his countenance was as the sun shines in his strength. Let's take a look at some passages here. Isaiah 49, Yeshayah 49, 1 through 2. Listen, O isles, unto me, and hearken ye, people from far. Yahweh has called me from the womb. This is specifically Messiah Yahusha, right? From the bowels of my mother hath he made mention of my name. Now, we saw that some of the apostles took hold of this as well. And his prophets like Jeremiah, same thing. And I think for his called out assembly, his end times remnant, which I know you guys know by now that I believe are his witnesses. In a sense, we are not, we're prophesying because we're sharing the scriptures with discernment and sharing it with people. So this can also, kind of in a shadow relate to us as well, because he separated us from the beginning of the earth. He knew who would be who from the beginning, from the foundation of the earth. Let that sink in. Think about it. He thought about you before the world was made. And he had made my mouth like a sharp sword. In the shadow of his hand he hath hid me, and made me a polished shaft. In his quiver hath he hid me. Hebrews 4:12. For the word of Yahweh is quick and powerful and sharper than any 2-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit and the joints and marrow, and as a discerner of the thoughts and the intents of the heart. Amen. And then lastly, so that's talking about the sharp 2-edged sword out of his mouth. It's the law, it's the Torah, it's the prophets, it's the writings, it's all of it. And his countenance was as the sun shines in his strength. And we saw that in the transfiguration, Matthew 17, 1 through 2. After 6 days, Yahusha taketh Peter, James, and John his brother, and bring them up to a high mountain apart, and was transfigured before them, and his face did shine as the sun, and his raiment was as white as the light. So, amen to that. Awesome. So, okay, so next verse. Revelation 1:17. And when I saw him, I fell at his feet as dead, and he laid his right hand upon me, saying unto me, Fear not, I am the first and last. And we went over this in pretty good detail in part 1. So if you didn't watch part 1 and you want some more discernment on this, check out part 1. No need for us to go over it again. Revelation 1:18, I am he that lives and was dead, and behold, I am alive forevermore. Amen. And have the keys of Sheol and of death. And we talked about this last week as well. So this is kind of repetitive of what we talked about last week. So Revelation 1:19, write the things which you have seen, and the things which are, and the things which shall be hereafter, the mystery of the 7 stars which you saw in my right hand, and the 7 golden menorah. This is the candlestick, the 7-branch candlestick. The 7 stars are the angels of the 7 called out assemblies, and the 7 menorah, the 7 candlesticks which you saw, are the 7 called out assemblies. So very simply, this has always symbolized the church, the ecclesia, if you will, is a little better description. This has always symbolized the called out assembly, the Kodeshim of Yahuwah. And as we saw earlier, we know that it's the branches that put forth the oil in it, and the light. This light was to continually be burning. The light symbolizes the law, so the law should always be in our heart, soul, and mind. It should be on our lips. It should be on our thoughts, as Deuteronomy 6 says, that we should wake up thinking about it. We should go to bed thinking about it. We should walk by the way. We should teach it to our children. It should continually be on our hearts, so the law should be burning within us at all times. Now, interesting, it says here also, the 7 stars are the angels of the 7 called out assemblies. Now, the only place I could really find this is really interesting. Let's take a look at this. This is in Enoch 20. Here, this is the 7 archangels. Are these the 7 angels that he mentions? It's not conclusive, but I think it's interesting, and I think it's worthy of testing. And these are the names of the holy angels, the Kodesh angels who watch. Uriel, this is the same angel that was talking to Ezra in the passage that we just read, or the passages we read. Uriel, one of the holy angels who is over the world and over Tartarus. Raphael, one of the holy angels who is over the spirits of men. Raguel, one of the holy angels who takes vengeance on the world of the luminaries. Michael, one of the holy angels who, to wit, he that is set over the best part of mankind and over chaos. Sarakiel, one of the Kodesh angels who is set over the spirits, the Ruachs, who sin in the spirit. Gabriel, one of the holy angels, the Kodesh angels, who is over paradise and the serpents and the cherubim. Remiel, one of the holy angels, whom Elohim set over those who rise. So, could this be the 7? Could this be the 7 angels spoken of here in Revelation 20? Again, not conclusive, but here's 7 angels, and these are like leaders, right? So I think it's definitely possible. Okay, I wanted to also read Hebrews 1:13-14. But to which of the angels said he at any time, sit on my right hand until I make thine enemies thy footstool? Are they, the angels, not all ministering spirits, set forth to minister for them who shall be heirs of salvation? Amen, right? Pretty awesome. That's why all those times we see throughout the scriptures, they're like, no, don't bow down to me, right? Don't worship me, worship Yahweh. Because they know that that's what their role is, actually, is to serve us, and not like in a, I'm not saying it like in a slave kind of way or manner, but that is their function, as what he says in Hebrews. So okay, so here we are finally in chapter 2, and we're going to get into the 7 ecclesia, the 7 churches, and I want to re-go over what we went over last week just really quickly, because I thought it was so interesting that the meanings of the names of the 7 churches. So let's go over it again. So Ephesus means desirable or desired. Smyrna means myrrh, but we got to dig deeper, which means bitterness. And if we look in the book of 1 Adam and Eve, chapter 31, verse 2, Messiah Yahusha explains to Adam the symbolic meaning of what myrrh means, which means it's a token of the suffering and death that Yahusha would experience for us. So with myrrh, we can say bitterness of the suffering of his death, right? Pergamos, married tower / city. So we'll call it married city. Thyatira, sacrifice or sacrifice and offering. Sardis, prince of joy. Philadelphia, you all know this, brotherly love. Laodicea, just and lawful ruling people. There's many descriptions out there. Some said just ruling people, some said lawful ruling people. So I said, you know what? It's the same thing, just and lawful ruling people. I put it together. So when you put all those together, you get a message. The desired bitter suffering and death brings the married city and sacrifices and offerings to the Prince of Joy and brotherly love from a just and lawful ruling people. Amen, amen. So I just thought that is so awesome. Praise be to Yah for that. So I got a little comment here I want to preface before we get into the seven churches. And I don't know how many we'll be able to get into tonight, maybe one or two of them. But I want to read this real quickly. So with the descriptions of the seven churches, the ecclesias, I've seen many interpretations regarding them. Some will say these seven ecclesias span from the time of the apostles until now, so one following after the other in a timeline fashion. Another says that one or two may be around in these last days, but the rest have passed. As we dig into each ecclesia, you will notice that you may recognize the qualities of all of these ecclesia may be around now, and that is what the Ruach, the Spirit, has led me to understand. Now, I don't like making this comparison, but just so you can understand it better, the qualities of each of these seven called out assemblies reminds me of. This is totally secular, so just bear with me here. Okay, I'm not really I'm not equating it to be the same. I'm just giving you something to think about, a comparison. Some of you are familiar with the Briggs-Meyer MTBI, the personality exam, which puts people in categories in a basic sense based off your personality and the choices you make. Of course, you can't box everybody into 16 personality types, but this is a modern way of explaining as to what we're going to see in the seven called out assemblies. They all have good characteristics. Some of them only have good characteristics, and some of them have some good characteristics, but some of them have some things they got to work on, right? So it's like what I truly believe is that in the teaching of these seven ecclesia, you're going to see great qualities in some of these, and you're going to see some things that they need to work on. But the great news is I think we can glean from all of these called out assemblies, right? And what's interesting is at the end of them, you'll see a reward, but I don't think that reward is specifically for that church or that ecclesia. I think that reward is for everybody because we all have this, we have the eventual same reward, which we'll see. Now, people will have different crowns and that kind of stuff, but the basic premise of these rewards, which is to have everlasting life and to walk with Him in white and whatnot, for all those that overcome, that is. Because I believe all those that overcome out of each church each ecclesia will have their reward, which we'll talk about here as we get into it. So, yeah, like that Briggs-Meyer thing, like I took that long ago, and I'm not saying that that it's something to be heralded or whatever, but like it said, I was an INFJ, and then you look at the explanation of it, and you're like, well, that's pretty close to who I am, But again, that's really secular, not part of this discussion. But I just want to give you an example of kind of maybe what the theme overall of what these seven ecclesia are. Is it kind of it describes certain seven different types of people that I think that are alive right now that are quote unquote believers. So, all right, without further delay, let's get into the church, the ecclesia of Ephesus, right? And so let's give a quick synopsis of Ephesus. This is not going to be a quick one. Oh, yeah, well, let us read it anyways because we have to subscribe. Oh, I've got ad blocker. Okay, I get it. Okay. Well, darn. I wanted to share with you guys some basic stuff. How do I do this? Maybe not this time. Okay. Let's read this quick description of Ephesus. Ephesus, the capital of proconsular Asia, which was the western. Let me zoom in a little more. I know you guys want to like to read this sometimes with me. Here we go. Ephesus, the capital of proconsular Asia, which was the western part of Asia Minor. This is proconsul. This is the consulate before Rome turned into a consulate, I imagine. Which was the western part of Asia Minor. It was colonized principally from Athens. In the times of the Romans, it bore the title of the first and greatest metropolis of Asia. It was distinguished for the temple of Diana, who there had her chief shrine, and for its theater, which was the largest in the world. capable of containing 50,000 spectators. It was like all ancient theaters open to the sky. Here were exhibited the fights of wild beasts and of men with beasts. Many Jews took up their residence in this city, and here the seeds of the gospel were sown immediately after Pentecost. At the close of his second missionary journey, about 51 AD, when Paul was returning from Greece to Syria, he first visited the city. He remained, however, for only a short time, as he was hastening to keep the feast. Right? So people who say that Paul, did away with the law of the feasts, you just misunderstand him. Now, we're going to get into it because there's some things that it's really hard to understand with Paul. I'm going to be honest with you, especially when you get into these churches and we're talking about food sacrificed into idols, because Yahusha says, don't do it, get away from it. And Paul's like, it's not a big deal. You're like, well, I'm going to go with Yahusha on this one. So, as he was hastening to keep the feast, probably of Pentecost at Jerusalem, but he left Aquila and Priscilla behind him to carry on the work of spreading the gospel. During his third missionary journey, Paul reached Ephesus from the upper coasts, i.e., from the inland parts of Asia Minor, and tarried here for about 3 years. And so successful and abundant were his labors that all they which dwelt in Asia heard the word of the Adonai Yahusha, both Jews and Greeks. Probably during this period, the 7 churches of the Apocalypse were founded, not by Paul's personal labors, but by missionaries whom he may have sent out from Ephesus, and by the influence of converts returning to their homes. On his return from his journey, Paul touched at Miletus, some 30 miles south of Ephesus, and sending for the presbyters of Ephesus to meet him there, he delivered to them that touching farewell charge which is recorded in Acts 20, 18-35. Ephesus is not again mentioned until the close of Paul's life, when he writes to Timothy, exhorting him to abide still at Ephesus. 2 of Paul's companions, Trophimus and Tychicus, were probably natives of Ephesus. In his second epistle to Timothy, Paul speaks of Onesiphorus as having served him in many things at Ephesus. He also sent Tychicus to Ephesus, probably to attend to the interests of the church there. Ephesus is twice mentioned in the Apocalypse. The Apostle John, according to tradition, spent many years in Ephesus, where he died and was buried. A part of the site of this once famous city is now occupied by a small Turkish village, Ayasaluk, which is regarded as a corruption of the 2 Greek words, Hygos Theologos, the holy divine. So there's a little bit about Ephesus. So let's move on. Revelation 2:1. Unto the angel of the called out assembly of Ephesus write, these things says he that holds the 7 stars in his right hand, who walks in the midst of the 7 golden candlesticks, menorah. I know your works and your labor and your patience. Right? He's like, you've got some good qualities. And how you cannot bear them which are evil. And you have tried them which say they are apostles and are not, and have found them liars. Okay? So, as I was just saying before, there's some interesting things that Paul says that I'm just going to straight up say I don't agree with. And one of them is when we're going to talk about this food sacrificed to idols. We're going to see it very starkly. Yahusha is like, I have something against you. You're mixing with, food sacrificed into idols and such and such. And then there's a passage from Paul that's like, hey, food sacrificed to idols, that's nothing. Don't even worry about it. And you're like, what? What's going on here? So, I'm not on the Paul as a false apostle bandwagon. Not by any means. I'm not. But there's just some passages in there that boggles my mind. Like the food sacrificed to idol thing. Like, what's going on here? And when he talks ill about circumcision, I get it. He basically, when it comes to circumcision, he's like, if you get circumcised and you deny Messiah, what does that mean? It means nothing. I get it. But, I do believe circumcision is part of, is still relevant for us. Circumcision of the heart is what really matters. But it's like, is that a commandment that we can keep to circumcise ourselves and our sons? Yeah, I do. A lot of people, I'm sure, will argue with me about this because this is, circumcision has been taught against for many centuries due to Paul's writings. But anyways, in general, Paul brought a lot of wisdom to the table that no other prophet did. So we'll talk about that in a second. So actually, let's slow down here.
So we saw works, labor, and patience. They have amazing qualities. They're probably amazing human beings. They are probably loving, patient. They're probably kind. They're doing good deeds. Like maybe they're feeding the homeless. Maybe they're even doing missionary work. You know, it looks like maybe even a servant type of personality. And it says they cannot bear them which are evil. In our modern time, you know, could these people be possibly truth seekers, hating the evil and corruption of this world, maybe exposing the Illuminati and just wickedness of this world? You know, maybe these are truth seekers. Maybe these are truthers. And we'll go on a little further. And then you know, the apostles thing, right? And you have tried them which say they are apostles and are not, and have found them liars. You know, people will put this on Paul. Let's read a couple passages. This is I think this is pinpointing the false apostles or false prophets here. 1 John 4:1, Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits whether they are of Elohim, because many false prophets are gone out into the world. Matthew 7:15-23, Beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are ravening wolves. Ye shall know them by their fruits. And it's always been about the Torah. That's the fruits Yahuwah has always been looking for. And Yahusha taught nothing different. He just taught in parables, so to veil the understanding for those that don't love his word and don't understand what the word actually says. Do men gather grapes of thorns or of figs and thistles, right? Even so, every good tree bringeth forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree bringeth forth evil fruit. A good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. Every tree that bringeth forth not good fruit is hewn down and cast into the fire. Wherefore by their fruits ye shall know them. Not everyone that saith unto me, Adonai, Adonai, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the will of my Father which is in heaven. Now, let's back up. Let's talk about Ephesus for a second here. These people in Ephesus, he's like, I know your works, and your labor, and your patience, right? And how you bear them which are evil. These are all good qualities you have, right? What kind of works do they have? Maybe it's right here. Many will say to me that day, Adonai, Adonai, have we not prophesied in their name? That's a good work. And in your name have cast out devils. That's a great work. And in your name have done many wonderful works. I've done missionary work. I've fed the poor, the homeless. I've given them a place to stay. I've done all these great things. And the Messiah says, and then I'll profess unto them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you that work iniquity. This word is lawlessness. They were lawless to his Torah. And we're going to see that they were rebuked here in Ephesus, right? So let's just keep reading. And have borne and have had patience for my name's sake, and have labored and have not fainted. All great stuff from this church. Nevertheless, he's like, nevertheless, I have somewhat against you, because you have left your first love. So we're going to talk about your first love in a second, but I'm getting ahead of myself. I want to go back to this Paul thing, right? This Paul is a false apostle thing. It's not Paul, in my opinion. Let's read a couple passages. Acts 20:17-31. And from Miletus he sent to Ephesus, and called the elders of the church. And when they were come into him, he said to them, You know from the first day that I came into Asia, after what manner I have been with you at all seasons, serving Yahuwah with all humility of mind, and with many tears and temptations which befell me by the lying in wait of the Jews. And how I kept back nothing that was profitable unto you, but have showed you and have taught you publicly from house to house, testifying both to the Jews and also to the Greeks, repentance towards Elohim and faith towards our Adonai Yahushua HaMashiach. Now, behold, I go bound in the Spirit unto Jerusalem, not knowing the things that shall befall me there, save that the Ruach HaKodesh witnesses in every city, saying that the bonds and afflictions abide me. But none of these things move me, neither count I my life dear unto myself, so that I might finish my course with joy, and the ministry which I have received of the Adonai Yahusha, to testify the gospel of the grace of Elohim. And now, behold, I know that ye all among whom I have gone preaching the kingdom of Elohim shall see my face no more. Here we go. He's got some warnings here. Wherefore I take to you this record this day, that I am of pure from the blood of all men, for I have not shunned to declare unto you all the counsel of Elohim. Take heed therefore unto yourselves and to all the flock over which the Ruach HaKodesh hath made you overseers, to feed the ecclesia of Elohim, which he hath purchased with his own blood. Here it is. This is the false apostles that I think he's talking about. For I know this, that after my departing shall grievous wolves enter in among you, not sparing the flock. Also of your own selves shall men arise, speaking perverse things, to draw away disciples after them. Therefore watch and remember that by the space of 3 years I cease not to warn every one night and day with tears. 2 Corinthians 11:12-15. But what I do, that I will do, that I may cut off occasion from them which desire occasion, that wherein they glory they may be found even as we are. For such are false apostles, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Mashiach. And no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. Therefore it is no great thing if his ministers also shall be transformed as the ministers of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their works. And how do we judge them? According to their fruits, right? You have men that will be drawing people unto themselves, gathering followers for themselves, and they will not be bringing forth fruits of the Torah. So if you want to do further study, Polycarp was a disciple of John the Apostle, right? Who wrote Revelation. And Polycarp had a lot of great things to say about Paul. He confirmed Paul. Polycarp was considered one of the three main. Polycarp is regarded as one of the three chief apostolic fathers, along with Clement of Rome and Ignatius of Antioch. Okay, he confirmed Paul. We're going to read one quick chapter from Polycarp's letter. Just a quick chapter 3, right here. Brothers, I am not writing these things that concern righteousness to you because I took it upon myself to do so, but because you invited me to. Neither I nor anyone else can live up to the wisdom of the blessed and glorified Paul. When he was among you, he accurately and consistently taught the word of truth, the word of the Torah, in front of those who were living then. When he was away from you, he wrote you a letter. If you study that letter, you will find it to be the way to build you up in the faith you have been given, which, when it is followed by hope and preceded by love towards Elohim, Mashiach, and our neighbor, is the mother of us all. For if anyone has these graces inside and is moved by them, he has fulfilled the command of righteousness, since the one that has love is far from all sin. And we know that the love is defined by the Torah, so Polycarp was teaching the truth as well. Peter backs up Paul. So basically what I'm saying is, what I'm getting at is, if we're going to call Paul a false apostle, you've got to throw out all the book of Acts. You got to throw out all of Paul's letters, of course. You got to throw out 2 Peter here, which we're going to read right here. 2 Peter 3:15-18. On account that the long suffering of our Adonai is salvation, even as our beloved brother Paul, also according to the wisdom given unto him, hath written unto you, as also in all his epistles, speaking in them of these things, in which are some things hard to be understood. So even Peter was like, he says some stuff that it's just like, I don't know, which they that are unlearned and are unstable rest, as they do other scriptures, unto their own destruction. So he prophesied that people would use Paul's letters for lawlessness. Ye therefore, beloved, seeing ye know these things before. He's like, I'm prophesying to you right now. Beware lest ye also, being led away with the error of the wicked, fall from your own steadfastness. But grow in grace and the knowledge of our Adonai and Savior, Yahushua HaMashiach. To him be glory both now and forever. Amen. So again, you got to throw out 2 Peter to perpetrate that Paul is a false apostle. Oops. We already read Psalm 1. We'll move forward. This is a test for nowadays. We've got to test people by their fruit, adherence to the commands of the Torah, aka the truth. And Paul spoke boldly for the truth. He spoke in parables, just like Yahushua taught. So let's establish that Psalm 142 says, Thy righteousness is everlasting righteousness, and thy law, which the Hebrew word is Torah, is the truth. The truth. The truth. Period. And Paul knew this. Paul was a Pharisee. He memorized the scriptures. Romans 1:18, for the wrath of Elohim is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness, the opposite of righteousness, right? Unrighteousness of men who hold the truth, the Torah, in unrighteousness. He just spoke in code. Romans 2:8, but unto them that are contentious and do not obey the truth, but obey unrighteousness. See, can you not see that Paul knew what Psalm 119, 142 says. Righteousness is equated to the law, the Torah, the truth. And so again, but unto them that are contentious and do not obey the truth, but obey unrighteousness, which is the opposite of righteousness, indignation and wrath. Romans 15:8. Now I say that Yahushua HaMashiach was a minister of the circumcision for the truth of Elohim to confirm the promises made unto the fathers. This is not making sense. 1 Corinthians 13:6. Rejoiceth not in iniquity, which is lawlessness, but rejoiceth in the truth. Do you not see this stark contrast here? Lawlessness, lawfulness. Galatians 3:1. O foolish Galatians, who hath bewitched you that you should not obey the truth? Paul knew Psalm 119, 142 like the back of his hand. And it's funny, that's not funny, it's horrible that the modern day church will actually use this against people like us, right? Who hath bewitched you that you should not obey the truth, right? That you go right back to the law. Like, oh my goodness, obeying the truth is the law. Before whose eyes Yahushua HaMashiach hath been evidently set forth, crucified among you? Galatians 5:7. Ye did run well. Who did hinder you that you should not obey the truth? And yes, some of you are probably saying, well, Messiah, Yahushua, is the way, the truth, and life. Yes, he proclaimed himself to be the Torah, because the Torah is also life, is the way. Torah is known as the way. I don't know if I included that here, did I? Maybe we'll just sidetrack real quick. All right, so Psalm. Blessed and undefiled in the way who walk in the Torah of Yahuwah. Well, I'm not going to get into it now, but also Torah says that by keeping it, it is your life. And we also just saw it's the truth. Ephesians 4:15, but in speaking the truth in love may grow up into all things which is the head, even Mashiach. Ephesians 4:21, if so be that ye have heard him and have been taught by him as the truth is in Yahusha. 2 Thessalonians 2:7-13, for the mystery of iniquity, lawlessness, doth already work. Only he who now letteth will let until he be taken out of the way. And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Adonai shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming, even him whose coming is after the working of Satan, with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. And for this cause Elohim shall send them a strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that they might all be damned who believed not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. But we are bound to give thanks always to Elohim for you, brethren, beloved of Yahuwah, because Elohim hath from the beginning chosen you to salvation through sanctification of the Spirit and belief of the truth. Just a few more. 1 Timothy 2:4, who will have all men to be saved and, right? So salvation is first and come to the knowledge of the truth, the Torah. Paul taught it very, very, very well. He just spoke in parables. Acts 24:14, but this I confess unto thee, that after the way, the Torah, which they call heresy, so I worship I, the Elohim of my fathers, believing all things which are written in the law, the Torah, and the prophets. That is not your false apostle, brothers and sisters. Okay, so going back here again, so the Church of Ephesus, they did call out the false apostles, right? And it wasn't Paul. And have borne and have patience, and for my name's sakes have labored and not fainted. These are people that have great works, right? But nevertheless, I have something against you because you have left your first love. What is the first love? Okay, I'll actually back up for a second. Let's talk about works. It says they have works, right? All right, do the first works. I'm sorry. It talks about left your first love. Remember wherefore you have fallen. Repent and do the first works. What is this word here? Do the first works. Let's look at it. The word is ergon. Let's look at a couple uses here, right? Now when John heard the prison, the works of Christ, right? But all their works. This is what the people do. Mark 13, and then every man his work, and commanded to porter to watch. And Yahushua said, let her alone, why trouble her? She hath wrought a good work unto me. Right? Yahushua said to them, my meat is to do the will of him that sent me and to finish his work. And they said unto him, what shall we do that we might work the works of Elohim? Do the works of Abraham. So, anyways, obviously this is some form of works here, right? So let's talk about what it means to have left your first love. Modern day church will say that you left Jesus, you left Messiah, your first love. He's not our first love. Well, in a sense, he is, and I'll explain that. Actually, let me explain a little further. Deuteronomy 6:1-8, because he is Yahusha is the lawgiver, right? I believe it was Yahusha that was the lawgiver. The Torah is him. So Deuteronomy 6:1-8. Now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments which Yahweh your Elohim commanded to teach you, that you might do them in the land whether you go to possess it, that you might fear Yahweh your Elohim, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command you this day, you and your son and your son's son, all the days of your life, that your days may be prolonged. Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it, that it may be well with you, and that you may increase mightily, as Yahweh Eloheinu of your fathers has promised you, in a land that flows with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our Elohim is one Yahweh, and thou shalt love Yahweh thy Elohim with all thy heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy might. So this is our commanded, our first love. And this is confirmed right here. And these words which I command you this day shall be in your heart. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto your children, and shalt talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up. And you shall bind them for a sign upon your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. So in my opinion, from what I see in the scriptures, that our first love is the words, the commandments that shall be in our hearts. So again, nevertheless, so all these good works you had, nevertheless, I have someone against you, because you have left your first love. Remember therefore, when you have fallen, and repent and do the first works, or else I'll come unto you quickly and will remove your menorah, your 7-branch candlestick, out of his place, except you repent. So it's the same thing as we saw in Matthew 7:21-23. He's like, you did all these great things, but I didn't know you because you didn't keep the commandments. He is a just Elohim. His law is just, period. And it is interesting, right? His commandments, they should be a sign upon our hand, and they shall be as frontlets between our eyes. It's the very same thing that we see the mark in their right hand or in their foreheads. It's the very same thing. I'm not saying very same thing, it's the opposite. So I believe, truly, you're either going to have the mark of Yahweh or you're going to have the mark of the beast. And I think the mark of the beast purely is having the lack of the mark of Yahweh by keeping his commandments. Simple as that. It makes it very simple to understand. And then he goes on here to say, Revelation 2:6, but this you have, that you hate the deeds of the Nicolaitans, which I also hate. He that has an ear, let him hear what the Ruach says unto the called out assemblies. Now here's promise number 1. To him that overcomes will I give to eat of the tree of life, which is in the midst of the paradise of Yahuwah. Right? So let's back up right here. They hate the deeds of the Nicolaitans. I want to read this commentary. I usually don't like doing this, but because this Nicolaitans thing isn't anywhere other than this passage, I don't have anything else to go off of scripturally. So I want to defer to somebody that has maybe a little more wisdom here than I do of who the Nicolaitans are. So this is Elcott's commentary for English readers for the Nicolaitans. The Nicolaitans were, as has been expressed, the antinomians of the Asiatic church. Okay? Let's look up the word antinomian, what it means. Antinomian, let me zoom in here a little bit so you can see it for yourself. Antinomian, one who holds that under the gospel dispensation of grace, the moral law is of no use or obligation because faith alone is necessary to salvation. That's your lawless people there. So again, the Nicolaitans were, as has been expressed, the antinomians of the Asiatic church. The life and conduct were little thought of, and the faith professed was everything. Is that not where we are today? Some have thought that they were a sect who derived their name under some colorable pretext from Nicholas the proselyte. Others hold that the name is purely symbolical, signifying destroyer of the people, and that it is no more than the Greek form of Balaam. See notes below. The existence of a sect called the Nicolaitans in the 2nd century is attested by Irenaeus, Tertullian, and Clement of Alexandria, which we spoke about earlier. So, long story short, Nicolaitans taught faith alone and that obedience to the Torah was worthless, was meaningless, don't need it, it's done away with. Where are we today? The same place. So it is interesting, right? He that has an ear, we already read that. So that's the Nicolaitans. So further study on the Nicolaitans right here. And I'll make sure to put this link in the description box as well, or the comment section. I'll try to get all the links together here. So, in conclusion here, right, what did they have to overcome? Verse 4 through 5, which is the keeping of the first works, the love, the commandments. Notice it says, he who has an ear, let him hear what the Ruach says to the assemblies, right? Let him hear what he says to the assemblies, which means, that we can learn from each ecclesia, even if we aren't part of it. And I believe the rewards for everyone that overcomes for each church, each ecclesia, are scattered through all the churches, but are all for one. Or no, one for all. No, all of them are for all. There you go. And it lines up with the promise of Revelation 22:14. Over this first one, eating of the tree of life, which this confirms our conclusion of this church. Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they have the right to the tree of life, which we just read, and may enter into the gates into the city. The city is New Jerusalem. So this is my conclusion on that. So it is interesting. Before we actually, unfortunately, I think we're going to have to end it here. This is a short one, and as you guys probably already realized, this is a recording because my wife and I were just taking a quick little trip up to St. Louis this weekend. But before I came back to the Torah, the commandments, I actually would put myself in this category. And as we continue to go along through these ecclesia, I want you to take note because they will be interesting. You may recognize yourself in some of these, and you may recognize yourself in all of these. And this whole thing could just all be symbolic because some of us could be have a little bit of Ephesus in us. So some of us can have a little Smyrna in us, and but I think we're all shooting for Philadelphia. So we'll see with that. But yeah, unfortunately, we only got through one church today, but we'll try to get through quite a few of them next week. And also, again, keep a lookout for this video that I wanted to put out about that movement we spoke about at the beginning of this. So let's get gather together in a little bit of prayer. And I want to remind you all about the Zoom studies. If you want to go to, oops, that's one extra W. Oh, here we go. You want to go to parableofthevineyard.com, and it's super zoomed in. These Zoom studies we have right here. This is what we're doing now. But these Zoom studies are like more of a personal one-on-one fellowship. We've got a handful for men and a handful for women. Most of them happen on Saturdays, on Shabbat. But we've got a men's study on Wednesday, and we've got a temple maintenance going on Monday nights. But we may actually be shifting that to also a Saturday as well. So just if you want to keep in touch and if you want some extra fellowship, this is a place where you can talk one-on-one to people, or it's actually a group setting, but you can be heard and you can be have some great fellowship. So sign up if you like at www.parableofthevineyard.com. And otherwise, what else did I want to mention? Oh, yes, we've got a sister in need. Her name is Patrice Wolverton, and she is in the midst of her trials right now, and just it's been one thing after another with her, and she could really use our financial assistance. And she's got a PayPal, or if you just want to maybe even pray for her, that's great. But anybody that has maybe a little extra, maybe if you were planning on giving some to me, maybe just rethink that, maybe give it to her instead. But it's spelled AP WOLVERTON 1969 at gmail.com. So that's phonetically it's Alpha Papa Whiskey Oscar Lima Victor Echo Romeo Tango Oscar Nancy 1969 at gmail.com. And just pray about it, consider it. She is a sister in need, and we know that we're supposed to help the poor, the afflicted, the widows, the orphans. So just keep that in mind and keep her in mind. And if you can't help, maybe just keep her in prayer. That may be all she may need. Maybe Abba's got a way of delivering her. I don't know. But her name is Patrice Wolverton. Some of you may be friends with her on Facebook. And if you're on Facebook, friend her. If you're not on Facebook, I get it. I'm still actually highly considering deleting my personal Facebook page and just keeping up the ministry one. Don't need to get into that rabbit trail, but it is what it is. But also, probably about a 10-minute break, and you should see the pre-recorded Torah portion, week 20, coming up as well, which is interesting timing because it talks about Israel bringing forth and putting the oil bringing forth the oil for the lamps to keep the Torah burning continually. So awesome symbology and awesome timing, right? So also, we'll be talking about the priestly breastplate, which I think this is actually upside down. I don't know. It's just symbolic of the priestly breastplate on the shofar. Let's do one more blast. Since I'm recording this during the day and the kids aren't here, excuse me, children, they're not baby goats. Let's give this a blow, eh? I sounded Canadian there. Eh? My shirt, that's weird. It's the the green screen thing. All right, praise be to Yahuwah, and let's just think of that as a reminder of the day we actually hear the shofar blast that we are waiting for, because that's going to be a day of rejoicing for us and a day of mourning for the world. So let's bow our hearts and thank Abba for allowing us to study the scriptures like this, and I pray that this was a blessing to you, and looking really forward to next week, because these church studies ecclesia studies are really, really intense and in depth here. So let's bow our hearts and petition to Abba. Heavenly Father, Yahuwah, Most High, the Elohim of Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, we just come before you in your Son's name, Yahushua HaMashiach, to whom we love and we believe and obey and want to walk as he walked. Abba, cultivate in our heart your Torah, that we may bring forth the fruits that you've desired for so long. We thank you for even giving us the understanding of your Son, of the truth of him, and of the truth, your Torah, and we just want to be obedient. Abba, help us. We know that it's a struggle for many of us. We may have, I just have different situations. Abba, it's impossible to name them all. Just help us all, each individually in our situations, that we can be as obedient as possible to you. And we just bless you and thank you. We just can't wait for the day that we're with you in New Yerushalayim, that we can rejoice forevermore and we can walk out your Torah perfectly as it was intended for man to do. And we just bless you. We glorify your name, Yahuwah Sevaoth. We glorify your Son's name, Yahushua HaMashiach, to which every knee shall bow. And we love you and thank you, and we're eagerly waiting your return. And we're waiting for you, as your scriptures say to do. Blessings to you in Yahushua's name. Amen. Brothers and sisters, we're going to end with the song of Moshe, our song for our time, and the song of what I believe is the Exodus 15 is what's going to be sung in Revelation 15, the song of victory. Because I know that the Deuteronomy 32 is also called the song of Moshe. It just doesn't fit the context. A lot of it is basically Yahuwah condemning the people for their wicked behavior and whatnot. And prophesying that they would turn away from him and whatnot. Whereas the Song of Moshe in Exodus 15 is all about the Exodus, getting away from oppression, getting away from slavery, and being under Yahweh's arms. And it's a song of victory, which that's kind of what happens. And, it's after the second Exodus we're waiting for. So those of you that are like, Adam, it's not Exodus 15, it's Deuteronomy 32. I hear you, and I can see where you're coming from. I really can. But just where I'm at now, I really believe it is Exodus 15, the Song of Moshe. So with that, I want to leave you with, excuse me, I'm going to leave the sister unnamed because I want her reward to come from Yahweh. But look what she sent for me. It's the Aaronic blessing in both English and Hebrew and in phonetic Hebrew. So I'm going to read it for you in English and I'm going to read it for you in Hebrew. Yahweh bless you and keep you. Yahweh make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. Yahweh lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Numbers 6:24-26. Now in Hebrew. Yevarecha Yahweh ve'yishme recha. Ya'er Yahweh panav elecha vechnu neka. Yisa Yahweh panav elecha ve'yashem. Lecha shalom. Be blessed, brothers and sisters, and Shabbat shalom.
I sing to Yahweh, for he is highly exalted. The horse and its rider he has thrown into the sea. Yah is my strength and song, and he has become my deliverance. He is my El, and I praise him, Elohim of my father. And I exalt him. Yahweh is a man of battle. Yahweh is his name. He has cast Pharaoh's chariots and his army into the sea. And his chosen officers are drowned in the sea of reeds. The depths covered them. They went down to the bottom like a stone. Your right hand, O Yahweh, has become great in power. Your right hand, O Yahweh, has crushed the enemy. And in the greatness of your excellence, you pulled down those who rose up against you. You sent forth your wrath. It consumes them like stubble, and with the wind of your nostrils, the waters were heaped up. The floods stood like a wall, the depths became stiff in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I pursue, I overtake, I divide the spoil, my being is satisfied on them. I draw out my sword, my hand destroys them. You blew with your wind, the sea covered them, they sank like lead in the mighty waters. Who is like you, O Yahweh, among the mighty ones? Who is like you, great in Kodeshah? Awesome in praises, working wonders. You stretched out your right hand, the earth swallowed them. In your kindness, you led the people whom you have redeemed. In your strength, you guided them to your Kodesh dwelling. Peoples heard, they trembled. Anguish gripped the inhabitants of Pelasheth. Then the chiefs of Edom were troubled, the mighty men of Moab. Trembling grips them, all the inhabitants of Canaan melted. Fear and dread fell on them by the greatness of your arm. They are as silent as a stone. until your people pass over, O Yahuwah. Until the people whom you have bought pass over. You bring them in and plant them in the mountain of your inheritance, in the place, O Yahuwah, which you have made for your own dwelling, the Mikdash, O Yahuwah, which your hands have prepared. Yahuwah reigns forever and ever.
The sons of Yehuda were Er and Onan. And and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Yehuda after their families were of Shelah, the family of the Shelanim, of Peretz, the family of the Partzim, of Zerach, the family of the Zarchim. And the sons of Peretz were of Chetzron, the family of the Chetzronim, of Chamul, the family of the Chamulim. These are the families of Yehuda, according to those that were numbered of them, 16,500. Of the sons of Yissachar, after their families, of Tola, the family of the Tolaim, of Pua, the family of the Punim, of Yashuv, the family of the Yashuvim, of Shimron, the family of the Shimronim. These are the families of Yissachar, according to those that were numbered of them, 64,300. Of the sons of Zebulun, after their families, of Sered, the family of the Kardim, of Elon, the family of the Elonim, of Yachleel, the family of the Yachleelim. These are the families of the Zebulonim, according to those that were numbered of them, 64,500. The sons of Joseph, after their families, were Manasseh and Ephraim. Of the sons of Manasseh, of Machir, the family of the Machirim. And Machir begat Gilad. Of Gilad come the family of the Giladim. These are the sons of Gilad. Of Iezer, the family of the Iezerim. Of Chelek, the family of the Chelekim. And of Asriel, the family of the Asrielim. And of Shechem, the family of the Shechemim. And of Shemida, the family of the Shemidaim. And of Chefer, the family of the Cheferim. And Zelophehad, the son of Chefer, had no sons, but daughters. And the names of the daughters of Zelophehad were Machla, and Noah, Chogla, Milcah, and Tirzah. These are the families of Manasseh, and those that were numbered of them, 52,700. These are the sons of Ephraim, after their families, of Shuthelach, the family of the Shuthelachim, of Becher, the family of the Bakrim, of Tachan, the family of the Tachanim. And these are the sons of Shuthelach, of Iran, the family of the Iranim. These are the families of the sons of Ephraim, according to those that were numbered of them, 32,500. These are the sons of Joseph after their families. The sons of Benjamin after their families, of Bela, the family of the Baliim, of Ashbel, the family of the Ashbelim, of Achiram, the family of the Achiramim, of Shefufam, the family of the Shefufamim, of Chufam, the family of the Chufamim. And the sons of Bela were Ard and Naaman, of Ard, the family of the Ardim, and of Naaman, the family of the Namiim. These are the sons of Benjamin, after their families, and they that were numbered of them were 40,005,600. These are the sons of Dan, after their families. Of Hushim, the family of the Hushimim. These are the families of Dan, after their families. All the families of the Hushimim, according to those that were numbered of them, were 64,004. Of the children of Asher, after their families, Yimna, the family of the Yimnachim. Of Yishvi, the family of the Yishviim. Of Beria, the family of the Beriim. Of the sons of Beria, of Chever, the family of the Cheverim. Of Malkiel, the family of the Malkielim. And the name of the daughter of Asher was Serach. These are the families of the sons of Asher, according to those that were numbered of them, who were 53,400. Of the sons of Naphtali, after their families, Yachtzeel, the family of the Yachtzeelim. Of Gunai, the family of the Gunaim. Of Yetzer, the family of the Yetzerim. Of Shilem, the family of the Shimeleim. These are the families of Naphtali, according to their families, and they that were numbered of them were 40,005,400. These were numbered of the children of Yashrael, 600,001,730. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Unto these the land shall be divided for an inheritance, according to the number of names. To many you shall give the more inheritance, and to few you shall give the less inheritance. To everyone shall his inheritance be given according to those that were numbered of him. Notwithstanding, the land shall be divided by lot, according to the names of the tribes of their fathers. They shall inherit. According to the lot shall the possession thereof be divided between many and few.
And these are they that were numbered of the Leviim, after their families. Of Gershon, the family of the Gershonim. Of Kohath, the family of the Kohathim. Of Merari, the family of the Merarim. These are the families of the Leviim. The family of the Leviim, the family of the Chevronim, the family of the Machlim, the family of the Mushim, the family of the Korchiim. And Kohath begat Amram. And the name of Amram's woman was Jochebed, the daughter of Levi, whom her mother bore to Levi in Mitzrayim. And she bore unto Amram Aharon, and Moshe, and Miriam their sister. And unto Aharon was born Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. And Nadab and Abihu died, when they offered strange fire before Yahweh. And those that were numbered of them were 23,000, all males from a month old and upward. For they were not numbered among the children of Yashrael, because there was no inheritance given them among the children of Yashrael. These are they that were numbered by Moshe and Eleazar the priest, who numbered the children of Yashrael in the plains of Moab, by the Yarden near Jericho. But among these was not a man of them whom Moshe and Aharon the priest numbered. For when they numbered the children of Yashrael in the wilderness of Sinai, for Yahweh had said of them, They shall surely die in the wilderness. And there was not left a man of them, save Caleb the son of Jephunneh, and Yahusha the son of Nun. Bemidbar, Numbers, chapter 27. Then came the daughters of Zelophehad, the son of Chefer, the son of Gilad, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of Manasseh, the son of Joseph. And these are the names of his daughters: Machla, Noah, Cholga, Milcah, and Tirzah. And they stood before Moshe, and before Eleazar the priest, and before the princes and all the assembly, by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, saying,
Our father died in the wilderness, and he was not in the company of them that gathered themselves together against Yahuwah and the company of Korah, but died in his own sin, and had no sons. Why should the name of our father be done away from among his family, because he has no son? Give unto us therefore a possession among the brethren of our father.
And Moshe brought their cause before Yahweh. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
The daughters of Zelophehad speak right. You shall surely give them a possession of an inheritance among their father's brethren. And you shall cause the inheritance of their father to pass unto them. And you shall speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, If a man die and have no son, then ye shall cause his inheritance to pass unto his daughter. And if he have no daughter, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his brethren. And if he have no brethren, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his father's brethren. And if his father have no brethren, then ye shall give his inheritance unto his kinsman that is next to him of his family, and he shall possess it. And it shall be unto the children of Yasharel a statute of judgment, as Yahuwah commanded Moshe.
And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Get you up unto this mount Avarim, and see the land which I have given unto the children of Yasharel. And when you have seen it, you also shall be gathered unto your people, as Aharon your brother was gathered. For ye rebelled against my commandment in the desert of Sin, in the strife of the assembly, to sanctify me at the water before their eyes, that is the water of Meribah, in Kadesh, in the wilderness of Sin.
And Moshe spoke unto Yahweh, saying, Let Yahweh, the Elohai of the Ruachoth of all flesh, set a man over the assembly, which may go out before them, and which may go in before them, and which may lead them out, and which may bring them in, that the assembly of Yahweh be not as sheep which have no shepherd. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Take Yahusha, the son of Nun, a man in whom is the Ruach, and lay your hand upon him, and set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the assembly, and give him a charge in their sight. And you shall put some of your honor upon him, that all the assembly of the children of Yasharel may be obedient. And he shall stand before Eleazar the priest, who shall ask counsel for him after the judgment of the Urim, before Yahuwah. At his word shall they go out, and at his word they shall come in, both he and all the children of Yasharel with him, even all the assembly.
And Moshe did as Yahweh commanded him, and he took Yahusha, and set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the assembly. And he laid his hands upon him, and gave him a charge, as Yahweh commanded by the hand of Moshe. Bamidbar, Numbers chapter 28. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Command the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, My offering and my bread for my sacrifices made by fire, for a sweet savor unto me, shall ye guard to offer unto me in their appointed time. And you shall say unto them, This is the offering made by fire, which ye shall offer unto Yahuwah, 2 lambs of the first year, without spot, day by day, for a continual burnt offering. The one lamb shall you offer in the morning, and the other lamb shall you offer at evening. And a 10th part of an ephah of flour for a meat offering, mingled with the 4th part of a hin of beaten oil. It is a continual burnt offering, which was ordained in Mount Sinai for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahuwah. And the drink offering thereof shall be a 4th part of a hin for the one lamb. In the holy place shall you cause the strong wine to be poured unto Yahuwah for a drink offering. And the other lamb shall you offer at evening, as the meat offering of the morning. As the drink offering thereof, you shall offer it, a sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahuwah. And on the Shabbat, 2 lambs of the first year without spot, and 2/10 deals of flour for a meat offering mingled with oil, and the drink offering thereof. This is the burnt offering of every Shabbat, beside the continual burnt offering and his drink offering. And in the beginnings of your months ye shall offer a burnt offering unto Yahuwah, 2 young bullocks and 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without spot, and 3/10 deals of flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil, for 1 bullock, and 2/10 deal of flour for a meat offering, mingled with oil, for 1 ram, and a several tenths deal of flour mingled with oil for a meat offering unto 1 lamb, for a burnt offering of a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahuwah. And their drink offering shall be half a hin of wine unto a bullock, and the 3rd part of a hin unto a ram, and a 4th part of a hin unto a lamb. This is the burnt offering of every month throughout the months of the year. And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, unto Yahweh shall be offered, beside the continual burnt offering and his drink offering. And in the 14th day of the first month is the Pesach, Passover of Yahweh. And in the 15th day of this month is the feast. 7 days shall matzah, unleavened bread, be eaten. In the first day shall be a holy assembly. Ye shall do no manner of servile work therein, but ye shall offer a sacrifice made by fire for a burnt offering unto Yahweh, 2 young bullocks and 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year. They shall be unto you without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil. 3/10 deals shall ye offer for a bullock, and 2/10 deals for a ram. A several tenth deal shall you offer for every lamb throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 goat for a sin offering to make an atonement for you. Ye shall offer these beside the burnt offering in the morning, which is for a continual burnt offering. After this manner ye shall offer daily, throughout the 7 days, the meat of the sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahweh. It shall be offered beside the continual burnt offering, and his drink offering. And on the 7th day ye shall have a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work. Also in the day of the firstfruits, when ye bring a new meat offering unto Yahweh, after your weeks be out, ye shall have a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work. But ye shall offer the burnt offering for a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 2 young bullocks, 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year, and their meat offering of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals unto 1 bullock, 2/10 deals unto 1 ram, and several tenths deal unto 1 lamb, throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats to make an atonement for you. Ye shall offer them beside the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering. They shall be unto you without blemish, and their drink offerings.
Bemidbar. Numbers chapter 29.
And in the 7th month, on the first day of the month, ye shall have a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work. It is Yom Teruah, the day of blowing the shofar, the day of the awakening blast unto you. And ye shall offer a burnt offering for a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year, without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals for a bullock, and 2/10 deals for a ram, and 1/10 deal for 1 lamb, throughout the 7 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, to make an atonement for you, beside the burnt offering of the month, and his meat offering, and the daily burnt offering, and his meat offering, and their drink offerings, according unto their manner, for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire unto Yahweh. And ye shall have on the 10th day of this 7th month a holy assembly. Ye shall afflict your souls. Ye shall not do any work therein. But ye shall offer a burnt offering unto Yahweh, for a sweet savor, 1 young bullock, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year. They shall be unto you without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals to a bullock, and 2/10 deals to 1 ram, a several tenth deal for 1 lamb, throughout the 7 lambs. 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the sin offering of atonement, and the continual burnt offering, and the meat offering of it, and their drink offerings. And on the 15th day of the 7th month, ye shall have a holy assembly. Ye shall do no servile work, and ye shall keep a feast unto Yahweh 7 days. And ye shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 13 young bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year. They shall be without blemish. And their meat offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 deals unto every bullock of the 13 bullocks, 2/10 deals to each ram of the 2 rams, and a several tenth deal to each lamb of the 14 lambs, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, his meat offering and his drink offering. And on the 2nd day ye shall offer 12 young bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without spot, and their meat offering and their drink offerings, for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, after the manner, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and the meat offering thereof, and their drink offerings. And on the 3rd day 11 bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their meat offering, and their drink offerings, for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number after the manner, and 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 4th day 10 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year, without blemish. Their meat offering and their drink offering, for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, after the manner, and 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, his meat offering and his drink offering. And on the 5th day 9 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year, without spot, and their meat offering and their drink offerings, for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. And on the 6th day 8 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their meat offering, and their drink offerings, for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, his meat offering and his drink offering. And on the 7th day 7 bullocks, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year, without blemish, and their meat offering and their drink offerings, for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, his meat offering and his drink offering. On the 8th day ye shall have a solemn assembly. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savor unto Yahweh, 1 bullock, 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year, without blemish. Their meat offering and their drink offerings, for the bullock, for the ram, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, after the manner. And 1 goat for a sin offering, beside the continual burnt offering, and his meat offering, and his drink offering. These things ye shall do unto Yahweh in your set feasts, beside your vows, and your freewill offerings, for your burnt offerings, and for your meat offerings, and for your drink offerings, and for your peace offerings.
And Moshe told the children of Yasharel according to all that Yahweh commanded Moshe. Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 30. And Moshe spoke unto the heads of the tribes concerning the children of Yasharel, saying, This is the thing which Yahweh has commanded. If a man vow a vow unto Yahweh, or swear an oath to bind his soul with a bond, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceeds out of his mouth. If a woman also vow a vow unto Yahweh, and bind herself by a bond, being in her father's house in her youth, and her father hear her vow, and her bond wherewith she has bound her soul, and her father shall hold his peace at her, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she has bound her soul shall stand. But if her father disallow her in the day that he hears, not any of her vows, or of her bonds wherewith she has bound her soul shall stand, and Yahweh shall forgive her, because her father disallowed her. And if she had at all a man, when she vowed, or uttered aught out of her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, and her man heard it, and held his peace at her in the day that he heard it, then her vows shall stand, and her bonds wherewith she bound her soul shall stand. But if her man disallow her on the day he heard it, then he shall make her vow which she vowed, and all that which she uttered with her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, of no effect, and Yahweh shall forgive her. But every vow of a widow, and of her that is divorced, wherewith they have bound their souls, shall stand against her. And if she vowed in her man's house, or bound her soul by a bond with an oath, and her man heard it, and held his peace at her, and disallowed her not, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond wherewith she bound her soul shall stand. But if her man utterly made them void on the day he heard them, then whatsoever proceeded out of her lips concerning her vows, or concerning the bond of her soul, shall not stand. Her man has made them void, and Yahweh shall forgive her. Every vow, and every binding oath to afflict the soul, her man may establish it, or her man may make it void. But if her man altogether hold his peace at her from day to day, then he establishes all her vows, or all her bonds which are upon her. He confirms them, because he held his peace at her in the day that he heard them. But if he shall anyways make them void after that he heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity. These are the statutes which Yahweh commanded Moshe, between a man and his woman, between the father and his daughter, being yet in her youth in her father's house. Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 31. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Avenge the children of Yasharel of the Midianim. Afterward shall you be gathered unto your people.
And Moshe spoke unto the people, saying, Arm some of yourselves unto the war, and let them go against the Midianim, and avenge Yahweh of Midian. Of every tribe 1,000, throughout all the tribes of Yasharel shall ye send to the war. So there were delivered out of the thousands of Yasharel 1,000 of every tribe, 12,000 armed for war. And Moshe sent them to the war, 1,000 of every tribe, them and Pinechas, the son of Eleazar the priest, to the war, with the holy instruments, and the trumpets to blow in his hand. And they warred against the Midianim, as Yahweh commanded Moshe, and they slew all the males. And they slew the kings of Midian, beside the rest of them that were slain, namely, Evi, and Rechem, and Sur, and Horai, and Reva, 5 kings of Midian. Bilam also, the son of Beor, they slew with the sword. And the children of Yasharel took all the women of Midian captives, and their little ones, and took the spoil of all their cattle, and all their flocks, and all their goods. And they burnt all their cities wherein they dwelt, and all their goodly castles with fire. And they took all the spoil, and all the prey, both of men and of beasts. And they brought the captives, and the prey, and the spoil unto Moshe, and Eleazar the priest, and unto the assembly of the children of Yasharel, unto the camp at the plains of Moab, which are by the Yarden, near Jericho. And Moshe, and Eleazar the priest, and all the princes of the assembly went forth to meet them without the camp. And Moshe was wroth with the officers of the host, with the captains over thousands, and captains over hundreds, which came from the battle. And Moshe said unto them, Have ye saved all the women alive? Behold, these caused the children of Yasharel, through the counsel of Bilam, to commit transgression against Yahweh in the matter of Peor. And there was a plague among the assembly of Yahweh. Now therefore, kill every male among the little ones, every woman that has known man by lying with him. But all the women children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. And do ye abide without the camp 7 days, whosoever has killed any person, and whosoever has touched any slain. Purify both yourselves and your captives on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day. And purify all your raiment, and all that is made of skins, and all work of goat's hair, and all things made of wood. And Eleazar the priest said unto the men of war which went to the battle,
This is the ordinance of the Torah, which Yahweh commanded Moshe. Only the gold, and the silver, and the brass, and the iron, and the tin, and the lead, everything that may abide the fire, ye shall make it go through the fire, and it shall be clean. Nevertheless, it shall be purified with the water of separation. And all that abides not the fire, ye shall make go through the water. And ye shall wash your clothes on the 7th day, and ye shall be clean. And afterward ye shall come into the camp.
And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying,
Take the sum of the prey that was taken, both of man and of beast, you and Eleazar the priest, and the chief fathers of the assembly, and divide the prey into 2 parts, between them that took the war upon them, who went out to battle, and between all the assembly. And levy a tribute unto Yahuwah of the men of war which went out to battle, 1 soul of 500, both of the persons, and of the cattle, and of the asses, and of the sheep. Take it of their half, and give it unto Eleazar the priest, for a heave offering of Yahuwah. And of the children of Yasharel's half, you shall take 1 portion of 50, of the persons, of the cattle, of the asses, and of the flocks, of all manner of beasts, and give them unto the Leviim, which guard the watch at the tabernacle of Yahuwah.
And Moshe and Eleazar the priest did as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And the booty, being the rest of the prey which the men of war had caught, was 600,000 and 70,000 and 5,000 sheep, and threescore and 12,000 cattle, and threescore and 1,000 asses, and 30 and 2,000 persons in all, of women that had not known man by lying with him. And the half, which was the portion of them that went out to war, was in number 300,000 and 7 and 30,000 and 500 sheep. And Yahweh's tribute of the sheep was 600 and 315, and the cattle were 30 and 6,000, of which Yahweh's tribute was 312. And the asses were 30,500, of which Yahweh's tribute was 301. And the persons were 16,000, of which Yahweh's tribute was 32 persons. And Moshe gave the tribute, which was Yahweh's heave offering, unto Eleazar the priest, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And of the children of Yasharel's half, which Moshe divided from the men that warred, now the half that pertained unto the assembly was 300,000 and 30,000 and 7,000 and 500 sheep, and 30 and 6,000 cattle, and 30,000 asses, and 500 and 16,000 persons. Even the children of Yasharel's half, Moshe took 1 portion of 50, both of man and of beast, and gave them unto the Leviim, which did guard the watch of the tabernacle of Yahweh, as Yahweh commanded Moshe. And the officers which were over thousands of the host, the captains of thousands, and captains of hundreds, came near unto El Moshe. And they said unto El Moshe,
Your servants have taken the sum of the men of war which are under our charge, and there lacks not 1 man of us. We have therefore brought an oblation for Yahuwah, that every man has gotten of jewels of gold, chains and bracelets, rings, earrings, and tablets, to make an atonement for our souls before Yahuwah.
And Moshe and Eleazar the priest took the gold of them, even all wrought jewels, and all the gold of the offering that they offered up to Yahweh, of the captains of thousands, and of the captains of hundreds, was 16,750 shekels. For the men of war had taken spoil, every man for himself. And Moshe and Eleazar the priest took the gold of the captains of thousands and of hundreds, and brought it into the tabernacle of the assembly, for a memorial for the children of Yasharel before Yahweh. Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 32. Now the children of Reuven and the children of Gad had a very great multitude of cattle. And when they saw the land of Yaazer and the land of Gilead, that behold, the place was for cattle, the children of Gad and the children of Reuven came and spoke unto Moshe, and to Eleazar the priest, and unto the princes of the assembly, saying,
Adoroth, Divon, Yaezir, and Nimrah, and Heshbon, and El Allah, and Sevam, and Nevu, and Beon, even the country which Yahweh smote before the assembly of Yasharel, is a land for cattle, and your servants have cattle. Wherefore said they, If we have found grace in your sight, let this land be given unto your servants for a possession, and bring us not over the Yarden.
And Moshe said unto the children of Gad and to the children of Reuben, Shall your brethren go to war, and shall ye sit here? And wherefore discourage ye the heart of the children of Yashrael from going over into the land which Yahweh has given them? Thus did your fathers, when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to see the land. For when they went up unto the valley of Eshcol and saw the land, they discouraged the heart of the children of Yashrael, that they should not go into the land which Yahweh had given them. And Yahweh's anger was kindled the same time. And he swore, saying, Surely none of the men that came up out of Mitzrayim from 20 years old and upward shall see the land which I swore unto Abraham, unto Yitzchak, and unto Yaakov, because they have not wholly followed me, save Caleb, the son of Yephuneh, the Kenizzite, and Yahusha, the son of Nun, for they have wholly followed Yahweh. And Yahweh's anger was kindled against Yashrael, and he made them wander in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generation that had done evil in the sight of Yahweh was consumed. And behold, ye are risen up in your father's stead, an increase of sinful men, to augment yet the fierce anger of Yahweh toward El Yashrael. For if ye turn away from after him, he will yet again leave them in the wilderness, and ye shall destroy all this people. And they came near unto him and said,
We will build sheepfolds here for our cattle, and cities for our little ones. But we ourselves will go ready armed before the children of Yasharel, until we have brought them in unto their place. And our little ones shall dwell in the fenced cities, because of the inhabitants of the land. We will not return unto our houses until the children of Yasharel have inherited every man his inheritance. For we will not inherit with them on yonder side of the Yarden, or forward, because our inheritance is fallen to us on this side of the Yarden, eastward.
And Moshe said unto them, If ye will do this thing, if ye will go armed before Yahweh to war, and will go all of you armed over the Yarden before Yahweh, until he has driven out his enemies from before him, and the land be subdued before Yahweh, then afterward ye shall return, and be guiltless before Yahweh, and before Yashrael, and this land shall be your possession before Yahweh. But if ye will not do so, behold, ye have sinned against Yahweh, and be sure your sin will find you out. Build you cities for your little ones, and folds for your sheep, and do that which has proceeded out of your mouth. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Your servants will do as my Lord commands. Our little ones, our women, our flocks, and our cattle shall be there in the cities of Gilad. But your servants will pass over, every man armed for war, before Yahweh to battle, as my Lord says.
So concerning them Moshe commanded Eleazar the priest, and Yahusha the son of Nun, and the chief fathers of the tribes of the children of Yashrael. And Moshe said unto them, If the children of Gad and the children of Reuben will pass with you over of the Yarden, every man armed to battle, before Yahweh, and the land shall be subdued before you, then ye shall give them the land of Gilead for a possession. But if they will not pass over with you armed, they shall have possessions among you in the land of Canaan. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben answered, saying,
As Yahweh has said unto your servants, so will we do. We will pass over armed before Yahweh into the land of Canaan, that the possession of our inheritance on this side of the Yarden may be ours.
And Moshe gave unto them, even to the children of Gad, and to the children of Reuben, and unto the half tribe of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorim, and the kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, the land, with the cities thereof in the coasts, even the cities of the country round about. And the children of Gad built Divon, and Ataroth, and Aroer, and Atroth, Shofan, and Yazer, Yogbeha, and Beit Nimrah, and Beit Haran, fenced cities, and folds for sheep. And the children of Reuven built Heshbon, and Elaeh, and Kiriathaim, and Nevu, and Baal Meon, their names being changed, and Sevam, and gave other names unto the cities which they built. And the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, went to Gilead, and took it, and dispossessed the Emori which was in it. And Moshe gave Gilead unto Machir, the son of Manasseh, and he dwelt therein. And Yair, the son of Manasseh, went and took the small towns thereof, and called them Chavoth Yair. And Novach went and took Kenath, and the villages thereof, and called it Novach after his own name. Bamidbar, Numbers chapter 33. These are the journeys of the children of Yashrael, which went forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, with their armies under the hand of Moshe and Aharon. And Moshe wrote their goings out according to the journeys by the commandment of Yahweh, and these are their journeys according to their goings out. And they departed from Raamses in the first month, on the 15th day of the first month, on the morrow, after the Pesach. The children of Yashrael went out with a high hand in the sight of all the Mitzrim. For the Mitzrim buried all their firstborn, which Yahweh had smitten among them. Upon their Elohim also Yahweh executed judgments. And the children of Yashrael removed from Raamses, and pitched in Succoth. And they departed from Succoth, and pitched in Etham, which is in the edge of the wilderness. And they removed from Etham, and they turned again unto Pi-ha-Chairoth, which is before Baal-Zephon. And they pitched before Migdol, and they departed from before Pi-ha-Chairoth, and passed through the midst of the sea into the wilderness, and went 3 days' journey into the wilderness of Etham, and pitched in Marah. And they removed from Marah, and came unto Elim, and in Elim were 12 fountains of water, and 60 palm trees, and they pitched there. And they removed from Elim, and encamped by the Red Sea. And they removed from the Red Sea, and encamped in the wilderness of Sin. And they took their journey out of the wilderness of Sin, and encamped in Dophka. And they departed from Dophka, and encamped in Alush. And they removed from Alush, and encamped in Rephidim, where there was no water for the people to drink. And they departed from Rephidim, and pitched in the wilderness of Sinai. And they removed from the desert of Sinai, and pitched at Kivrot hat Ta'ava. And they departed from Kivrot hat Ta'ava, and they encamped at Chatzeroth. And they departed from Chatzeroth, and pitched in Rithma. And they departed from Rithma, and pitched at Rimon Peretz. And they departed from Rimon Peretz, and pitched in Livna. And they removed from Livna, and pitched in Rika. And they journeyed from Rika, and pitched in Kehelatha. And they went from Kehelatha, and pitched in Mount Shefer. And they removed from Mount Shefer, and encamped in Harada. And they removed from Harada, and pitched in Makheloth. And they removed from Makheloth, and encamped at Tachath. And they departed from Tachath, and pitched at Terach. And they removed from Terach, and pitched in Mithka. And they went from Mithka, and pitched in Chashmona. And they departed from Chashmona, and encamped at Moseroth. And they departed from Moseroth, and pitched in Bnei Yakan. And they removed from Bnei Yakan, and encamped at Hor Hag-Gidgad. And they went from Hor Hag-Gidgad, and pitched in Yotvatha. And they removed from Yotvatha, and encamped at Ebrona. And they departed from Ebrona, and encamped at Etzon Gever. And they removed from Etzon Gever, and pitched in the wilderness of Sin, which is Kadesh. And they removed from Kadesh, and pitched in Mount Hor, in the edge of the land of Edom. And Aharon the priest went up into Mount Hor at the commandment of Yahweh, and died there, in the 40th year after the children of Yasharel were come out of the land of Mitzrayim, in the first day of the 5th month. And Aharon was 123 years old when he died in Mount Hor. And King Arad the Canaanite, which dwelt in the Negev, in the land of Canaan, heard the coming of the children of Yasharel. And they departed from Mount Hor, and pitched in Salmona. And they departed from Salmona, and pitched in Punon. And they departed from Punon, and pitched in Ovoth. And they departed from Ovoth, and pitched in Iye ha-Avarim, in the border of Moab. And they departed from Iyim, and pitched in Dibon. And they removed from Dibon, and encamped in Almon Divlataima. And they removed from Almon Divlataima, and pitched in the mountains of Avarim, before Nevu. And they departed from the mountains of Avarim, and pitched in the plains of Moab, by the Yarden, near Jericho. And they pitched by the Yarden, from Beit ha-Yeshimoth, even unto Avel hash-Shittim, in the plains of Moab. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe in the plains of Moab, by the Yarden near Jericho, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye are passed over the Yarden into the land of Canaan, then ye shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy all their pictures, and destroy all their molten images, and quite pluck down all their high places. And ye shall dispossess the inhabitants of the land, and dwell therein, for I have given you the land to possess it. And ye shall divide the land by lot for an inheritance among your families. And to the more ye shall give the more inheritance, and to the fewer ye shall give the less inheritance. Every man's inheritance shall be in the place where his lot falls, according to the tribes of your fathers ye shall inherit. But if ye will not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then it shall come to pass that those which ye let remain of them shall be pricks in your eye, and thorns in your sides, and shall vex you in the land wherein ye dwell. Moreover, it shall come to pass that I shall do unto you as I thought to do unto them.
Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 34. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying,
Command the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye come into the land of Canaan, this is the land that shall fall unto you for an inheritance, even the land of Canaan, with the coasts thereof. Then your south quarter shall be from the wilderness of Tzin, along the coast of Edom, and your south border shall be the outmost coast of the salt sea, eastward. And your border shall turn from the Negev to the ascent of Ma'ale Akrabim, and pass on to Sin. And the going forth thereof shall be from the Negev to Kadesh Barnea, and shall go on to Chatzar Adar, and pass on to Atzmon. And the border shall fetch a compass from Atzmon unto the river of Mitzrayim, and the goings out of it shall be at the sea. And as for the western border, ye shall even have the great sea for a border. This shall be your west border, and this shall be your north border. From the great sea ye shall point out for you Mount Hor. From Mount Hor ye shall point out your border unto the entrance of Chamath, and the going forth of the border shall be to Zedad. And the border shall go on to Ziphron, and the goings out of it shall be at Chatzar Enan. This shall be your north border. And ye shall point out your east border from Chatzar Enan to Shepham, and the coast shall go down from Shepham to Riblah, on the east side of Ayin. And the border shall descend, and shall reach unto the side of the sea of Kinneroth eastward. And the border shall go down to the Yarden, and the goings out of it shall be at the salt sea. This shall be your land, with the coasts thereof round about.
And Moshe commanded the children of Yasharel, saying, This is the land which ye shall inherit by lot, which Yahweh commanded to give unto the 9 tribes, and to the half-tribe. For the tribe of the children of Reuben, according to the house of their fathers, and the tribe of the children of Gad, according to the house of their fathers, have received their inheritance. And half the tribe of Manasseh have received their inheritance. The 2 tribes and the half-tribe have received their inheritance on this side of the Yarden, near Jericho, eastward, toward the sunrising. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
These are the names of the men which shall divide the land unto you: Eleazar the priest, and Yahusha the son of Nun. And ye shall take one prince of every tribe, to divide the land by inheritance. The names of the men are these: of the tribe of Yehuda, Caleb the son of Jephunneh; and of the tribe of the children of Shimon, Shemuel the son of Ammihud; of the tribe of Benjamin, Elidad the son of Kiklon; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Dan, Bukiah the son of Yoglai, prince of the children of Joseph, for the tribe of the children of Manasseh, Chaniel the son of Ephod; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Ephraim, Temuel the son of Shiptan; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Zebulun, Elitzaphan the son of Parnak; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Issachar, Paltiel the son of Azan; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Asher, Achihud the son of Shelomiah; and the prince of the tribe of the children of Naphtali, Pedahel the son of Ammihud.
These are they whom Yahweh commanded to divide the inheritance unto the children of Yashrael in the land of Canaan. Bemidbar, Numbers chapter 35. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe in the plains of Moab, by the Yarden, near Jericho, saying,
Command the children of Yasharel that they give unto the Leviim of the inheritance of their possession cities to dwell in. And ye shall give also unto the Leviim suburbs for the cities round about them. And the cities shall they have to dwell in, and the suburbs of them shall be for their cattle, and for their goods, and for all their beasts. And the suburbs of the cities which ye shall give unto the Leviim shall reach from the wall of the city outward 1,000 cubits round about. And ye shall measure from without the city on the east side 2,000 cubits, and on the south side 2,000 cubits, and on the west side 2,000 cubits, and on the north side 2,000 cubits. And the city shall be in the midst, and this shall be to them the suburbs of the cities. And among the cities which ye shall give unto the Leviim, there shall be 6 cities for refuge, which ye shall appoint for the manslayer, that he may flee thither. And to them ye shall add 42 cities. So all the cities which ye shall give to the Leviim shall be 48 cities. Them shall ye give with their suburbs. And the cities which ye shall give shall be of the possession of the children of Yasharel. From them that have many ye shall give many, but from them that have few ye shall give few. Every one shall give of his cities unto the Leviim according to his inheritance, which he inherits.
And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, When ye are come over the Yarden into the land of Canaan, then ye shall appoint your cities to be cities of refuge for you, that the slayer may flee thither, which kills any person at unawares. And they shall be unto you cities for refuge from the avenger, that the manslayer die not, until he stand before the assembly in judgment. And of these cities which ye shall give, 6 cities shall ye have for refuge. Ye shall give 3 cities on this side of the Yarden, and 3 cities shall ye give in the land of Canaan, which shall be cities of refuge. These 6 cities shall be a refuge, both for the children of Yasharel, and for the stranger, and for the sojourner among them, that every one that kills any person unawares may flee thither. And if he smite him with an instrument of iron, so that he die, he is a murderer. That murderer shall surely be put to death. And if he smite him with throwing a stone, wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. Or if he smite him with a hand weapon of wood, wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. The revenger of blood himself shall slay the murderer. When he meets him, he shall slay him. But if he thrust him of hatred, or hurl at him by laying of wait, that he die, or in enmity smite him with his hand, that he die, he that smote him shall surely be put to death, for he is a murderer. The revenger of blood shall slay the murderer when he meets him. But if he thrust him suddenly without enmity, or have cast upon him anything without laying of wait, or with any stone wherewith a man may die, seeing him not, and cast it upon him that he die, and was not his enemy, neither sought his harm, then the assembly shall judge between the slayer and the revenger of blood, according to these judgments. And the assembly shall deliver the slayer out of the hand of the revenger of blood, and the assembly shall restore him to the city of his refuge, whither he has fled. And he shall abide in it unto the death of the high priest, which was appointed with the holy oil. But if the slayer shall at any time come without the border of the city of his refuge, whither he has fled, and the revenger of blood find him without the border of the city of his refuge, and the revenger of blood kill the slayer, he shall not be guilty of blood, because he should have remained in the city of his refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the slayer shall return into the land of his possession. So these things shall be for a statute of judgment unto you throughout your generations in all your dwellings. Whoso kills any person, the murderer shall be put to death by the mouth of witnesses. But one witness shall not testify against any person to cause him to die. Moreover, ye shall make no satisfaction for the life of a murderer, which is guilty of death, but he shall be surely put to death. And ye shall take no satisfaction for him that is fled to the city of his refuge, that he should come again to dwell in the land, until the death of the priest. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are. For blood it defiles the land, and the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him that shed it. Defile not therefore the land which ye shall inhabit, wherein I dwell, for I, Yahuwah, dwell among the children of Yasharel.
Bemidbar, Numbers, chapter 36. And the chief fathers of the families of the children of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of the sons of Joseph, came near and spoke before Moshe and before the princes, the chief fathers of the children of Yasharel. And they said,
Yahuwah commanded my Lord to give the land for an inheritance by lot to the children of Yasharel. And my Lord was commanded by Yahuwah to give the inheritance of Zelophehad, our brother, unto his daughters. And if they be married to any of the sons of the other tribes of the children of Yasharel, then shall their inheritance be taken from the inheritance of our fathers, and shall be put to the inheritance of the tribe whereunto they are received. So shall it be taken from the lot of our inheritance. And when the jubilee of the children of Yasharel shall be, then shall their inheritance be put into the inheritance of the tribe whereunto they are received. So shall their inheritance be taken away from the inheritance of the tribe of our fathers.
And Moshe commanded the children of Yasharel according to the word of Yahuwah, saying, The tribe of the sons of Joseph has said well. This is the thing which Yahuwah commands concerning the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, Let them marry to whom they think best. Only to the family of the tribe of their father shall they marry. So shall not the inheritance of the children of Yasharel remove from tribe to tribe. For every one of the children of Yasharel shall keep himself to the inheritance of the tribe of his fathers. And every daughter that possesses an inheritance in any tribe of the children of Yasharel shall be a woman unto one of the family of the tribe of her father, that the children of Yasharel may enjoy every man the inheritance of his fathers. Neither shall the inheritance remove from one tribe to another, but every one of the tribes of the children of Yasharel shall keep himself to his own inheritance. Even as Yahuwah commanded Moshe, so did the daughters of Zelophehad. For Malcha, Tirza, and Hogla, and Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, were married unto their father's brothers' sons. And they were married into the families of the sons of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, and their inheritance remained in the tribe of the family of their father. These are the commandments and the judgments which Yahweh commanded by the hand of Moshe unto the children of Yasharel in the plains of Moab, by the Yarden, near Jericho. Devarim, Deuteronomy chapter 19. When Yahweh Elohika has cut off the nations whose land Yahweh Elohika gives you, and you succeed them, and dwell in their cities and in their houses, you shall separate 3 cities for you in the midst of your land, which Yahweh Elohika gives you to possess it. You shall prepare a way and divide the coasts of your land, which Yahweh Elohika gives you to inherit, into 3 parts, that every slayer may flee thither. And this is the case of the slayer, which shall flee thither, that he may live. Whoso kills his neighbor ignorantly, whom he hated not in time past, as when a man goes into the woods with his neighbor to hew wood, and his hand fetches a stroke with the axe to cut down the tree, and the head slips from the helve, and lights upon his neighbor that he die, he shall flee unto one of those cities and live. Lest the avenger of the blood pursue the slayer while his heart is hot, and overtake him, because the way is long, and slay him, whereas he was not worthy of death, inasmuch as he hated him not in time past. Wherefore I command you, saying, you shall separate 3 cities for you. And if Yahweh Elohika enlarge your coast, as he has sworn unto your fathers, and give you all the land which he promised to give unto your fathers, if you shall guard all these commandments to do them, which I command you this day, to love Yahweh Elohika, and to walk ever in his ways, then you shall add 3 cities more for you, beside these 3, that innocent blood be not shed in your land, which Yahweh Elohika gives you for an inheritance, and so blood be upon you. But if any man hate his neighbor, and lie in wait for him, and rise up against him, and smite him mortally that he die, and flees into one of these cities, then the elders of his city shall send and fetch him thence there, and deliver him into the hand of the avenger of blood, that he may die. Your eye shall not pity him, but you shall put away the guilt of innocent blood from Yasharel, that it may go well with you. You shall not remove your neighbor's landmark, which they of old time have set in your inheritance, which you shall inherit in the land that Yahweh Elohika gives you to possess it. One witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity, or for any sin, in any sin that he sins. At the mouth of 2 witnesses, or at the mouth of 3 witnesses, shall the matter be established. If a false witness rise up against any man to testify against him that which is wrong, then both the men, between whom the controversy is, shall stand before Yahweh, before the priests and the judges, which shall be in those days. And the judges shall make diligent inquisition, and, behold, if the witness be a false witness, and has testified falsely against his brother, then shall you do unto him as he had thought to have done unto his brother. So shall you put the evil away from among you. And those which remain shall hear and fear, and shall henceforth commit no more any such evil among you. And your eye shall not pity, but life shall go for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Devarim, Deuteronomy chapter 20. When you go out to battle against your enemies, and see horses and chariots, and a people more than you, be not afraid of them. For Yahweh Elohika is with you, which brought you up out of the land of Mitzrayim. And it shall be, when ye are come nigh unto the battle, that the priest shall approach and speak unto the people, and shall say unto them, Hear, O Yasharel, ye approach this day unto battle against your enemies. Let not your hearts faint, fear not, and do not tremble, neither be ye terrified because of them. For Yahweh Elohim is he that goes with you, to fight for you against your enemies, to save you. And the officers shall speak unto the people, saying, What man is there that has built a new house? and has not dedicated it. Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man dedicate it. And what man is he that has planted a vineyard, and has not eaten of it yet? Let him also go and return unto his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man eat of it. And what man is there that has betrothed a woman, and has not taken her? Let him go and return unto his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man take her. And the officers shall speak further unto the people. And when they shall say, What man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go and return unto his house, lest his brethren's heart faint as well as his heart. And it shall be, when the officers have made an end of speaking unto the people, that they shall make captains of the armies to lead the people. When you come nigh unto a city to fight against it, then proclaim peace unto it. And it shall be, if it make you answer of peace, and open unto you, then it shall be, that all the people that is found therein shall be tributaries unto you, and they shall serve you. And if it will make no peace with you, but make war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when Yahweh Elohika has delivered it into your hands, you shall smite every male thereof with the edge of the sword. But the women, and the little ones, and the cattle, and all that is in the city, even all the spoil thereof, shall you take unto yourself. And you shall eat the spoil of your enemies, which Yahweh Elohika has given you. Thus shall you do unto all the cities which are very far off from you, which are not of the cities of these nations, but of the cities of these people, which Yahweh Elohika gives you for an inheritance. You shall save alive nothing that breathes, but you shall utterly destroy them, namely, the Chittim, and the Amorim, the Kenanim, and the Perizim, the Chivim, and the Yebusim, as Yahweh Elohika has commanded you, that they teach you not to do after all their abominations, which they have done unto their Elohim. So should ye sin against Yahweh Elohika. When you shall besiege a city a long time, in making war against it to take it, you shall not destroy the trees thereof by forcing an axe against them. For you may eat of them, and you shall not cut them down, for the tree of the field is man's life, to employ them in the siege. Only the trees which you know that they be not trees for meat, you shall destroy and cut them down. And you shall build bulwarks against the city that makes war with you, until it be subdued. Devarim, Deuteronomy, chapter 21. If one be found slain in the land which Yahweh Elohika gives you to possess it, lying in the field, and it be not known who has slain him, then your elders and your judges shall come forth, and they shall measure unto the cities which are round about him that is slain. And it shall be, that the city which is next unto the slain man, even the elders of that city, shall take a heifer, which has not been wrought with, and which has not drawn in the yoke. And the elders of that city shall bring down the heifer unto a rough valley, which is neither eared nor sown, and shall strike off the heifer's neck there in the valley. And the priests, the sons of Levi, shall come near, for them Yahweh Elohika has chosen to minister unto him, and to bless in the name of Yahweh, and by their word shall every controversy and stroke be tried. And all the elders of that city that are next unto the slain man shall wash their hands over the heifer that is beheaded in the valley. And they shall answer and say, Our hands have not shed this blood, neither have our eyes seen it. Be merciful, O Yahweh, unto your people, Yashrael, whom you have redeemed, and lay not innocent blood unto your people of Yashrael's charge, and the blood shall be forgiven them. So shall you put away the guilt of innocent blood from among you, when you shall do that which is right in the sight of Yahweh. When you go forth to war against your enemies, and Yahweh Elohika has delivered them into your hands, and you have taken them captive, and see among the captives a beautiful woman, and have a desire unto her, that you would have her to be your woman, then you shall bring her home to your house, and she shall shave her head, and pare her nails, and she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her, and shall remain in your house, and bewail her father and her mother a full month. And after that you shall go in unto her, and shall be her man, and she shall be your woman. And it shall be, if you have no delight in her, then you shall let her go wherewith she will. But you shall not sell her at all for money. You shall not make merchandise of her, because you have humbled her. If a man have two women, one beloved and another hated, and they have borne him children, both the beloved and the hated, and if the firstborn son be hers that was hated, then it shall be, when he makes his sons to inherit that which he has, that he may not make the son of the beloved firstborn before the son of the hated, which is indeed the firstborn. But he shall acknowledge the son of the hated for the firstborn, by giving him a double portion of all that he has. For he is the beginning of his strength. The right of the firstborn is his. If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son, which will not obey the voice of his father, or the voice of his mother, and that when they have chastened him, will not hearken unto them, then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him, and bring him out unto the elders of his city, and unto the gate of his place. And they shall say unto the elders of his city, This our son is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. And all the men of his city shall stone him with stones, that he die. So shall you put evil away from among you, and all Yashrael shall hear and fear. And if a man have committed a sin worthy of death, and he be put to death, and you hang him on a tree, his body shall not remain all night upon the tree, but you shall in any wise bury him that day. For he that is hanged is accursed of Elohim, that your land be not defiled, which Yahweh Elohika gives you for an inheritance. Devarim, Deuteronomy chapter 22. You shall not see your brother's ox or his sheep go astray, and hide yourself from them. You shall in any case bring them again unto your brother. And if your brother be not nigh unto you, or if you know him not, then you shall bring it unto your own house, and it shall be with you until your brother seek after it, and you shall restore it to him again. In like manner shall you do with his ass, and so shall you do with his raiment, and with all lost things of your brother's, which he has lost and you have found, shall you do likewise. You may not hide yourself. You shall not see your brother's ass or his ox fall down by the way, and hide yourself from them. You shall surely help him to lift them up again. The woman shall not wear that which pertains unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment. For all that do so are an abomination unto Yahweh Elohika. If a bird's nest happen to be before you in the way in any tree, or on the ground, whether they be young ones or eggs, and the dam sitting upon the young or upon the eggs, you shall not take the dam with the young. But you shall in any wise let the dam go, and take the young to you, that it may be well with you, and that you may prolong your days. When you build a new house, then you shall make a battlement for your roof, that you bring not blood upon your house, if any man fall from thence. You shall not sow your vineyard with diverse seeds, lest the fruit of your seed which you have sown and the fruit of your vineyard be defiled. You shall not plow with an ox and an ass together. You shall not wear a garment of diverse sorts, as of woolen and linen together. You shall make fringes upon the four quarters of your vesture, wherewith you cover yourself. If any man take a woman, and go in unto her, and hate her, and give occasions of speech against her, and bring up an evil name upon her, and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid. Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the token of the damsel's virginity unto the elders of the city in the gate. And the damsel's father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter unto this man to be his woman, and he hates her. And lo, he has given occasions of speech against her, saying, I found not your daughter a maid, and yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city. And the elders of that city shall take that man and chastise him. And they shall immerse him in 100 shekels of silver, and give them unto the father of the damsel, because he has brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Yashrael. And she shall be his woman, he may not put her away all his days. But if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel, Then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her with stones that she die, because she has wrought folly in Yashrael, to play the whore in her father's house. So shall you put evil away from among you. If a man be found lying with a woman married to a man, then they shall both of them die, both the man that lay with the woman and the woman. So shall you put away evil from Yashrael. If a damsel that is a virgin be betrothed unto a man, and a man find her in the city and lie with her, then ye shall bring them both out unto the gate of that city, and ye shall stone them with stones that they die. The damsel, because she cried not, being in the city, and the man, because he has humbled his neighbor's woman, so you shall put away evil from among you. But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and the man force her, and lie with her, then the man only that lay with her shall die. But unto the damsel ye shall do nothing. There is in the damsel no sin worthy of death. For as when a man rises against his neighbor and slays him, even so is this matter. For he found her in the field, and the betrothed damsel cried, and there was none to save her. If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her, and lie with her, and they be found, then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his woman. Because he has humbled her, he may not put her away all his days. A man shall not take his father's woman, nor discover his father's skirt. Debarim, Deuteronomy, chapter 23. He that is wounded in the stones, or has his privy member cut off, shall not enter into the assembly of Yahweh. A bastard shall not enter into the assembly of Yahweh. Even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the assembly of Yahweh. An Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into the assembly of Yahweh. Even to their 10th generation shall they not enter into the assembly of Yahweh forever. Because they met you not with bread and with water in the way, when ye came forth out of Mitzrayim, and because they hired against you Bilam, the son of Beor, of Pethor, of Aram Naharaim, to curse you. Nevertheless, Yahweh Elohika would not hearken unto Bilam, but Yahweh Elohika turned the curse into a blessing unto you, because Yahweh Elohika loved you. You shall not seek their peace nor their prosperity all your days forever. You shall not abhor an Edomite, for he is your brother. You shall not abhor a Mitzri, because you were a stranger in his land. The children that are begotten of them shall enter into the assembly of Yahweh in their 3rd generation. When the host goes forth against your enemies, then guard you from every wicked thing. If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, that chances him by night, then shall he go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp. But it shall be, when evening comes on, he shall wash himself with water, and when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again. You shall have a place also without the camp, whither you shall go forth abroad, and you shall have a paddle upon your weapon. And it shall be, when you will cease yourself abroad, you shall dig therewith, and you shall turn back and cover that which comes from you. For Yahweh Elohika walks in the midst of your camp, to deliver you, and to give up your enemies before you. Therefore shall your camp be holy, that he see no unclean thing in you, and turn away from you. You shall not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto you. He shall dwell with you, even among you, in that place which he shall choose in one of your gates, where it likes him best. You shall not oppress him. There shall be no whore of the daughters of Yashrael, nor a sodomite of the sons of Yashrael. You shall not bring the hire of a whore, or the price of a dog, into the house of Yahweh Elohika, for any vow, for even both these are abomination unto Yahweh Elohika. You shall not lend upon usury to your brother, usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury. Unto a stranger you may lend upon usury, but unto your brother you shall not lend upon usury. that Yahweh Elohika may bless you in all that you set your hand to in the land whither you go to possess it. When you shall vow a vow unto Yahweh Elohika, you shall not slack to pay it, for Yahweh Elohika will surely require it of you, and it would be sin in you. But if you shall forbear to vow, it shall be no sin in you. That which is gone out of your lips you shall guard and perform, even a freewill offering, according as you have vowed unto Yahweh Elohika, which you have promised with your mouth. When you come into your neighbor's vineyard, then you may eat grapes to your fill at your own pleasure, but you shall not put any in your vessel. And when you come into the standing grain of your neighbor, then you may pluck the ears with your hand, but you shall not move a sickle unto your neighbor's standing grain. Devarim, Deuteronomy chapter 24. When a man has taken a woman and married her, and it come to pass that she find no favor in his eyes, because he has found some uncleanness in her, then let him write her a sefer of divorcement, and give it in her hand, and send her out of his house. And when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's woman. And if the latter man hate her, and write her a sefer of divorcement, and gives it in her hand, and sends her out of his house, or if the latter man die, which took her to be his woman, her former man, which sent her away, may not take her again to be his woman, after that she is defiled. For that is abomination before Yahweh, and you shall not cause the land to sin, which Yahweh Elohika gives you for an inheritance. When a man has taken a new woman, he shall not go out to war, neither shall he be charged with any business, but he shall be free at home 1 year, and shall cheer up his woman which he has taken. No man shall take the nether or the upper millstone to pledge, for he takes a man's life to pledge. If a man be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Yashrael, and makes merchandise of him, or sells him, then that thief shall die, and you shall put evil away from among you. Take heed in the plague of leprosy, that you guard it diligently, and do according to all that the priest the Leviim shall teach you, as I commanded them, so ye shall guard to do. Remember what Yahweh Elohika did unto Miriam by the way, after that ye were come forth out of Mitzrayim. When you lend your brother anything, you shall not go into his house to fetch his pledge. You shall stand abroad, and the man to whom you lend shall bring out the pledge abroad unto you. And if the man be poor, you shall not sleep with his pledge. In any case, you shall deliver him the pledge again when the sun goes down, that he may sleep in his own raiment and bless you, and it shall be righteousness unto you before Yahweh Elohika. You shall not oppress a hired servant that is poor and needy, whether he be of your brethren, or of your strangers that are in your land within your gates. At his day you shall give him his hire, neither shall the sun go down upon it, for he is poor, and sets his heart upon it, lest he cry against you unto El Yahuwah, and it be sin unto you. The fathers shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin. You shall not pervert the judgment of the stranger, nor of the fatherless, nor take a widow's raiment to pledge. But you shall remember that you were a bondman in Mitzrayim, and Yahweh Elohika redeemed you thence. Therefore I command you to do this thing. When you cut down your harvest in your field, and have forgot a sheaf in the field, you shall not go again to fetch it. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow, that Yahweh Elohika may bless you in all the work of your hands. When you beat your olive tree, you shall not go over the boughs again. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. When you gather the grapes of your vineyard, you shall not glean it afterward. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. And you shall remember that you were a bondman in the land of Mitzrayim. Therefore, I command you to do this thing. Devarim, Deuteronomy chapter 25. If there be a controversy between men, and they come unto judgment, that the judges may judge them, Then they shall justify the righteous and condemn the wicked. And it shall be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down and to be beaten before his face, according to his fault by a certain number. 40 stripes he may give him, and not exceed, lest, if he should exceed, and beat him above these with many stripes, then your brother should seem vile unto you. You shall not muzzle the ox when he treads out the grain. If brethren dwell together, and one of them die, and have no child, the woman of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger. Her man's brother shall go in unto her, and take her to him to be his woman, and perform the duty of a man's brother unto her. And it shall be, that the firstborn which she bears shall succeed in the name of his brother which is dead, that his name be not put out of Yashrael. And if the man like not to take his brother's woman, then let his brother's woman go up to the gate unto the elders, and say, My man's brother refuses to raise up unto his brother a name in Yashrael. He will not perform the duty of my man's brother. Then the elders of his city shall call him, and speak unto him. And if he shall stand to it, and say, I like not to take her, then shall his brother's woman come unto him in the presence of the elders, and loose his shoe from off his foot, and spit in his face, and shall answer and say, So shall it be done unto the man that will not build up his brother's house. And his name shall be called in Yashrael, the house of him that has his shoe loosed. When men strive together one with another, and the woman of the one draws near for to deliver her man out of the hand of him that smites him, and puts forth her hand, and takes him by the secrets, then you shall cut off her hand, your eye shall not pity her. You shall not have in your bag diverse weights, a great and a small. You shall not have in your house diverse measures, a great and a small. But you shall have a perfect and just weight, a perfect and just measure shall you have, that your days may be lengthened in the land which Yahweh Elohika gives you. For all that do such things, and all that do unrighteously, are an abomination unto Yahweh Elohika. Remember what Amalek did unto you by the way, when you were come forth out of Mitzrayim, how he met you by the way, and smote the hindmost of you, even all that were feeble behind you, when you were faint and weary, and he feared not Elohim. Therefore it shall be, when Yahweh Elohika has given you rest from all your enemies round about, in the land which Yahweh Elohika gives you for an inheritance to possess it, that you shall blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. You shall not forget it. Devarim, Deuteronomy chapter 26. And it shall be, when you are come in unto the land which Yahweh Elohika gives you for an inheritance, and possess it, and dwell therein, that you shall take the first of all the fruit of the earth, which you shall bring of your land that Yahweh Elohika gives you, and shall put it in a basket, and shall go unto the place which Yahweh Elohika shall choose to place his name there. And you shall go unto the priest that shall be in those days, and say unto him, I profess this day unto Yahweh Elohika, that I am come unto the country which Yahweh swore unto our fathers for to give us. And the priest shall take the basket out of your hand, and set it down before the altar of Yahweh Elohika. And you shall speak and say before Yahweh Elohika, An Aramee, ready to perish, was my father, and he went down into Mitzrayim, and sojourned there with a few, and became there a nation, great, mighty, and populous. And the Mitzrayim evilly entreated us, and afflicted us, and laid upon us hard bondage. And when we cried unto El Yahweh Elohai of our fathers, Yahweh heard our voice, and looked on our affliction, and on our labor, and our oppression. And Yahweh brought us forth out of Mitzrayim with a mighty hand, and with an outstretched arm, and with great terribleness, and with signs, and with wonders. And he has brought us into this place, and has given us this land, even a land that flows with milk and honey. And now, behold, I have brought the first fruits of the land which you, O Yahweh, have given me, and you shall set it before Yahweh Elohika, and worship before Yahweh Elohika, and you shall rejoice in every good thing which Yahweh Elohika has given unto you, and unto your house, you and the Levii, and the stranger that is among you. When you have made an end of tithing all the tithes of your increase the third year, which is the year of tithing, and have given it unto the Levii, the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, that they may eat within your gates and be filled. Then you shall say before Yahweh Elohika, I have brought away the hallowed things out of my house, and also has given them unto the Levii, and unto the stranger, to the fatherless, and to the widow, according to all your commandments which you have commanded me. I have not transgressed your commandments, neither have I forgotten them. I have not eaten thereof in my mourning, neither have I taken away aught thereof for any unclean use, nor given aught thereof for the dead. But I have hearkened to the voice of Yahweh Elohai, and have done according to all that you have commanded me. Look down from your holy habitation from heaven, and bless your people, Yashrael, and the land which you have given us, as you swore unto our fathers, a land that flows with milk and honey. This day Yahweh Elohika has commanded you to do these commandments and these judgments. You shall therefore guard and do them with all your heart and with all your soul. You have avouched Yahweh this day to be your Elohim, and to walk in his ways, and to guard his statutes and his commandments, and his judgments, and to hearken unto his voice. And Yahweh has avouched you this day to be his peculiar people, as he has promised you, and that you should guard all his commandments, and to make you high above all nations which he has made, in praise, and in name, and in honor, and that you may be a holy people unto Yahweh Elohika, as he has spoken. Devarim, Deuteronomy, chapter 27. And Moshe, with the elders of Yashrael, commanded the people, saying, Guard all the commandments which I command you this day. And it shall be on the day when ye shall pass over the Yarden unto the land which Yahweh Elohika gives you, that you shall set up great stones, and plaster them with plaster. And you shall write upon them all the words of this Torah, when you are passed over, that you may go in unto the land which Yahweh Elohika gives you, a land that flows with milk and honey, as Yahweh Elohai of your fathers has promised you. Therefore it shall be, when ye be gone over the Yarden, that ye shall set up these stones which I command you this day, in Mount Ebal, and ye shall plaster them with plaster. And there you shall build an altar unto Yahweh Elohika, an altar of stones. You shall not lift up any iron tool upon them. You shall build the altar of Yahweh Elohika of whole stones, and you shall offer burnt offerings thereon unto Yahweh Elohika, and you shall offer peace offerings, and shall eat there, and rejoice before Yahweh Elohika. And you shall write upon the stones all the words of this Torah very plainly. And Moshe and the priests, the Leviim, spoke unto all Yashrael, saying, Take heed and hearken, O Yashrael. This day you are become the people of Yahweh Elohika. You shall therefore obey the voice of Yahweh Elohika, and do his commandments and his statutes, which I command you this day. And Moshe charged the people the same day, saying, These shall stand upon Mount Gerizim, to bless the people, when ye are come over the Yarden, Shimon, and Levi, and Yehuda, and Yissachar, and Yosef, and Benjamin. And these shall stand upon Mount Evil, to curse Reuven, Gad, and Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. And the Leviim shall speak, and say unto all the men of Yashrael with a loud voice, Cursed be the man that makes any graven or molten image, an abomination unto Yahweh, the work of the hands of the craftsman, and puts it in a secret place. And all the people shall answer and say, Amen. Cursed be he that sets light by his father or mother. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that removes his neighbor's landmark. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that makes the blind to wander out of the way. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that perverts the judgment of the stranger, fatherless, and widow. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lies with his father's woman, because he uncovers his father's skirt. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lies with any manner of beast. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lies with his sister, the daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lies with his mother-in-law. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that smites his neighbor secretly. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that takes reward to slay an innocent person. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that confirms not all the words of this Torah to do them. And all the people shall say, Amen. Devarim, Deuteronomy, chapter 28. And it shall come to pass, if you shall hearken diligently unto the voice of Yahweh Elohika, to guard and to do all his commandments which I command you this day, that Yahweh Elohika will set you on high above all the nations of the earth. And all these blessings shall come on you and overtake you, if you shall hearken unto the voice of Yahweh Elohika. Blessed shall you be in the city, and blessed shall you be in the field. Blessed shall be the fruit of your body, and the fruit of your ground, and the fruit of your cattle, the increase of your kine, and the flocks of your sheep. Blessed shall you be in your basket and your store. Blessed shall you be when you come in, and blessed shall you be when you go out. Yahweh shall cause your enemies that rise up against you to be smitten before your face. They shall come out against you one way, and flee before you 7 ways. Yahweh shall command the blessing upon you in your storehouses, and in all that you set your hand unto. And he shall bless you in the land which Yahweh Elohika gives you. Yahweh shall establish you a holy people unto himself, as he has sworn unto you, if you shall guard the commandments of Yahweh Elohika, and walk in his ways. And all the people of the earth shall see that you are called by the name of Yahweh, and they shall be afraid of you. And Yahweh shall make you plenteous in goods, in the fruit of your body, and in the fruit of your cattle, and in the fruit of your ground, in the land which Yahweh swore unto your fathers to give you. Yahweh shall open unto you his good treasure, the heavens, to give the rain unto your land in his season, and to bless all the work of your hand. And you shall lend unto many nations, and you shall not borrow. And Yahweh shall make you the head and not the tail, and you shall be above only, and you shall not be beneath, if that you hearken unto the commandments of Yahweh Elohika, which I command you this day, to guard and do them. And if you shall not go aside from any of the words which I command you this day, to the right hand or to the left, or to go after other Elohim to serve them. But it shall come to pass, if you will not hearken unto the voice of Yahweh Elohika, to guard to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command you this day, that all these curses shall come upon you and overtake you. Cursed shall you be in the city, and cursed shall you be in the field. Cursed shall be your basket and your store. Cursed shall be the fruit of your body, and the fruit of your land, the increase of your kine, and the flocks of your sheep. Cursed shall you be when you come in, and cursed shall you be when you go out. Yahweh shall send upon you cursing, vexation, and rebuke in all that you set your hand to do, until you be destroyed, and until you perish quickly, because of the wickedness of your doings, whereby you have forsaken me. Yahweh shall make the pestilence cleave unto you, until he have consumed you from off the land whither you go to possess it. Yahweh shall smite you with a consumption, and with a fever, and with an inflammation, and with an extreme burning, and with the sword, and with blasting, and with mildew, and they shall pursue you until you perish. And your heaven that is over your head shall be brass, and the earth that is under you shall be iron. Yahweh shall make the rain of your land powder and dust. From heaven shall it come down upon you until you be destroyed. Yahweh shall cause you to be smitten before your enemies. You shall go out one way against them, and flee 7 ways before them, and shall be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. And your carcass shall be meat unto all the fowls of the air, and unto the beasts of the earth, and no man shall fray them away. Yahweh will smite you with the botch of Mitzrayim, and with the tumors, and with the scab, and with the itch whereof you cannot be healed. Yahweh shall smite you with madness, and blindness, and astonishment of heart. And you shall grope at noonday, as the blind gropes in darkness, and you shall not prosper in your ways. And you shall be only oppressed and spoiled evermore, and no man shall save you. You shall betroth a woman, and another man shall lie with her. You shall build a house, and you shall not dwell therein. You shall plant a vineyard, and shall not gather the grapes thereof. Your ox shall be slain before your eyes, and you shall not eat thereof. Your ass shall be violently taken away from before your face, and shall not be restored to you. Your sheep shall be given unto your enemies, and you shall have none to rescue them. Your sons and your daughters shall be given unto another people, and your eyes shall look, and fail with longing for them all the day long, and there shall be no might in your hand. The fruit of your land and all your labors shall a nation which you know not eat up, and ye shall be only oppressed and crushed always, so that you shall be mad for the sight of your eyes which you shall see. Yahweh shall smite you in the knees and in the legs with a sore botch that cannot be healed, from the sole of your foot unto the top of your head. Yahweh shall bring you and your king which you shall set over you unto a nation which neither you nor your fathers have known, and there shall you serve other Elohim, wood and stone. And you shall become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all the nations whither Yahweh shall lead you. You shall carry much seed out into the field, and shall gather but little in, for the locust shall consume it. You shall plant vineyards and dress them, but shall neither drink of the wine, nor gather the grapes, for the worms shall eat them. You shall have olive trees throughout all your coasts, but you shall not anoint yourself with the oil, for your olive shall cast his fruit. You shall beget sons and daughters, but you shall not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity. And all your trees and fruit of your land shall the locust consume. The stranger that is within you shall get up above you very high, and you shall come down very low. He shall lend to you, and you shall not lend to him. He shall be the head, and you shall be the tail. Moreover, all these curses shall come upon you, and shall pursue you, and overtake you, till you be destroyed, because you hearkened not unto the voice of Yahweh Elohika, to guard his commandments and his statutes which he commanded you. And they shall be upon you for a sign, and for a wonder, and upon your seed forever. Because you serve not Yahweh Elohika with joyfulness, and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things. Therefore shall you serve your enemies which Yahweh shall send against you, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon your neck, until he have destroyed you. Yahweh shall bring a nation against you from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flies, a nation whose tongue you shall not understand, a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor of the young. And he shall eat the fruit of your cattle, and the fruit of your land, until you be destroyed, which also shall not leave you either grain, wine, or oil, or the increase of your kind, or your flocks of your sheep, until he have destroyed you. And he shall besiege you in all your gates, until your high and fenced walls come down, wherein you trusted, throughout all your land. And he shall besiege you in all your gates throughout all your land, which Yahweh Elohika has given you. And you shall eat the fruit of your own body, the flesh of your sons and of your daughters, which Yahweh Elohika has given you, in the siege and in the straitness wherewith your enemies shall distress you, so that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother, and toward the woman of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children which he shall have, so that he will not give to any of them of the flesh of his children whom he shall eat, because he has nothing left him in the siege, and in the straitness, wherewith your enemies shall distress you in all your gates. The tender and delicate woman among you, which would not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground for delicateness and tenderness. Her eye shall be evil toward the man of her bosom, and toward her son, and toward her daughter, and toward her young one that comes out from between her feet, and toward her children which she shall bear. For she shall eat them for want of all things secretly in the siege and straitness, wherewith your enemy shall distress you in your gates. If you will not guard to do all the words of this Torah that are written in this Sefer, that you may fear this glorious and fearful name, Yahweh Elohika, then Yahweh will make your plagues wonderful, and the plagues of your seed even great plagues, and of long continuous and sore sickness, and of long continuance. Moreover, he will bring upon you all the diseases of Mitzrayim, which you were afraid of, and they shall cleave unto you. Also every sickness and every plague which is not written in the Sefer of this Torah. Them will Yahweh bring upon you until you be destroyed, and ye shall be left few in number, whereas you were as the stars of heaven for multitude, because you would not obey the voice of Yahweh Elohika. And it shall come to pass that as Yahweh rejoiced over you to do you good and to multiply you, so Yahweh will rejoice over you to destroy you, and to bring you to naught, and ye shall be plucked from off the land whither you go to possess it. And Yahweh shall scatter you among all people, and from the one end of the earth even unto the other. And there you shall serve other Elohim, which neither you nor your fathers have known, even wood and stone. And among these nations shall you find no ease, neither shall the sole of your foot have rest. But Yahweh shall give you there a trembling heart, and failing of eyes, and sorrow of mind. And your life shall hang in doubt before you, and you shall fear day and night, and shall have none assurance of your life. In the morning you shall say, Would to Elohim it were evening, and at evening you shall say, Would to Elohim it were morning. For the fear of your heart wherewith you shall fear, and for the sight of your eyes which you shall see. And Yahweh shall bring you into Mitzrayim again with ships, by the way whereof I spoke unto you. You shall see it no more again, and there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. Devarim, Deuteronomy, chapter 29. These are the words of the covenant, which Yahweh commanded Moshe to cut with the children of Yasharel in the land of Moab, beside the covenant which he cut with them in Horeb. And Moshe called unto all Yasharel, and said unto them, Ye have seen all that Yahweh did before your eyes in the land of Mitzrayim, unto Pharaoh, and unto all his servants, and unto all his land. The great temptations which your eyes have seen, the signs, and those great miracles. Yet Yahweh has not given you a heart to perceive, and eyes to see, and ears to hear unto this day. And I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes are not waxen old upon you, and your shoe is not waxen old upon your foot. Ye have not eaten bread, neither have ye drunk wine or strong drink, that ye might know that I am Yahweh Elohim. And when ye came unto this place, Sihon, the king of Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, came out against us unto battle, and we smote them. And we took their land, and gave it for an inheritance unto the Reuvenim, and to the Gadim, and to the half tribe of Manasseh. Guard therefore the words of this covenant, and do them, that you may prosper in all that you do. Ye stand this day all of you before Yahweh Elohim, your captains of your tribes, your elders, and your officers, with all the men of Yasharel, your little ones, your women, and your stranger that is in your camp, from the hewer of your wood unto the drawer of your water, that you should enter into covenant with Yahweh Elohika, and into his oath which Yahweh Elohika cuts with you this day, that he may establish you today for a people unto himself, and that he may be unto you Elohim, as he has said unto you, and as he has sworn unto your fathers, to Avraham, to Yitzchak, and to Yaakov. Neither with you only do I cut this covenant and this oath, but with him that stands here with us this day before Yahweh Eloheinu, and also with him that is not here with us this day. For ye know how we have dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, and how we came through the nations which ye passed by. And ye have seen their abominations, and their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold, which were among them, lest there should be among you man, or woman, or family, or tribe, whose heart turns away this day from Yahweh Eloheinu, to go and serve the Elohai of these nations, lest there should be among you a root that bears gall and wormwood. And it come to pass, when he hears the words of this curse, that he bless himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace, though I walk in the imagination of my heart, to add drunkenness to thirst. Yahweh will not spare him. But Then the anger of Yahweh and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in this sefer shall lie upon him. And Yahweh shall blot out his name from under heaven. And Yahweh shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Yisrael, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this sefer of the Torah. So that the generation to come of your children that shall rise up after you, and the stranger that shall come from a far land shall say, when they see the plagues of the land, and the sickness which Yahweh has laid upon it, and that the whole land thereof is brimstone, and salt, and burning, that it is not sown, nor bears, nor any grass grows therein, like the overthrow of Sodom and Amorah, Admah, and Seboim, which Yahweh overthrew in his anger and in his wrath. Even all the nations shall say, wherefore has Yahweh done thus unto this land? What means the heat of this great anger? Then men shall say, because they have forsaken the covenant of Yahweh Elohai, of their fathers, which he cut with them when he brought them forth out of the land of Mitzrayim. For they went and served other Elohim, and worshipped them, Elohim who they knew not, and who he had not given unto them. And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against this land, to bring upon it all the curses that are written in this sefer. And Yahweh rooted them out of their land in anger, and in wrath, and in great indignation, and cast them into another land, as it is this day. Now the secrets of Yahweh Eloheinu, and the revealing to us and our sons forever, is by the keeping of all the words of this Torah. Devarim, Deuteronomy, chapter 30. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon you, the blessing and the curse, which I have set before you, and you shall call them to mind among all the nations whither Yahweh Elohika has driven you, and shall return unto Yahweh Elohika, and shall obey his voice according to all that I command you this day, you and your children, with all your heart and with all your soul, that then Yahweh Elohika will turn your captivity and have compassion upon you, and will return and gather you from all the nations whither Yahweh Elohika has scattered you. If any of yours be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will Yahweh Elohika gather you, and from thence will he fetch you. And Yahweh Elohika will bring you into the land which your fathers possessed, and you shall possess it, and he will do you good, and multiply you above your fathers. And Yahweh Elohika will circumcise your heart and the heart of your seed, to love Yahweh Elohika with all your heart and with all your soul, that you may live. And Yahweh Elohika will put all these curses upon your enemies, and on them that hate you, which persecuted you. And you shall return and obey the voice of Yahweh, and do all his commandments which I command you this day. And Yahweh Elohika will make you plenteous in every work of your hand, in the fruit of your body, and in the fruit of your cattle, and in the fruit of your land for good. For Yahweh will again rejoice over you for good, as he rejoiced over your fathers, if you shall hearken unto the voice of Yahweh Elohika, to guard his commandments and his statutes, which are written in this sefer of the Torah. And if you turn unto El Yahweh Elohika with all your heart and with all your soul. For this commandment which I command you this day, it is not hidden from you, neither is it far off. It is not in heaven that you should say, who shall go up for us to heaven and bring it unto us, that we may hear it and do it? Neither is it beyond the sea that you should say, who shall go over the sea for us and bring it unto us, that we may hear and do it? But the word is very nigh unto you, in your mouth and in your heart, that you may do it. See, I have set before you this day life and good, and death and evil. In that I command you this day to love Yahweh Elohika, to walk in his ways, and to guard his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that you may live and multiply. And Yahweh Elohika shall bless you in the land whither you go to possess it. But if your heart turn away, so that you will not hear, but shall be drawn away and worship other Elohim and serve them, I declare unto you this day that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land, whither you pass over the Yarden to go to possess it. I call the heavens and the earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore, choose life, that both you and your seed may live, that you may love Yahweh Elohika, and that you may obey his voice, and that you may cleave unto him, for he is your life, and the length of your days, that you may dwell in the land which Yahweh swore unto your fathers, to Avraham, to Yitzchak, and to Yaakov, to give them. Devarim, Deuteronomy, chapter 31. And Moshe went and spoke these words unto all Yisrael. And he said unto them, I am 120 years old this day. I can no more go out and come in. Also, Yahweh has said unto me, you shall not go over this Yarden. Yahweh Elohika, he will go over before you, and he will destroy these nations from before you, and you shall possess them. And Yahusha, he shall go over before you, as Yahweh has said, and Yahweh shall do unto them as he did to Sihon and to Og, kings of the Amorim, and unto the land of them whom he destroyed. And Yahweh shall give them up before your face, that ye may do unto them according unto all the commandments which I have commanded you. Be strong, and of good courage, fear not, nor be afraid of them. For Yahweh Elohika, he it is that goes with you. He will not fail you, nor forsake you. And Moshe called unto Yahusha, and said unto him in the sight of all Yisrael, Be strong, and of good courage, for you must go with this people unto the land which Yahweh has sworn unto their fathers to give them, and you shall cause them to inherit it. And Yahweh, he it is that goes before you. He will be with you. He will not fail you, neither forsake you. Fear not, neither be dismayed. And Moshe wrote this Torah, and delivered it unto the priests, the sons of Levi, which bore the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, and unto all the elders of Yisrael. And Moshe commanded them, saying, At the end of every 7 years, in the solemnity of the year of release, in the feast of Sukkot, when all Yisrael is come to appear before Yahweh Elohika in the place which he shall choose, you shall read this Torah before all Yisrael in their hearing. Gather the people together, men and women and children, and your stranger that is within your gates, that they may hear, and that they may learn and fear Yahweh Elohim, and guard to do all the words of this Torah. And that their children, which have not known anything, may hear and learn to fear Yahweh Elohika, as long as ye live in the land whither ye go over the Yarden to possess it. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Behold, your days approach, that you must die. Call Yahusha, and present yourselves in the tabernacle of the assembly, that I may give him a charge.
And Moshe and Yahusha went, and presented themselves in the tabernacle of the assembly. And Yahweh appeared in the tabernacle in a pillar of a cloud, and the pillar of the cloud stood over the door of the tabernacle. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Behold, you shall sleep with your fathers, and this people will rise up, and go a-whoring after the Elohai of the strangers of the land, whither they go to be among them, and will forsake me, and break my covenant, which I have cut with them. Then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured, and many evils and troubles shall befall them, so that they will say in that day, Are not these evils come upon us, because our Elohim is not among us? And I will surely hide my face in that day, for all the evils which they shall have wrought, in that they are turned unto other Elohim. Now therefore write this song for you, and teach it the children of Yasharel. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness for me against the children of Yasharel. For when I shall have brought them into the land which I swore unto their fathers, that flows with milk and honey, and they shall have eaten and filled themselves and waxen fat, then will they turn unto other Elohim, and serve them, and provoke me, and break my covenant. And it shall come to pass, when many evils and troubles are befallen them, that this song shall testify against them as a witness, for it shall not be forgotten out of the mouths of their seed. For I know their imagination, which they go about, even now, before I have brought them into the land which I swore.
Moshe therefore wrote this song the same day, and taught it the children of Yisrael. And he gave Yahusha, the son of Nun, a charge and said, Be strong and of a good courage, for you shall bring the children of Yashrael into the land which I swore unto them, and I will be with you. And it came to pass, when Moshe had made an end of writing the words of this Torah in a sefer until they were finished, that Moshe commanded the Leviim, which bore the ark of the covenant of Yahweh, saying, Take this sefer of the Torah, and put it in the side of the ark of the covenant of Yahweh Elohim, that it may be therefore a witness against you. For I know your rebellion, and your stiff neck. Behold, while I am yet alive with you this day, ye have been rebellious against Yahweh. And how much more after my death? Gather unto me all the elders of your tribes, and your officers, that I may speak these words in their ears, and call the heavens and the earth to record against them. For I know that after my death ye will utterly corrupt yourselves, and turn aside from the way which I have commanded you, and evil will befall you in the latter days, because you will do evil in the sight of Yahweh, to provoke him to anger through the works of your hands. And Moshe spoke in the ears of all the assembly of Yashrael the words of the song until they were ended. Devarim, Deuteronomy, chapter 32. Give ear, O ye heavens, and I will speak, and hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. My doctrine shall drop as the rain, my speech shall distill as the dew, as the small rain upon the tender herb, and as the showers upon the grass. Because I will publish the name of Yahweh. Ascribe ye greatness unto our Elohim. He is the rock, his work is perfect, for all his ways are judgment. An El of truth, and without iniquity, just and right is he. They have corrupted themselves, their spot is not the spot of his children. They are a perverse and crooked generation. Do ye thus requite Yahweh, O foolish people and unwise? Is not he your father that has bought you? Has he not made you and established you? Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask your father, and he will show you, your elders, and they will tell you. When El Elyon divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of men, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Yashrael. For Yahweh's portion is his people. Yaakov is the lot of his inheritance. He found him in a desert land, and in the waste howling wilderness he led him about. He instructed him. He kept him as the apple of his eye. As an eagle stirs up her nest, flutters over her young, spreads abroad her wings, takes them, bears them on her wings. So Yahweh alone did lead him, and there was no strange El with him. He made him ride on the high places of the earth, that he might eat the increase of the fields, and he made him to suck honey out of the rock, and oil out of the flinty rock, butter of kine, and milk of sheep, with fat of lambs, and rams of the breed of Bashan, and goats with the fat of the kidneys of wheat, and you did drink the pure blood of the grape. But Yashron waxed fat, and kicked. You are waxen fat, and grown thick. You are covered with fatness. Then he forsook Eloah which made him, and lightly esteemed the rock of his Yeshua. They provoked him to jealousy with strange Elohim. With abominations provoked they him to anger. They sacrificed unto devils, not to Elohah, to Elohim whom they knew not, to new Elohim that newly came up, whom your fathers feared not. Of the rock that begat you, you are unmindful, and have forgotten El that formed you. And when Yahweh saw it, he abhorred them, because of the provoking of his sons and of his daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end shall be, for they are a very froward generation, children in whom is no belief. They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not El. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities, and I will move them to jealousy with those that are not a people. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. For a fire is kindled in my anger, and shall burn unto the lowest Sheol, and shall consume the earth with her increase, and set on fire the foundations of the mountains. I will heap mischiefs upon them. I will spend my arrows upon them. They shall be burnt with hunger, and devoured with burning heat, and with bitter destruction. I will also send the teeth of beasts upon them, with the poison of serpents of the dust. The sword without, and terror within, shall destroy both the young man and the virgin. The suckling also with the man of gray hairs. I said, I would scatter them into corners. I would make the remembrance of them to cease from among men. Were it not that I feared the wrath of the enemy, lest their adversaries should behave themselves strangely, and lest they should say, Our hand is high, and Yahweh has not done all this. For they are a nation void of counsel, neither is there any understanding in them. Oh, that they were wise, that they understood this, that they would consider their latter end. How should one chase 1,000, and two put 10,000 to flight, except their rock had sold them, and Yahweh had shut them up? For their rock is not as our rock, even our enemies themselves being judges. For their vine is the vine of Sodom, and the fields of Amorah. Their grapes are the grapes of Gaul, their clusters are bitter. Their wine is the poison of dragons, and the cruel venom of asps. Is not this laid up in store with me, and sealed up among my treasures? To me belongs vengeance and recompense. Their foot shall slide in due time, for the day of their calamity is at hand, and the things that shall come upon them make haste. For Yahweh shall judge his people, and sigh for his servants, when he sees that their power is gone, and there is none shut up or left. And he shall say, Where are their Elohim, the rock in whom they trusted, which did eat the fat of their sacrifices, and drank the wine of their drink offerings? Let them rise up and help you, and be your protection. See now that I, even I, am he, and there is no Elohim with me. I kill and make alive. I wound and I heal. There is neither any that can deliver out of my hand, for I lift up my hand to heaven and say, I live forever. If I whet my glittering sword and my hand take hold on judgment, I will render vengeance to my enemies and will reward them that hate me. I will make my arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh, and that with the blood of the slain and of the captives, from the beginning of revenges upon the enemy. Rejoice, O ye nations, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants, and will render vengeance to his adversaries, and will be merciful unto his land and to his people. And Moshe came and spoke all the words of this song in the ears of the people, he and Husha, the son of Nun. And Moshe made an end of speaking all these words to all Yashrael. And he said unto them, Set your hearts unto all the words which I testify among you this day, which ye shall command your children to guard to do, all the words of this Torah. For it is not a vain thing for you, because it is your life. And through this thing ye shall prolong your days in the land, whither ye go over the Yarden to possess it. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe that selfsame day, saying,
Get you up unto this mountain, Avarim, unto Mount Nebu, which is in the land of Moab, that is over against Jericho. And behold, the land of Canaan, which I give unto the children of Yasharel for a possession, and die in the mount whither you go up, and be gathered unto your people, as Aharon your brother died in Mount Hor, and was gathered unto his people. Because ye transgressed against me among the children of Yasharel at the waters of Meribah, Kadesh, in the wilderness of Zin, because ye sanctified me not in the midst of the children of Yasharel. Yet you shall see the land before you, but you shall not go thither unto the land which I give the children of Yasharel.
Devarim, Deuteronomy, chapter 33. And this is the blessing, wherewith Moshe, the man of Elohim, blessed the children of Yasharel before his death. And he said, Yahweh came from Sinai, and rose up from Seir unto them. He shined forth from Mount Paran, and he came with 10,000s of Kodeshim. From his right hand went a fiery law for them. Yea, he loved the people. All his Kodeshim are in your hand, and they sat down at your feet. Every one shall receive of your words. Moshe commanded us a Torah, even the inheritance of the assembly of Yaakov. And he was king in Yeshurun, when the heads of the people and the tribes of Yashrael were gathered together. Let Reuben live and not die, and let not his men be few. And this is the blessing of Yehudah. And he said, Hear, Yahuwah, the voice of Yehudah, and bring him unto his people. Let his hands be sufficient for him, and be you a help to him from his enemies. And of Levi he said, Let your Tumim and your Urim be with your saints, whom you did prove at Massa, and whom you did strive at the waters of Meribah. Who said unto his father and to his mother, I have not seen him. Neither did he acknowledge his brethren, nor knew his own children. For they have guarded your word and kept your covenant. They shall teach Yaakov your judgments, and Yashrael your Torah. They shall put incense before you, and whole burnt sacrifice upon your altar. Bless Yahweh, his substance, and accept the work of his hands. Smite through the loins of them that rise against him, and of them that hate him, that they rise not again. And of Benjamin he said, the beloved of Yahweh shall dwell in safety by him, and Yahweh shall cover him all the day long, and he shall dwell between his shoulders. And of Joseph he said, blessed of Yahweh be his land, for the precious things of heaven, for the dew and for the deep that couches beneath, and for the precious fruits brought forth by the sun, and for the precious things put forth by the moon, and for the chief things of the ancient mountains, and for the precious things of the lasting hills, and for the precious things of the earth and fullness thereof. For the good will of him that dwelt in the thorn bush, let the blessing come upon the head of Joseph, and upon the top of the head of him that was separated from his brethren. His glory is like the firstling of his bullock, and his horns are like the horns of unicorns. With them he shall push the people together to the ends of the earth. And they are the 10,000s of Ephraim, and they are the thousands of Manasseh. And of Zebulun he said, rejoice, Zebulun, in your going out, and Issachar, in your tents. They shall call the people unto the mountain. There they shall offer sacrifices of righteousness. For they shall suck of the abundance of the seas, and of the treasures hid in the sand. And of Gad he said, blessed be he that enlarges Gad. He dwells as a lion, and tears the arm with the crown of the head. And he provided the first part for himself, because there, in a portion of the Torah giver, was he seated. And he came with the heads of the people. He executed the justice of Yahweh, and his judgments with Yashrael. And of Dan he said, Dan is a lion's whelp. He shall leap from Bashan. And of Naphtali he said, O Naphtali, satisfied with favor and full with the blessings of Yahweh, possess you the west and the south. And of Asher he said, let Asher be blessed with children. Let him be acceptable to his brethren, and let him dip his foot in oil. Your shoes shall be iron and brass, and as your days, so shall your strength be. There is none like unto the El of Yeshurun, who rides upon the heavens in your help, and in his excellency on the sky. The eternal Elohai is your refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms. And he shall thrust out the enemy from before you, and shall say, destroy them. Yashrael then shall dwell in safety alone. The fountain of Yaakov shall be upon the land of grain and wine. Also his heavens shall drop down dew. Happy are you, O Yashrael. Who is like unto you, O people saved by Yahweh, the shield of your help, and who is the sword of your excellency? And your enemies shall be found liars unto you, and you shall tread upon their high places. Devarim, Deuteronomy chapter 34. And Moshe went up from the plains of Moab unto the mountain
of Nebo, to the top of Pisgah, that is over against Jericho. And Yahuwah showed him all the land of Gilad unto Dan, and all Naphtali, and the land of Ephraim, and Manasseh, and all the land of Yehudah unto the utmost sea, and the Negev, and the circle of the valley of Jericho, the city of palm trees, unto Zoar. And Yahuwah said unto him, this is the land which I swear unto Abraham, unto Yitzhak, and unto Jacob, saying, I will give it unto thy seed. I have caused thee to see it with thine eyes, but thou shalt not go over hither. So Moshe the servant of Yahuwah died there in the land of Moab, according to the word of Yahuwah. And he buried him in a valley in the land of Moab, over against Beit Peor. But no man knows of his sepulchre unto this day. And Moshe was 120 years old when he died. His eye was not dim, nor his natural force abated. And the children of Yasharel wept for Moshe in the plains of Moab 30 days. So the days of weeping and mourning for Moshe were ended. And Yahusha the son of Nun was full of the Ruach HaKodesh, for Moshe had laid his hands upon him. And the children of Yasharel hearkened unto him, and did as Yahuwah commanded Moshe. And there arose not a prophet since in Yasharel, like unto Moshe, whom Yahuwah knew face to face, in all the signs and the wonders which Yahuwah sent him to do in the land of Mitzrayim, to Pharaoh, and to all his servants, and to all his land, and in all that mighty hand, and in all the great terror which Moshe showed in the sight of all Yasharel.
And Bela died, and Jovab, the son of Zerach of Botzrah, reigned in his stead. And Jovab died, and Shusham of the land of Taimani reigned in his stead. And Husham died, and Hadad, son of Bedad, who smoteth Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead, and the name of his city was Aviath. And Hadad died, and Sumla of Mesrekah reigned in his stead. And Samla died, and Shaul of Rechoboth by the river reigned in his stead. And Shaul died, and Baal Shanan, the son of Achbor, reigned in his stead. And Baal Hanan, the son of Achbor, died, and Hadar reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Pau, and his woman's name was Mehetabel, and the daughter of Metred, the daughter of Mezahab. And these are the names of the dukes that came of Esau, according to their families, after their places, by their names: Dukes Timnah, Duke Eliah, Duke Yetheth, Duke Olihavamah, Duke Elah, Duke Pion, Duke Kenaz, Duke Taman, Duke Mithitzer, Duke Magdiel, Duke Eram. These be the dukes of Edom, according to their habitations in the land of their possessions. He is Esau, the father of the Edomim. Genesis chapter 37. And Yaakov dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Yaakov. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding a flock with his brethren, and the lad was with his sons of Bilhah, and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's woman. And Joseph broughteth unto his father their evil report. Now Yashrael loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and made him a coat of many colors. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him, and could not speak peaceably unto him. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it his brethren, and they hated him yet the more. And he said unto them, Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf arose, and also stood upright. And behold, your sheaf stood round about, and made obeisance to my sheaf. And his brethren said to him, Shall you indeed reign over us, or shall you indeed have dominion over us? And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words. And they dreamed yet another dream, and told it his brethren, and said, Behold, I have dreamed a dream more, and behold, the sun and the moon and 11 stars made obeisance to me. And he told it to his father and to his brethren, and his father rebuked him, and said unto him, What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall I and your mother and your brethren indeed come bow down ourselves to you, to the earth? And his brethren envied him, but his father observed this saying. And his brethren went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Yashrael said unto Elioseph, Do not your brethren feed the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send you unto them. And he said to him, Here am I. And he said unto him, Go, I pray you, seeth whether it will be well with your brethren, and well with your flocks, and bring me word again. So he sent him out of the valley of Chevron, and he came to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, What do you seek? And he said, I seeketh my brethren. Tell me, I pray you, where they feed their flocks. And the man said, They departed hence, for I heard them say, Let us go to Dothan. And Joseph went after his brethren, and found them in Dothan. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said one to another, Behold, this dreamer comes. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and cast him into some pit. And we will say, Some evil beast has devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams. And Reuben heard it, and delivered him out of their hands, and said, Let us not kill him. And Reuben said unto them, Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him, that he might rid him out of their hands, to deliver him to his father again. And it came to pass when Joseph was come unto his brethren that they strippeth Joseph out of his coat and the coat of many colors that was on him. And they took him and cast him into a pit, and the pit was empty. There was no water in it. And they sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelim came from Gilead with their camels, bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Mitzrayim. And Yehuda said unto his brethren, What profit is it if we slayeth our brother and concealeth his blood? Come and let us sell him to the Ishmaelim, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh. And his brethren were content. Then there passed by Midianim merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and soldeth Joseph to the Ishmaelim for 20 pieces of silver, and they broughteth Joseph into Mitzrayim. And Reuben returned into the pit, and beheld Joseph was not in the pit, and he returneth his clothes, and he returned unto his brethren, and said, The child is not, and I, whither shall I go? And they took Joseph's coat, and killed a kid of the goats, and dipped the coat in the blood. And they sent the coat of many colors, and they brought it to their father, and said, This have we found. Know now whether it be your son's coat or no. And he knew it, and said, It is my son's coat. An evil beast has devoured him. Joseph is without doubt rent in pieces. And Yaakov rent his clothes, and put sackcloth upon his loins, and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And he said, For I will go down into Sheol unto my son mourning. Thus his father wept for him. And the Midianim sold him into Mitzrayim unto Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's and captain of the guard. Genesis 38. And it came to pass at that time that Yehuda went down from his brethren and turned into a certain Adulami, whose name was Hiriah. And Yehuda saw their daughter, a certain Cani, whose name was Shuach, and he tooketh her and went in unto her, and she conceived and bore a son. And he called his name And she conceived again and bore a son, and she called his name Onan. And yet she again conceived and bore a son, and called his name Shelah. And he was at Keziv, and when she bore him.